Chapter 135. Wu Yu was telling Xiao Han and Hui Yang the rules of the Southern Region selection. 30,000 people will compete for the 300 spots in the main competition through a ring battle. Wu Yu said in a deep voice. Ring battle? Xiao Han frowned. Sect Master, 30,000 people fighting in the ring? How spectacular would that be? Wu Yu said with a faint smile. Of course we can't let 30,000 people fight at the same time. That would be extremely chaotic and out of control. The Monster Hero Pagoda has stipulated that the 30,000 geniuses in the southern region will be divided into 100 batches. Each batch will have 300 people and 3 spots will be decided. Xiao Han and Hui Yang looked at each other subconsciously. Xiao Mingqiu and the other true disciples immediately understood and nodded. Simply put, it's 300 people fighting for 3 spots. Wu Yu's fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest of the wooden chair. Xiao Han and Hui Yang listened carefully. The 30,000 people will be divided into 100 groups with 300 people in each group. 3 spots will be decided through the ring battle. There will be a total of 300 spots in 100 groups. Among them there are no seeded contestants in each group. They are randomly grouped. In other words, there is a certain element of luck in this grouping. Yes, if there is no seeded contestant, then it is possible that the strongest part of the 30,000 people will be divided into the same group. This kind of group is truly a group of death. Sect Master, there is a chance of forming a group of death. Xiao Mingqiu thought for a moment. The key now is to know which of the 30,000 geniuses can pose a threat to junior brother Xiao Han. Mo Qingtong of the Sky Demon sect is a ruthless character. Oh yes, I also heard that the famous monster hero of the Blazing Sun Empire, Great Sun Emperor, has a disciple called Prince Hualai. At the age of 20, he opened 42 acupoints and reached the peak of the 5th level of True Qi. He also received the inheritance of the Great Sun Emperor and cultivated the Great Sun Heart Sutra. It is no small matter. I personally think that Prince Hualai is a hot young man in the southern region recently. In terms of battle strength, he may not be below Mo Qingtong. He is also a terrifying opponent that can cause trouble for junior brother Xiao Han. Fang Ling said. I also know one person. He is also from the Beacon Fire Empire. He's Xiaofeng from Mingjian Villa, 25 years old this year. Dong Fangqin blurted out. Xiaofeng. I know, Fang Ling immediately replied. Before the age of 20, this person is considered mediocre. In fact, he was still stuck at the physical body realm. He was not valued by Mingjian Villa. He's basically an ordinary outer sect disciple that has been eliminated and neglected. What? Senior brother Fang Ling is still stuck at the physical body realm at the age of 20? He was 25 years old this year, which meant, in 5 years he had risen like a comet? Was it because he had been accumulating for a long time, or was he suddenly enlightened? Or did he run into some fortuitous encounter? Xiao Han was surprised. Yes. At the age of 21, Xiaofeng fell into a deep sleep. He slept for 4 years. He didn't wake up in between, Fang Ling said. This. Xiao Han thought to himself. Sleeping for several years, this should be the symptoms of brain death and vegetative state, right? 4 years later, Xiaofeng woke up. His swordsmanship cultivation was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and his realm rose steadily. Within a year he had advanced from the physical body realm to the Jinqi realm. Dredging acupoints was like eating and drinking. Moreover, he has comprehended the sword intent that can only be encountered by luck and not sought. Fang Ling said leisurely. He became the #1 sword cultivator in the younger generation of the famous Sword Villa. In his hands, any sword technique could be transformed into something magical. He was called Sword God Possession. Or he may become the future master of the famous Sword Villa. This year's Monster Hero trial. He is determined to win. This can't be a sudden enlightenment, he must have been possessed by the remnant soul of some ancient sword god. Dong Fangqin asserted. Xiaofeng's situation. It's also recorded in ancient books. Occasionally, some mortals suddenly fell into a deep sleep and woke up a few years later, or even more than a decade later. Cultivating martial arts was as easy as picking up grass. It may be that the inheritance in his bloodline has been awakened. This kind of thing is very strange and can't be speculated. But according to my knowledge, the ancestor of Xiaofeng may have given birth to a super sword cultivator. His deep sleep may be the inheritance factor contained in his genes, which awakened accidentally and wanted to merge with his memory, forcing him to sleep. After waking up, his root bone and talent inherited the ancestor's inheritance and completely changed his fate. This kind of person is very difficult to deal with. In his memory, he may have awakened the swordsmanship cultivation method of his ancestor. Ancient swordsmanship is the most powerful cultivation method that can kill and destroy a country. Wu Qin said indifferently. It seems that this Xiaofeng is the most difficult one among the talents of the famous sword villa to participate in the monster hero trial. How about this? Xiao Mingqiu said directly. Junior brother Dongfang, junior brother Fang, the three of us are all swordsmen. Among the countless swordsmen who have come to the southern domain, there are also some who are our best friends. The three of us are responsible for helping Xiao Han and Huo Wu find out which of the 30,000 geniuses participating in the preliminaries is the strongest. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. Sort out the clues for junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Huo Yang, at least know which young people have the battle strength of the seeded players. In this way, once the groups are divided, we can roughly find out the gap between the strong and the weak in this group. Okay, let's use our connections. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling said in unison. Wu Qin also nodded. I will also personally inquire about the information. Xiao Han, Huo Yang, you stay in this palace and don't wander around. After 5 days there will be a grouping ceremony. More than 30,000 people will be divided into 100 groups. At that time you will know what kind of group you will be in. I also hope that your grouping will be better, and not be divided into the group of death that is likely to happen. Especially Huo Yang, your battle strength and talent, compared to the entire young generation of the southern region, can only be considered average. If you want to get a place in the main competition, you can only hope to be in a weaker group. Yes, Sect Master, Huo Yang knows his own strength. But even if there is a glimmer of hope, Huo Yang will fight desperately for it. Huo Yang's eyes flashed with determination. Xiao Han's mind moved slightly. He suddenly felt that Huo Yang attached great importance to this monster hero qualifier. In fact, Xiao Han could even keenly sense that there was a hint of a death wish on Huo Yang's body. As if it was either success or death. Why is she so determined? With her strength, she should know that it will be difficult for her to pass the qualifier and get a place in the main competition. Xiao Han frowned slightly. Wu Qin took a deep look at Huo Yang and seemed to have noticed something, but he did not ask further. He smiled lightly. Okay, in 5 days the results will be out. Of course there may not be a group of death. At this moment, Brother Wu, how have you been? Mo Qin is here to pay a visit. A powerful voice sounded outside the hall. This voice was extremely dignified. It was obviously the voice of a leader who had been giving orders for a long time. The current emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire is here. Wu Qin shook his head and laughed, then looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, follow me out to deal with this. Last time you were escaping from being hunted. You sneaked into the wedding procession of the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family. It seems that you kidnapped the princess and killed a monster hero of the royal family, Nangang Yi. Is this true? Sect Master, I had no choice. As for the princess, I did not do anything wrong. Xiao Han laughed dryly. Okay. Now that the old emperor is here, go and deal with him. Wu Qin did not seem to care about the majesty of the emperor and led Xiao Han out with a smile. Xiao Mingqiu and the other true disciples smiled and followed behind to watch the show. Outside the palace. The current emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire was wearing a dragon robe and a crown. He stood in the garden outside the palace with a gloomy face. His whole body surged with endless auspicious clouds. Auspicious air, precious clouds and light. Mountains and rivers flashed in his eyes and the sky was full. He casually stood there and there was silence in all directions. His every movement was full of majesty. Behind the emperor, there stood a young man in a royal robe about 25 years old. Around 6 years old, his appearance was somewhat similar to the emperor's. This young man's aura was extremely strong, cold, proud, and overlooking the world. Around his body, streams of air rolled and condensed into the shape of a dragon, making an old dragon roar. It seemed that every true chi could turn into a dragon, suppress the ages, sweep the sun and moon, and sweep the universe. His body slightly moved and suddenly the wind and clouds surged. The wind and thunder of heaven and earth, the dragon, tiger, and black tortoise all appeared. Xiao Han and Wu Qin had just left the palace when the emperor and the young man in the royal robe looked at Xiao Han at the same time. The emperor's pressure directly shrouded over Xiao Han. The emperor's dragon face was furious. You are Xiao Han? Good. You are very good. You dared to kidnap my daughter, Mo Hen. You have committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. Also, my beloved general Nangang Yi died in your hands, right? How dare you? You have committed a heinous crime. As soon as they met, the emperor pinned many crimes on Xiao Han's head. In his rage he seemed to want to immediately execute Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han had cultivated the Son of Heaven's divine fist and was about to reach perfection. His temperament contained the power of the emperor, the power of an emperor. Therefore, facing the emperor's pressure, not only was Xiao Han not afraid, but he also felt contempt. The emperor's aura was far less noble than the aura of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Imochen, you are shouting here. Do you think my pure cloud sect is nothing? Wu Qin smiled. Put away your emperor's prestige. It is useless in front of me. Wu Qin. I knew you would protect him. However, this Xiao Han deserves to die. I advise you to hand him over to me. Otherwise, your pure cloud sect and I will not let this matter rest. The emperor roared angrily. However, his eyes were still filled with fear when facing Wu Qin. Imochen, I have already given you enough face by coming to see you. That's enough. Leave this place at once. Xiao Han is a disciple of the pure cloud sect. He is not bound by the laws of the mortal world. Put away your prestige, Wu Qin said impatiently. The emperor's aura surged. In his rage, a pitch-black hand appeared above his head. It covered the mountains, rivers, and earth, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Ah, Imochen, you still want to fight? Wu Qin laughed as if he had seen something funny. That's enough, father. Don't be angry. It's not worth it. The young man in the royal robe took a step forward. He was very calm and looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, where's my sister Imochen now? Tell me. I don't know. Xiao Han shrugged. The young man in the royal robe's eyes narrowed. Xiao Han, you probably think that with sect leader Wu protecting you, you'll be so arrogant and complacent, right? But you have to know that sect leader Wu can't protect you forever. Fine, it's fine if you don't say it. One day you will fall into this crown prince's hands. At that time, this crown prince has at least 100 kinds of torture to make you tell the truth. Alright, you are here to participate in the preliminaries, right? And I hope that in 5 days this crown prince can be in the same group as you. This crown prince will make you regret being born in this world. His words were like a monarch descending from the heavens, with a sense of victory from 1,000 miles away. Get lost. Xiao Han smiled. There's nothing to brag about. Since you said so, I really hope to be in the same group as you. Sect leader, is it allowed to kill on the stage in the preliminaries? Yes. Wu Qin nodded. Light as water. Swords have no eyes. Life and death are up to fate. Good. This disciple understands. Xiao Han looked at the young man in the royal robe deeply and licked his lips. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Father, let's go. The young man in the royal robe looked at Xiao Han and left with the emperor. This crown prince does have some strength. He is not a spoiled brat of the royal family. Suddenly Wu Qin smiled. Xiao Han, this crown prince has a special physique. He cultivates 2 types of qi at the same time. Furthermore, he has opened 39 acupoints and is at the peak of the 4th level. If you really are in the same group as him, be careful. He should be one of the seeded contestants for the Southern Region preliminaries. This disciple understands. Xiao Han nodded. This disciple has no fear. On the contrary, this disciple hopes to be in the group of death. Oh. Wu Qin smiled at Xiao Han. Sect leader, this disciple's cultivation and various martial techniques seem to have reached a bottleneck. I need a fierce battle to break through the bottleneck. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with battle intent. Ah. Good. Very good. Let's see the groups in 5 days. Wu Qin smiled, his eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 136. Xiao Han completely understood the rules of the Southern Region qualifier. 5 days later it was time for the groups. After the groups were formed, it was time for the arena fights. All the geniuses of the Southern Region would fight fiercely for the limited spots in the main competition. It would be an extremely tragic and cruel battle. During these 5 days, Xiao Han did not wander outside the palace. During this period of time, he needed to be extremely quiet and maintain a calm state of mind. Only then would he be able to perform at his best in the upcoming arena fights. In these few days, Xiao Mingqiu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling and even the sect master were busy using their connections to collect information for Xiao Han and Huoshou. They tried their best to obtain information about the geniuses among the 30,000 contestants. On the 4th day, the sect master Wu Yu summoned Xiao Han and Huoshou to the main hall to discuss the grouping for the next day. Xiao Mingqiu, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling also brought the information they had collected over the past few days. Mingqiu, tell Xiao Han and Huoshou the useful information. Wu Yu said to Xiao Mingqiu. Okay. Xiao Mingqiu nodded. He looked at Xiao Han and Huo. Junior brother Xiao Han, junior sister Huo, we have gained some information these few days. Now I will tell you some useful information. Listen carefully. Eldest senior brother, don't tell me you found out the combat strength of the 30,000 participants? Xiao Han looked at Xiao Mingqiu in surprise. It has only been a few days, Xiao Mingqiu laughed involuntarily. Junior brother Xiao Han, in fact, it is not only our Pure Rain sect that is collecting information. Almost everyone is doing this. Therefore, it seems that the 30,000 contestants have to be checked one by one. It is a very tedious and lengthy matter that is almost impossible to complete. But when everyone gathers together and exchanges information, it will be quite beneficial. There are many powerful youths in the southern region this time, so I will not introduce them one by one. I will tell you the 10 strongest people. Xiao Mingqiu organized his thoughts and said slowly, among the 30,000 contestants, there might be some who are hiding their strength. But on the surface, everyone knows that there are a total of 10 extremely powerful people. They are known as the top 10 seeded contestants by busybodies, and they are practically guaranteed to get into the main competition. The 10 strongest? Xiao Han and Huo Dang both held their breaths and pricked up their ears. You should know. To be selected as one of the 10 seeded contestants out of over 30,000 was no easy feat. Moreover, the 10 seeded contestants were selected after being evaluated by many monsters, so they were definitely not fake. Strength was strength. His reputation was well deserved. Within the borders of Beacon Fire Empire, Xiaofeng of Mingjian Villa, 25 years old. He had dreamt for 4 years and awakened various sword Dao profoundness after waking up. He had comprehended the sword intent that sword cultivators yearned for. Moreover, his sword intent had reached the middle stage and his sword intent had defied the heavens. One sword to break through the void, one sword to destroy a city. This kid. One of the 10 seeded contestants, there's no doubt about it. Blazing Sun Empire. Disciple of the great Son of Heaven, Crown Prince Huolai, 20 years old, True Qi level 5, cultivates in the Great Sun Heart Sutra, born with a fire attribute physique, and has an extremely cruel temperament. It is fine when he does not make a move, but when he does, he will kill. This kid is one of the 10 seeded contestants. Blazing Sun Empire, Star Hall, Zhou Feng, 27 years old, talented since young, using starlight to refine his body, known as the strongest body cultivator in the Blazing Sun Empire. The strength of his body is extremely violent, able to tear apart a great luan with his bare hands. Moreover, he cultivates the star-refining demon-slaying blade, refining starlight into blade energy, the blade light traversing tens of miles, killing people and ghosts, extremely sharp. Although he has not comprehended blade intent, the quality of the starlight blade energy is many times stronger than normal blade energy. Moreover, he is a strong body cultivator, invulnerable to swords and spears, invulnerable to all arts. He is definitely a seeded contestant. Blazing Sun Empire, Vagrant Cultivator, Qing Feng, 29 years old, identity unknown, cultivates demonic arts. He had cultivated a unique type of true qi, the Devil Flame Palm. It is said that this true qi was imparted to him by an immortal in his dreams when he was young, using 27 types of demon flowers and 33 types of wild beast blood to refine it into the source of true qi. Once it is used, black blood rain will fall from the sky, and ghostly shadows will appear, covering the stars and moon, destroying all living things. This Qing Feng has another identity. He is a gold medal assassin of an assassin organization in the Blazing Sun Empire. He is known as the Thousand Killer and he never misses. His body is full of blood and evil, and those without a strong will fight with him will be overwhelmed by his murderous aura. Dark Shadow Empire, head disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, favorite disciple of the Heavenly Demon Old Man, Mo Qingtong, 19 years old girl, cultivates the Heavenly Demon Great World. The Heavenly Demon Great World is a mystical art. Once it is used, it will produce a heavenly demon force field, distorting light, destroying all matter, absorbing all attacks, and causing the enemy to fall into the heavenly demon world, creating mental illusions and even committing suicide. Luoyue Empire. Luoyue Sect, royal sect of the Luoyue Empire, medium country of the southern region. The number 1 expert, Qin Zhu, became the number 1 expert of the Luoyue Empire, a medium country with a population of 2 billion at the age of 26. No one can surpass her. Peak of the 4th level True Qi. True Qi is released in the form of music, and is known as the 9-fingered Zither Demon. He had once single-handedly killed 5 experts in the 5th stage of True Qi, and his name rose to fame. When killing, she is known for her elegance, and likes to compose poems for the enemies she killed. Soul Mountain Empire, eldest daughter of the Ji clan, the #1 aristocratic family. Ji Rushui, 29 years old, has already given birth to 3 sons and 3 daughters. This woman has a gentle personality, but her cultivation base is tyrannical. She cultivates an ancient true qi art, the wordless heavenly book. Her true qi is formed into a heavenly book, containing all kinds of killing formations, spirit gathering formation, water dividing formation, 5 elements defense formation, 7 stars Big Dipper formation, endless sword formation, 10,000 killing formation. Junior brother Xiaohan, you better pray that you are not in the same group as this young woman Ji Rushui. Otherwise you will have a headache when all kinds of formations are used to suppress you. From what I have seen, this woman is the most difficult to deal with among the top 10 seeded contestants. Soul Mountain Empire, Soul Mountain Crown Prince, 26 years old, true dragon bloodline, fell into the ancient giant dragon's blood pool, and obtained a heaven-defying encounter. He has dragon chi and his chi can swallow mountains and rivers, sweep through the wilderness and rule the world. Sea God Empire, Ocean Emperor Sect, Tian Yuan, 25 years old, cultivates the Ocean Emperor Heart Sutra, can suppress an ocean storm with one finger. Li Ziki, wandering cultivator of the pugilistic world, but rumor has it that he is a descendant of an ancient aristocratic family, 21 years old, cultivates flying daggers, 3rd stage true chi. This kid's realm is not high, but his flying daggers are like ghosts, like flying meteors, never missing their target. It is said that he never needs a second flying dagger to kill someone. Shahan, this kid. You better not encounter him. He is known as the most terrifying assassin of the younger generation in the southern region. No one has ever seen what his flying daggers look like because those who have seen them are all dead. This kind of person doesn't make a move, but once he does, he will definitely kill. Xiao Mingqiu told Xiaohan and Hui Yang the basic information about the top 10 seeded contestants. These 10 people are the strongest in the southern region below the age of 30, and all of them are rare geniuses. Of course, junior brother Xiaohan. You are good at hiding and you have just returned from the great wilderness, so other than a few people from our cloud sect, no one knows your true strength. If they knew your background, others would definitely not know your true strength. Otherwise, you would be one of the top 10 seeded contestants. But it is difficult to squeeze out any one of the top 10. Or maybe you will be on par with them. That's right, those are the 11 seeded contestants. Xiao Mingqiu laughed. I also did not expect that there would be so many geniuses in the southern region in recent years. Junior brother Xiaohan. There are only 3 spots in each group. Although I am very confident in you, it is best to avoid the top 10. Otherwise, even if you win, you will need to expose a lot of your trump cards, and even use your demonic techniques in exchange for a Pyrrhic victory. The qualifiers are just the beginning. Once you enter the main competition, it will be more intense and cruel. Exposing all your trump cards. This is extremely dangerous. Apart from the top 10 seeded contestants, there are many other strong people. For example, Prince Mo Zhen of the Beacon Fire Empire, who cultivates 2 types of true qi techniques, and the strongest genius of the Medicine King Valley, Si Kongji, who can refine 6 secret medicines, including some that can suddenly increase one's fighting strength. There are many young people in the second echelon, so I will not go into details. Dongfang Qin said. That is to say, as long as 3 or more of the top 10 seeded contestants are in a group, it will become a group of death. But the possibility of this is not high. After all, there are 100 groups. It will not be so coincidental that these seeded contestants will be squeezed together. But it is not certain. Anything can happen if they are randomly grouped. Fang Ling said in a deep voice. I can only say that these top 10 seeded contestants are qualified to enter the main competition. But it is still too early to say whether they will become devil heroes. Wu Ling remained calm. Xiaohan Huiyang, you have to look far ahead. This is only the strongest young people in the southern region. If you enter the main competition, you will encounter the northern region, the western region, the eastern region, the great wilderness, many strong and abnormal little guys. In fact, according to the previous Hex trials, the top 10 seeded players are all likely to become Hex heroes. But this time it's not necessarily so. This time it's a very high chance of winning and anything can happen. Junior brother Xiaohan, what do you think now? After Xiao Mingqiu finished the information, he immediately sat on the chair lazily, picked up a pot of wine and drank leisurely. I think it doesn't matter. Xiaohan licked his lips. It doesn't matter? Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin frowned at the same time. Well, senior brothers, sect master, no matter how we are grouped, we will have to face these people when we enter the main competition. So, even if we meet them in advance in the preliminaries, it doesn't matter. Xiaohan was extremely calm, his mind was clear and his thoughts were clear. Good Xiaohan, it is rare for you to maintain such a calm state of mind. This is the best state before the big battle. The sect master praised. Well, tomorrow we will be grouped and all the answers will be revealed. The next day. The day of grouping. This grouping wasn't something that just anyone could observe. Only Wu Ling, who was in charge of a region, could be present. Xiaohan, Huiyang, Xiao Mingqiu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and other true disciples stayed in the palace, waiting for Wu Ling to bring back the news of the grouping. Huiyang paced back and forth in the main hall, looking very anxious and nervous. Xiaohan, on the other hand, was sitting in the main hall, drinking tea and chatting with Xiao Mingqiu, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling. In the afternoon, Wu Ling returned with a slightly solemn expression. Sect Master, how is the grouping? Xiao Mingqiu was the first to ask. Huiyang's grouping is better. There are not many experts in that group. Wu Ling sat down and frowned slightly. But Xiaohan is in the group of death. Almost everyone thought that it was unlikely that there would be a group of death among the 100 groups. But in fact there was no absolute in this world. As soon as the grouping was announced, many people exclaimed on the spot. Well, there is a group of death. Huh. Xiaohan was stunned and immediately asked. Sect Master, this disciple is in the group of death? It is truly the group of death. After knowing the result, I was stunned for a few breaths. The sect master said. Then which seated contestants are I in the same group as? Xiaohan hurriedly asked. Chapter 137. Sect Master Wu Chu brought back the news of the groups. Xiaohan was placed in the group of death. Huiyang's group was more optimistic. Sect Master, who are the strong people in my group? Since it's called the group of death, there must be more than 3 seated contestants. Xiaohan's expression did not seem too panicked. He had gradually formed his own style, vaguely having the aura of a general. My old friend, Heavenly Devil Old Man's proudest disciple, Mo Qingtong, will be in your group. Sect Master looked at Xiaohan. This girl is strong. Dongfang Qin blurted out. Even among the top 10 seated contestants, Mo Qingtong is ranked at the top. Take the Great Demon World, for example, if 10,000 people practice it, 9,990 people won't be able to master it, and there's a possibility of chi deviation. But once it's mastered, one's battle power will not be as simple as doubling. Mo Qingtong has already mastered the Great Demon World. Xiao Mingqiu said concisely. Sect Master, who else is in this group? Fang Ling whispered. Blazing Sun Empire, Star Hall's Zhou Feng. True Chi 4th level. Known as the strongest body cultivator in the Blazing Sun Empire. Starlight refines his body, his flesh is like a mountain, comparable to the strong barbarians in the depths of the wilderness. He also cultivates the star-refining demon-slaying blade. His blade chi can travel tens of miles. Blazing Sun Empire, Sun Emperor's disciple, Prince Huolai. Sun Emperor is a proud person, and has always been harsh in choosing disciples. To be chosen and nurtured by him is very rare. Prince Huolai, True Chi 5th level, born with a fire attribute physique. Mingjian Villa Xiaofeng, suspected to be a descendant of the ancient sword god, his bloodline awakening, 1 sword against the heavens, 1 sword to slay immortals. 41 true acupoints opened. True Chi 5th level. Luiwei Kingdom's #1 expert, Qinzhu. Peak of True Chi 4th level. Turning True Chi into music, a unique path. People call her 9-fingered zither demon. Seoul Mountain Empire's young woman, Ji Rushui. Her realm is similar to Prince Huolai, 42 true acupoints opened, True Chi 5th level. Her True Chi cultivation method is suspected to be a remnant left behind by ancient immortals. The wordless heavenly tome contained many great arrays that combined offense and defense into one, and could refine living people alive. Originally, this woman stayed at home to serve her husband and teach her children. She had no desires, but recently, it was said that her husband was killed by the demon clan and his brain was devoured. This caused the woman's temperament to change greatly. She vowed to become a demon hero and exterminate all the demon clan in the world. Xiaohan. I agree with Mingqiu that Ji Rushui is definitely the most terrifying of the 10-seated contestants. Even more terrifying than Mo Qingtong. The group of death includes the 6-seated contestants. Every single one of them is a genius that leaves others speechless. In the future he might even become a hero of the southern region, a cornerstone figure. The sect master laughed involuntarily. And now, these 6 people are in the same group. Competing for the limited number of 3 spots. It was truly fate that made fools of people. In addition to these 6 masters, there were also a few other existences, such as Crown Prince Mo Jun of the Beacon Fire Empire. Medicine King Valley's current strongest genius, Si Kongji. This type of existence might not be as eye-catching as the 10-seeded players. However, his potential is extraordinary, and he will become a dragon in one day. Xiaohan, do you know what to do now? Wu Yu looked at Xiaohan. A total of 6 seeded contestants. Xiaohan touched his nose. Sect Master, I understand. I will definitely be careful. Well, Xiaohan, you are not timid. This is very good. Wu Yu showed a look of admiration. Difficult, really difficult. Xiao Mingqiu stretched his body. Junior brother Xiaohan, the southern region is so big. The strongest young people are in this group. You just had to meet them in the preliminaries. We will not say any more superfluous words. Prepare yourself well. There are still 2 days left. Of course, junior brother Xiaohan, I do not think that you are weaker than them. The special training in the ancient village has already made you reborn, and you have the capital to compete with the current generation of demons. However, Dong Fangqin and Fang Ling looked a little worried. Wu Yu regained his calm. Xiaohan Huiyang, prepare yourself well. The battle will start in 2 days at the peak. At that time, there will be many heroes and old antiques present to watch the battle. Perform well. Also, the arena battle this time does not care about life and death. Therefore, if you meet an opponent that you cannot defeat, you can directly admit defeat and avoid being killed. Yes, Sect Master. Xiaohan and Huiyang nodded. Then the 2 left and returned to their respective side halls to recuperate. They were making final preparations for the upcoming battle of life and death. After Xiaohan and Huiyang left, Wu Yu, Xiao Mingqiu, Fang Ling and Dong Fangqin still stayed in the main hall and chatted with each other. What do you 3 think? The Sect Master asked with a smile. Sect Master, with all due respect, it is very difficult for junior brother Xiaohan to stand out from the group of death. There are 3 places in the group of death. I think that the most likely to advance are Ji Rushui, Mo Qingtong and Prince Huolai. Although junior brother Xiaohan had many fortuitous encounters, the time he rose up was too short. It was only in these 2 years. Whether it is combat experience or chi cultivation method, he is still lacking. He only has a strong body. But sometimes, when a strong body fights against a magical chi cultivation method, he will often be at a disadvantage, restrained, or even destroyed. Dong Fangqin's face was full of worry and cautiousness. Now the only hope is that junior brother Xiaohan can avoid the above 3 people. Moreover, the above 3 people will encounter each other in advance and kill each other. Yes, during the battle, if junior brother Xiaohan is lucky enough to avoid these people, he still has a high chance of getting a place in the main competition. Also, junior brother Xiaohan knows some secret techniques of the demon race, such as the North Mystic Demon Monarch's illusory movement. If he uses the secret technique of the demon race, he will have a higher chance of winning. Let's see if junior brother Xiaohan dares to use it. Fang Ling said in a deep voice. Mingqiu, what do you think? Wu Yu looked at Xiao Mingqiu. How should I put it? The situation is indeed very serious. Originally, with junior brother Xiaohan's strength, he can definitely get a place in the main competition, but it was such a coincidence that he was actually assigned to the group of death. But for junior brother Xiaohan, he has 2 advantages. Xiao Mingqiu smiled. The others looked at Xiao Mingqiu. First of all, junior brother Xiaohan keeps a low profile. There aren't a lot of people who know his true battle prowess. His spirit turtle's true chi is skilled in disguise and concealment, which makes most people view him as a weakling, which is why they underestimate him. This allows junior brother Xiaohan to have the prerequisites for sudden attacks. This is a huge advantage. The enemy is out in the open and he is in the dark. Secondly, even I can't see through junior brother Xiaohan. He seems to be hiding some unknown secrets. Unfathomable. I can't see through this kid either. Forget it, let him train well. If he can walk out of the group of death today, his future will be bright. A jade that is not carved is worthless. Wu Yu also laughed. Xiaohan and Huolan left the main hall and returned to the side halls. Junior brother Xiaohan, you are really unlucky. Huolan sighed as if feeling sorry for Xiaohan. It's nothing. Xiaohan smiled faintly. Oh right, senior sister Hua. Your group this time is very good. It seems that you have a high chance of getting a spot in the main competition. If I was in junior brother Xiaohan's group, I would indeed have no hope at all. Now there might be a chance. I will fight for it with all my might. Huolan's watery eyes flashed with determination. Junior brother Xiaohan. I hope that we can both get a spot in the main competition. This way we can take care of each other when we enter the main competition. And let's all work hard. Xiao Han smiled. The two returned to the side halls. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed and guarded his mind. Golden light shone from his body. His bones were destroyed. He began to visualize the indestructible golden body. The opponent is indeed strong. However, I am not afraid. I hope that I can break through the 230th true meridian through this cruel battle and reach the peak of the 3rd level. If I can break through the bottleneck of the 31st true meridian. If I can break through the bottleneck of the 31st true meridian, then my battle strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Xiao Han looked inside. Other than the flesh shell of the wild beast of the great wilderness, Xiao Han's true meridian was already filled with the spirit turtle true qi. Hornless dragon profound ice true qi. In addition, after the emperor's great power was shattered, the true qi fragments that were born were like gems and stars. Once he comprehended the 7th style of the emperor's divine fist, these high-quality true qi fragments would be reborn. What kind of true qi divine art would be born? In a group of palaces on the huge Sunset Mountain. The people who lived here were the people of the Ji clan, the #1 clan of the Spirit Mountain Empire. After coaxing the children to sleep, a young woman in mourning clothes walked out to the garden outside with light steps. She had a beautiful face, but the corners of her eyes were filled with sadness and haggard, making her look pitiful. A middle-aged man walked over quickly. His aura was strong and there were runes interweaving in his eyes. It was as if he could shatter the air with a casual breath. "Daughter, you have lost weight again." The middle-aged man was the young woman's father. Xiaoxian is really arrogant. He wanted to kill the demon emperor with just a few demon heroes, but I didn't expect. Let's not talk about this. Father, my husband was a demon hero when he was alive and I was proud of it. But now, Rushui and my husband are different. Father, I must become a demon hero this time to complete the great dream that my husband didn't have time to complete before he was alive. Kill the demon emperor. Kill all the demons in the world. That young woman was one of the top 10 seeded contestants, Ji Rushui. Daughter, you were amazing in the past. In terms of talent and strength, you were not inferior to Xiaoxian. But that year, you gave up the demon hero trial and stayed at home to take care of your husband and children. Now you are almost 30 years old and can only participate in this year's demon hero trial. But you are very unlucky. This year's demon hero trial is known as the most terrible and cruel one in history. Just the preliminary competition alone is full of difficulties. Daughter, you are divided into the so-called group of death today. Father, no need to say more. No matter what group it is, those who stop Rushui from becoming a demon hero will all die. Suddenly Ji Rushui's eyes glowed with misty light. A heavenly book the size of an acre slowly rose from the top of her head. The entire area of the palace was filled with lightning and thunder, wind and rain, and the shadows of swords. The air became extremely heavy and oppressive. Sunset Mountain. Another group of palaces. In this group of palaces, golden light shone brightly, as if the whole place was paved with gold. In the main hall, the great Sun Emperor sat at the top. Below him stood the arrogant Crown Prince Huolai. Huolai, the groups have been decided. It is the group of death. The great Sun Emperor said calmly. However, I believe that you will be able to stand out in the group of death. No one can stop you from becoming a demon hero. A general success is built on thousands of bones. Huolai, go and fight hard. Also, that youth of Pure Rain sect, Xiao Han, will be in the same group as you. I have a bet with that idiot Xiao Mingqiu. Huolai, my disciple, you should know what to do, right? Ah. Disciple knows. That Xiao Han has willingly fallen and entered the demon Dao. If disciple meets him, I will tear him into pieces and burn him to ashes. Extract his soul. Huolai said coldly. Boom, 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 boom. Behind Huolai, a large amount of blazing true fire appeared. Within the flames, a few human figures could be seen struggling and wailing, begging for mercy, looking extremely miserable. The Heaven's Devil Old Man was filled with devil qi. Qingtong, the groups have been decided. You are in the group of death. However, to you, any group is the same. Remember, spread the name of my Heaven's Devil sect. You must be the first in the group of death and obtain a spot in the main competition. No one can stop you, Qingtong. The Heaven's Devil Old Man's eyes gave birth to the Heaven's Devil Great World. Qingtong obeys. Emo Qingtong smiled. The silver rings on her arm clashed with each other, letting out a decadent sound. It was as if the Heaven's Devil was singing, causing people to fall into eternal damnation. 2 days passed by in a flash. Dong, 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 from the peak of Sunset Peak came the melodious sound of a bell. In the palace where Xiao Han and the rest lived. Xiao Han, Huiyang, the preliminaries will begin today. Every group will fight on the arena at the peak. All of you follow me. Wu Yu stood in the garden outside the main hall. Xiao Han, Huiyang, Xiao Mingqiu, and the rest of the core disciples walked out of the palace and into the huge garden. Xiao, 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 a huge, soft and pure white cotton cloud in the sky was directly grabbed by Wu Lu, and everyone leaped onto the white cloud. The white cloud slowly rose to the peak. Junior brother Xiao Han, junior sister Huiyang, are you ready? Xiao Mingqiu asked loudly. Although he was not the one participating, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Eldest senior brother, I have adjusted my condition to the best. At this moment I only want to fight. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with determination. Huiyang also nodded. She clenched her fists tightly. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge arena in the shape of a lotus platform. On each lotus leaf there was an arena. It was immeasurable. The lotus platform was about 100 layers high, and there were tens of thousands of arenas. Rays of light and clouds lingered around the lotus platform. It was a spectacular sight. The lotus platform was surrounded by spectator seats. Moreover, in the void there seemed to be some temporary spaces. There were some powerful figures with blazing and terrifying auras hiding inside, quietly watching the lotus platform. They did not reveal their real bodies. At this moment, there were already countless people sitting in the spectator seats around the lotus platform, waiting to see. Some powerful figures flew into the temporary spaces in the void. Xiao Han saw that the heavenly devil old man also entered the void, hiding and silently watching the battle. Xiao, a blazing sun escaped into the void. It was the great Sun Emperor. Xiao Han's pupils shrank. Mingqiu, follow me into the void spectator seats. Wu Yu said to Xiao Mingqiu. It seemed that Dong Fangqin and Fang Ling were not qualified to enter the temporary spaces in the void. They could only sit in the spectator seats around the lotus platform and watch the battle. Junior brother Xiao Han, the battle is about to begin. You are ready to fight. The sect master and I will cheer for you. Xiao Mingqiu patted Xiao Han's shoulder heavily. Yes. Xiao Han replied. Geniuses of the southern region, I, Xiao Han, am coming. Xiao Han's heart was filled with rising fighting spirit. Chapter 138. Junior brother Xiao Han, junior sister Huiyang, let's find a place to sit. Dong Fangqin called the people of the Pure Rain sect to find an empty corner in the large spectator stand and sat down. Xiao Han looked around and saw more and more martial artists entering the spectator stand and sat down in an orderly manner. Some supreme experts with powerful auras and talisman symbols turned into flowing light and shot into the void spectator stand. There were too many people. It was dazzling. At least 100,000 people had entered. Xiao Han was overwhelmed. After watching for a while, he withdrew his gaze. Although there were a lot of people, it was orderly. All forces occupied a corner of the spectator stand and did not cross the boundary or cause trouble. An obscure pressure suddenly radiated from the void spectator stand and shocked the scene. There was silence everywhere. 1 hour later, participants, please enter the east spectator stand. Divide into groups and sit down. An old voice came from the void and penetrated the entire mountain peak. This voice gave people a feeling of invincibility and no one could disobey it. Junior brother Xiao Han, junior sister Huiyang, go ahead. Don't be nervous. Dong Fangqin and Fang Ling said seriously. The other true disciples of the Pure Rain sect all encouraged them. Xiao Han stood up. Huiyang also stood up with a nervous expression. There was a large empty spectator stand on the east side, but at this moment, young men and women jumped into the east spectator stand and divided into 100 groups and sat down. Let's go. Xiao Han slightly opened a few true acupoints and released a few wisps of true chi light. His figure swayed and arrived at the east spectator stand in a breath. The group of death that Xiao Han was in was the 77th group. On the spectator stand there were numbers. Xiao Han found the seat of the 77th group and sat down. At this moment there were already hundreds of people sitting here. At a glance, some of these people looked like devil gods, some were calm, some looked disdainful, some were fierce, some were elegant. But no one made a noise. Xiao Han also saw the crown prince of the Beacon Fire Empire, Mo Zhen, who came to find trouble a few days ago. He wore an imperial robe and sat as steady as a mountain, surrounded by a faint dragon-shaped true chi. As his eyes turned, he also saw Xiao Han and the corner of his mouth pulled into a sinister smile. His eyes were full of mockery and ridicule, but he did not say anything. Ah. Everyone, it is fate that we are assigned to the group of death. This little brother is Blazing Sun Empire's giant sword sex Jianghu. People call me Fatty Zhu. I hope everyone will take good care of me. Ah. A fat man who looked like a meatball, wearing an extremely eye-catching red robe, stood up and bowed in all directions. Sit down. Or scram to the side. Sitting next to the fatty was a white-clothed woman with a cold aura. His eyes were like a snake's as he scolded coldly. This. All right. Fatty Zhu, I can't afford to offend you. Why are you being so fierce? The fatty had a fearful expression. He walked to Crown Prince Emogen's side and said, Are you Crown Prince Emogen of the Beacon Fire Empire? Fatty. Get lost. The corner of Crown Prince Emogen's mouth twitched as his killing intent surged. Fatty Zhu jumped in fright, but he didn't dare say anything. Go away quickly. Ding ding, with the sound of the silver ring, Emo Qingtong gracefully walked into the stands. Her devilish figure and angelic face immediately attracted everyone's attention. She was wearing a dark purple robe and her fair arms were exposed. Her skin was so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken by the wind. She was cold and elegant, but there was a kind of charm that could captivate one's soul. She ignored everyone's gaze and walked to Xiao Han's side. Ah, Brother Xiao, I didn't expect that we would be assigned to the same group. Brother Xiao, can Qingtong sit next to you? Xiao Han was stunned and immediately shrugged his shoulders. Please take a seat. Sitting on the left was a white-clothed man with a cyan steel sword on his back. His clothes were simple but his aura was sharp. His sword Qi soared to the sky, and his whole body was like a peerless sword that could kill everything. At such a young age, he already had the bearing of a sword Dao Grandmaster. He opened his eyes and looked at Emo Qingtong, then immediately closed them again. Emo Qingtong seemed to feel the gaze of the white-clothed swordsman. She glanced sideways and pursed her lips into a smile, not saying anything. Crown Prince Hualai seemed to live alone in the highest row. His eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain and he kept smiling. Behind his smile, there was a hidden killing intent. The area where he sat was extremely hot, as if it was going to melt the seats. Thus no one dared to sit there. An elegant young woman in plain clothes walked over with a face full of worry. She looked around and immediately sat on the right side of Xiao Han without saying a word. Her aura was not very sharp, but her every move gave people an unfathomable feeling. Emo Qingtong's expression changed slightly, and she glanced at the young woman from the corner of her eyes. Xiao Han also turned his head and looked over. That young woman also happened to look at Xiao Han. Their eyes met, and the young woman smiled gently and whispered, Hello. Brother Xiao, this is Widow Ji Rushui. Emo Qingtong smiled beside Xiao Han. Oh. Xiao Han turned his head and murmured to himself. She is very powerful. Isn't that right? Emo Qingtong smiled. Her smile contained an almost bewitching charm that made people willing to do anything for her. I heard that Emo Qingtong cultivates the great sky devil world, which belongs to the spiritual level. Her every smile, every frown, and every move is charming, looking for flaws in people's hearts, or forcibly creating flaws in people's hearts. Xiao Han did not think that Emo Qingtong's smile was beautiful. On the contrary, it was extremely dangerous and fatal. Brother Xiao is also a powerful person. Emo Qingtong said softly. Me? I'm just a nobody. Xiao Han quickly said. Brother Xiao, you are the only person in this group that Qingtong cannot see through. Brother Xiao, please do not be modest. Emo Qingtong said with a serious expression. Miss Emo. A man in a yellow shirt walked over. He had an imposing appearance, a jade-like face, and a strong medicinal fragrance was emitting from his body. He looked at Emo Qingtong eagerly. Miss Emo, Sikongji misses you very much after we parted at Myriad Flower Tower. I wonder if Miss Emo has considered Sikongji's request in the past? Sikongji, if you want to stay by my side day and night, that's fine too. Emo Qingtong smiled sweetly. Really? Sikongji said with a trembling voice. So Miss Emo agrees? Sikongji, if you die and your body is buried in the heavenly devil sect, won't you stay by my side day and night? Emo Qingtong smiled very charmingly, but her eyes were cold and distant. Miss Emo, you are joking again? Sikongji's face was bitter. He looked around and saw Xiao Han sitting with Emo Qingtong as if nothing had happened. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He glanced at Xiao Han coldly and walked away. At this moment, Fatty Zhu strolled around and finally walked to Xiao Han's side, stammering as he spoke. "Friend Fatty. Can Fatty sit by your side?" Xiao Han looked up and saw Fatty Zhu's chubby face. His expression was one of fear and cowardice. His body, however, had 37 pentagram true acupoints flashing. He was a person at the 4th level of true qi. "It doesn't matter." Xiao Han smiled faintly. Thank you. Thank you. Friend, you are really righteous. You are in a difficult situation." Fatty Zhu quickly sat down as if he was afraid that Xiao Han would go back on his words. "I am Fatty Zhu from the Giant Sword sect of the Blazing Sun Empire. Please take care of me, take care of me." "Hello, Fatty." Mo Qingtong looked at Fatty Zhu with her devil eyes, and a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed across her eyes. She immediately smiled charmingly. "Heavenly Devil Sect's Miss Mo Qingtong? You must not smile at Fatty. Our sect master said that Miss Mo's smile is very dangerous. Furthermore, our sect master said that Miss Mo's smile is very dangerous. In the group of death, Miss Mo is one of the most difficult to deal with. If Fatty meets Miss Mo, he will not say a word." "Hurry up and admit defeat," Fatty Zhu chuckled. When Xiao Han heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Zhu, it seems that you really are a wonderful person." "Hee, well said, well said." Fatty Zhu's face was flushed red. He suddenly moved his mouth to Xiao Han's ear and whispered, "Friend, it's best if you don't get too close to the people of the Heavenly Devil sect. They are all devils who kill without blinking an eye. Back then, the Heavenly Devil old man. Fatty, are you saying bad things about me?" Mo Qingtong smiled sweetly. I don't dare, I don't dare." Fatty Zhu immediately shut up and sat properly. Mo Qingtong also moved her mouth to Xiao Han's ear. "Brother Xiao, you have to be careful with this Fatty. He's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." Her breath smelled like orchids and her voice was numb. There was a sense of decadence and lingering in it. Hearing it, Xiao Han's pores opened up and he almost lost his mind. Not long after, the 30,000 participants had all taken their seats on the east viewing platform. They were divided into 100 groups and sat down. The scene quietened down. Everyone turned to look at the void. "All right, all the participants are here." In the void, the old and invincible voice slowly said, "Then this year's Devil Hero Tryouts, the Southern Region Tryouts, has officially begun. The rules of the competition are very simple. Every participant will have a number plate." At this point, a gap was suddenly torn open in the void. Blazing rays of light surged. In the next moment, rays of light shot towards the east viewing platform. Xiao Han grabbed a ray of light that shot towards him and found that it was a palm-sized number plate. There were a few lines of words written neatly on it. Xiao Han. Cloud Sect. Number 25,987. Not only Xiao Han, but every participant sitting on the east viewing platform grabbed a number plate that belonged to them. These number plates, as if they had a mind of their own, accurately found each person. Everyone clicked their tongues in amazement as they looked into the void. "Participants, enter the arena with your number plate. This year's preliminaries are very interesting. A so-called group of death has been born. Therefore, the matches of the other groups will begin at the same time. The matches of the group of death will be held separately. Well, let the matches begin." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of crimson light directly rushed into the arena. In an instant, every single lotus leaf arena on the lotus platform had a number on it. Arena 1. Arena 2. Arena 3. Arena 1297. Immediately after, the number plate in the hands of the participants on the east viewing platform actually made a sound. Participant number 12, Nong Yan of Mingjian Villa of Beacon Fire Empire, versus participant number 38, Zhou Guangxing of Evil Monarch Manor of Dark Shadow Empire. Both parties, please enter Arena 77. Participant number 412, Rogue Cultivator Su Tengfei, versus participant number 661, Feng Junzi of Fengxing Empire. Both parties, please enter Arena 234. Participant number 1769, Lan Yudi of Thousand Flower Valley of Lingshan Empire, versus participant number 2013, Hu Chunxing of Blazing Flame Sect of Beacon Fire Empire. Both parties, please enter Arena 877. Every participant who entered the arena had a voice prompt on their number plate, and they all jumped into their respective arenas. In an instant, thousands of participants had entered the Lotus Platform arena and started fighting each other. In an instant, every arena was filled with the sound of wind, shadows of fists, flashes of saber light, sword chi, and all kinds of beasts formed from true chi. The scene suddenly turned from dull to dazzling. The spectators on the other viewing platforms all cheered for their disciples, juniors and friends. Because Xiao Han didn't know any of the thousands of people who went up to fight, he casually watched the battles on a few arenas. As expected of the most outstanding batch of youths in the southern region. Their battles were very methodical, experienced and steady. Their battles were intense and varied. The first round of battles on the various arenas ended one by one. The victors left the arena, while the losers were either injured or dead. However, the death rate wasn't high. After all, this was only the preliminaries. If there was no enmity between the two sides, the victors wouldn't be so ruthless. After quickly cleaning up the arena, the thousands of people for the second round of battles jumped into their respective arenas. This time there were two familiar faces of Xiao Han on the arena. One was Hua Gang of the Pure Rain sect, and the other was Xiao Yunrong of Mingjian Villa. Xiao Han ignored the battles on the other arenas, and his attention was completely focused on the battle between Hua Gang and Xiao Yunrong. Chapter 139. 2 years ago, Xiao Yunrong was chased by the golden-armored demon. Her mind was shaken and she finally broke through the shackles and ascended to the true Qi realm. She was a peerless sword cultivator who had comprehended sword intent. Thus, she was valued and nurtured by the Mingjian Villa. At this moment, Xiao Yunrong had opened 17 true acupoints and was at the second level of true Qi. Her limpid eyes were filled with sword Qi, as if she could produce a sword intent that could destroy the void at any time. Her opponent was a wandering cultivator in his 20s. He was empty-handed, skinny and ferocious. He had opened 26 true acupoints and was at the third level of true Qi. Xiao Yunrong appeared very calm when facing an opponent whose cultivation was one level higher than hers. She held her sword horizontally in front of her chest. Her slightly curly golden hair fluttered without any wind, giving off the feeling of an immortal descending to the mortal world. Girl, I won't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Haha, lie down. Bone Dragon Claw. The rogue cultivator of the Jianghu lashed out with his claw, and whirlpools appeared everywhere. His true Qi condensed into a claw that was several acres in size. It was bony and it tore the air into pieces. There was a feeling of ripples for hundreds of miles and penetrating through mountains. Break. Great Maha Demon subduing sword art. Xiao Yunrong did not move at all. Sword light burst out. A door-sized sword Qi crushed the air, rolling and boiling, directly crushing the ferocious bone claw. Pfft. The wandering cultivator was sent flying by the sword Qi. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily. Thanks for letting me win. Xiao Yunrong was emotionless as she held her sword and left the arena. It was clear that he still had the strength to spare. Yunrong is getting stronger. Xiao Han nodded secretly. On the other side, Hua Fan's opponent was a young talent from the only sect in a small country in the southern region. Hua Fan's opponent was relatively weak. She raised her right hand and a green light seeped out of her palm. In an instant, the green light expanded in the wind and instantly turned into a small mountain that was more than 100 feet tall. It was verdant and towering, simple and imposing with great power. It directly crushed the opponent's true Qi into a giant wolf, forcing the opponent to admit defeat. Phew, Hua Fan won the first round. She held her chest with her right hand and let out a long sigh. Eee. Friend, your name is Xiao Han, right? Fatty Zhu laughed wretchedly in Xiao Han's ear. The matches of the other groups. Up until now there hasn't been much to see. It's just average unless those seeded players appear. Xiao Han smiled and said nothing. Fatty Zhu suddenly thumped his chest and stamped his feet. Why is Fatty's luck so bad? He just had to be assigned to this group of death. Fatty must have already won one round. So, don't fight against the seeded contestants of this group later. That's right, Brother Xiao, if you encounter Fatty, you have to be merciful and take care of Fatty. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. Brother Zhu, how can I take care of him? Could it be? You want me to admit defeat? That's not what I meant either. Fatty Zhu smiled in an extremely honest manner. In short, Brother Xiao, don't kill me. This Fatty still wants to live for a few more years. Go ahead. Fatty. Continue to pretend. Emo Qingtong sneered. Fatty Zhu of the Blazing Sun Empire's Giant Sword Sect. If Qingtong remembers correctly, he should be the son of the current Giant Sword sect master. Right? Damn Fatty. You even know this. Fatty Zhu laughed awkwardly. At this moment he suddenly pointed to the stage. There's a good show to watch this round. The supreme experts of the other groups have all gone up. After the battle between Hua Fan and Xiao Yunrong. In the new round of fierce battles, a few seated contestants finally appeared. Xiao Han's gaze focused. He thought to himself, I have to carefully watch and study the battles of the seated contestants. Xiao Han first saw one of the arenas, the battle of the seated contestant, Cheng Feng. This was an instant kill. Cheng Feng's opponent was also a powerful sect disciple who had reached the 4th level of true qi. However, Cheng Feng immediately used his ultimate technique, the Great Devil Flame Palm Print. A large area of space immediately darkened. The killing was intense, and in an instant, a deep pit the size of several acres was formed on the stage. His opponent was beaten into a meat patty. This Cheng Feng was indeed worthy of being a rogue cultivator who loved to kill. In a single exchange, he killed a person and let out a heart-wrenching laughter that made everyone's hair stand on end. Next was another seated contestant, the Crown Prince of Lingshan Empire. His true qi directly turned into a dragon and crushed his opponent's attack, causing him to kneel and beg for mercy. Tian Yuan of the Ocean Emperor sect of the Ocean God Empire pointed a finger, and an endless ocean storm swept out, annihilating his opponent's tide-like attack in an instant. He had no choice but to admit defeat. The most stunning was none other than Li Ziki. This Li Ziki had only opened 24 true acupoints, and was only at the 3rd level of true qi. His opponent had opened 39 true acupoints, and was at the peak of the 4th level of true qi. However, as soon as Li Ziki went up the stage, his entire body's essence, qi and spirit instantly rose, forming a starry sky above his head. He stepped on a planet and slowly rose into the sky. With a wave of his right hand, a ray of light that was far more beautiful than the mundane world pierced his opponent's throat at an indescribable speed. His opponent actually died without a single drop of blood. It was a flying dagger. Li Ziki's dagger directly surpassed his cultivation level to instantly kill. It forcefully defied the heavens, extinguishing all life and cutting off everything, not giving his opponent any hope. It was a killing move that could not be matched in the heavens and earth. The entire audience was silent as they watched Li Ziki elegantly leave the stage. Up until now, the most stunning person in the competition was none other than Li Ziki. His limelight had overshadowed the other seated contestants who had already appeared. Even some of the seated contestants in the group of death had expressions of fear and contemplation in their eyes. They seemed to be thinking about how they would block such an invulnerable flying dagger if it were them. This flying dagger is powerful, Xiao Han murmured. Ha. Mo Qingtong smiled but did not say anything. Fatty Zhu said. Brother Xiao, in fact this Li Ziki's flying dagger is too extreme. It focuses on killing in one strike, raising his essence, qi, spirit and life potential to the peak. If he can't kill in one strike then he'll be in danger. Oh? It seems that Brother Zhu is quite insightful. Xiao Han looked at Fatty Zhu. It's just us also. Fatty Zhu laughed foolishly. If I were to meet this Li Ziki I would either attack him before he does, or I would defend to the death and dodge his first strike. If it wasn't an arena, it would be even easier. I could just find a group of people to surround and attack him. Ah. As he spoke, his silly laughter changed and became extremely wretched. After a few rounds of competition, apart from the group of death, the contestants of the other groups had all appeared on stage and their respective victors and defeats had been decided. Apart from a few seated contestants, there were also some young people with great potential who attracted the cheers of the audience. Next, it was the turn of the group of death. According to the rules, the matches of the other groups would be held together at the same time. As for the matches of the group of death, they would be held one by one. After all, the contestants of the group of death were too valuable. It was inevitable that the audience would miss those classic duels if they were to compete together. It's our turn? Fatty Zhu's face was flushed and the fat on his face trembled. Mo Qingtong still had that charming and cold look on her face as she played with the number plate in her hand with a smile. As for the other people in the audience, they turned their gazes to the seats of the group of death on the east platform. They knew that the main event was about to begin. The entire arena became very quiet. Finally, the first round of the group of death. Contestant number 25987, Beacon Fire Empire's Pure Cloud Sect Disciple Xiao Han, versus contestant number 26002, Blazing Sun Empire's Shen Heaven Sect Disciple Jun Wuhua. Both parties please enter arena number 1000. The number plate in Xiao Han's hand sent out a voice notification. In the seats a few rows above Xiao Han, a man's number plate also sent out a voice notification. He also sent out a voice notification. It was Xiao Han's opponent. Blazing Sun Empire's Shen Heaven Sect Disciple Jun Wuhua. That person immediately stood up. Xiao Han stood up and looked back. Jun Wuhua was about 25 or 26 years old. His temperament was like that of a demon king descending to the world. The purplish-red rusty gold robe on his body was spotless, with a long silver cloak draped over him and a 3-inch wide belt around his waist. It was studded with jewels. His whole body was like a tide of true light, with 33 5-pointed star acupoints in his body. He was a person at the 4th level of true chi. Kid, come on up. I can't wait any longer. Jun Wuhua sneered. His figure turned into a stream of light and flashed directly into arena number 1000. Brother Xiao, you're really lucky to be the first to fight in the group of death. Moreover, you didn't meet any seated contestants. Fatty Zhu smiled innocently. He then said in a low voice, I've heard of this Jun Wuhua before. He's one of the few geniuses among the younger generation of the Shen Heaven sect in the Blazing Sun Empire. He's very arrogant and cultivates the 9 Heavens whirlwind technique. He's quite powerful. Brother Xiao, be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhu. Xiao Han also stood up, slightly stretched his body and directly flashed into arena number 1000. At this time in the Pure Cloud sect's camp, Senior Brother Xiao Han is fighting. The young woman who was at the True Chi realm clenched her fists nervously. Senior Brother Xiao Han's first opponent is at the 4th level of True Chi. It seems that his aura is very strong. He's not a weakling. Everyone, don't make a sound and watch carefully. Dong Fangqin said in a low voice. The void viewing platform. This was a temporary space that was very magical. In this void viewing platform, there were hundreds of experts with blazing auras. Each of their eyes had terrifying runes flashing. Every one of them was either a famous tycoon or a top-notch disciple of a sect. Wu Bai, Xiao Mingqiu and the Heaven's Devil Old Man sat together. Junior Brother Xiao Han is the first to fight in the group of death. Xiao Mingqiu was originally sitting lazily, but now he sat up straight. Heaven's Devil Old Man, look at my disciple's performance. Wu Bai smiled. And this young man is not ordinary. This old man wants to take a closer look. The Heaven's Devil Old Man's beard glowed and his eyes were filled with demonic aura. This young man has sealed his aura very tightly. Aha, interesting. At this time, the Great Sun Emperor opened his eyes. Xiao Mingqiu, our bet can take effect now. And? Wu Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Sure. Let's begin. I bet that Junior Brother Xiao Han will become the evil hero. Xiao Mingqiu looked at the Great Sun Emperor. Then what are we betting? Ha ha. Although Xiao Han had some fortuitous encounters, it is not enough for him to appear in the group of death. Not to mention becoming the evil hero, he can't even get a place in the main competition. My disciple Huolai is also in the group of death. If he encounters Xiao Han, he will be killed immediately. Xiao Mingqiu, listen carefully. Whoever loses will go and kill Demon Emperor Qinglin, with his Demon Emperor crystal as the wager. How about it? Do you dare to bet? Do you dare to kill Demon Emperor Qinglin? Hey, Great Sun Emperor, you dare to kill Demon Emperor Qinglin? I am afraid that you won't have the Demon Emperor crystal to compensate me if you lose. Xiao Mingqiu smiled. Xiao Mingqiu, you don't have to worry about this. The Dragon Bone Saint Blade beside the Great Sun Emperor said coldly. I'll bet. Why wouldn't I dare? Let's bet Demon Emperor Qinglin's Demon Emperor crystal. Xiao Mingqiu laughed. Xiao Mingqiu, don't be so confident. The Dragon Bone Saint Blade sneered. Let's not talk about whether Xiao Han can become the evil hero. His opponent in the first round of the preliminaries, Jun Wuhua, is not someone that Xiao Han can easily deal with. He might even be killed by Jun Wuhua. Bullsh *T. Xiao Mingqiu stretched his body. Arena number 1000. Xiao Han and his opponent, Jun Wuhua, stood opposite each other. Xiao Han's body was as calm as an ancient well. The power of his flesh shell and true meridians were sealed tightly. He was like an ordinary martial artist of the physical body realm. As for Jun Wuhua, the true energy in his entire body was surging like a tidal wave. His 33 pentagram true acupoints were sparkling and translucent, and they were releasing hurricanes. One after another, huge torrents of water flowed around the arena, scraping the ground and leaving cracks on it. Xiao Han, don't try to be mysterious. Maybe you took some elixir to seal your chi. Or are you trying to fool? It's useless. In the face of absolute strength, your tricks will only become a joke. Lose? Jun Wuhua said sternly. The first opponent is quite weak. Xiao Han smiled. Chapter 140. The matches in the group of death were especially well attended. Every match was held separately. This allowed the spectators and the almighties in the void spectator stands to carefully savor the process of every match in this group with the highest value. The first match of the group of death, Xiao Han against Jianghu Hua. Jianghu Hua was a famous young genius in the small circles of the Blazing Sun Empire. He cultivated the Nine Heavens Whirlwind technique, and his chi could turn into a hurricane that could tear apart giant beasts. Xiao Han was also somewhat famous in the Fire Beacon Empire. He was once wanted by the Fire Beacon Empire. Moreover, a large number of monsters had personally chased after him, but he managed to escape for 2 whole years. Not only did he not die, he even came back to participate in the preliminaries. He was quite a weirdo. However, Xiao Han made many of the audience speechless. There was not a single trace of chi in his body. Even his spirit and aura were extremely weak, like a martial artist of the physique realm. Woo 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 woo. On the stage, the hurricane wreaked havoc everywhere, causing the entire stage to shake. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, giving people the illusion that the sky was dark. Xiao Han still stood in the same place. He was like a small boat in the raging waves and could be destroyed at any time. I have to say my luck is not bad. In the first round of the group of death I met a piece of trash like you. This will allow me to smoothly enter the next round. Moreover, it will allow me to complete my warm-up, which will be very beneficial for the following tough battles. Jianghu Hua grinned. The next moment, die. Nine Heavens Whirlwind technique. Great whirlwind. Boom! On the stage, the hurricanes instantly merged, forming a giant whirlwind that was dozens of feet tall and several feet wide. It suddenly enveloped and swallowed Xiao Han. This giant whirlwind was going to destroy Xiao Han. Your strength is about the same as Han Shuitong's. 60% flesh shell power, break for me. Xiao Han released his spirit turtle chi, releasing 60% of his flesh shell power. Tens of thousands of golden lights pierced through the hurricane like arrows piercing through the clouds. Each golden light had profound and cryptic bone texts flashing and blossoming like flowers. The next moment, bang! The giant whirlwind exploded and shattered into pieces. Xiao Han walked out from within, pointing at the sky and stomping on the ground. His aura surged like the tide, and he was wrapped in a golden light. He was like a deity descending to the mortal world, or a savage beast descending to the mortal world. Get lost. Xiao Han's body moved slightly, and the pure power of his flesh tore through the air. In less than half a breath's time, he flashed directly in front of Jianghu Hua, and slapped out. Pa! Jianghu Hua was thrown more than 10 meters high. His body tumbled in the air as he spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Puchi! 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 His robes and cloak had been reduced to ashes. Bang! It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Instant kill. After defeating Jianghu Hua, Xiao Han retreated from the ring expressionlessly and channeled his spirit turtle true chi again, sealing up all of his presence. From the looks of it, he was just a young man with a low aptitude in the physical body realm. The audience was silent. After a short while, no way. Such a tyrannical body? Unbelievable. It's like an ancient mammoth running out of the wasteland. Too savage. His body could even withstand Jianghu Hua's true chi attack. Investigate this Xiao Han's background. I suspect that he is the descendant of some powerful tribe in the wasteland, and has inherited the bloodline of the barbarians. He did not even emit the slightest bit of true chi. Could it be that this guy only cultivates his body and not his true chi? Cloud Sect's camp. Senior brother Xiao Han is so strong. Instant kill. The young woman in the true chi realm had a flushed face, and her eyes were filled with admiration. This is just the beginning. The stronger part is yet to come. Fang Ling's expression was calm. On the void platform. What? In 2 years he managed to cultivate such an immortal body, and his body emitted a strong golden light. The Emperor of the Great Sun was slightly moved. Well done, Xiao Mingqiu. Did you find some kind of precious medicine or the precious blood of an ancient species to nourish Xiao Han's body? You really put in a lot of effort. But it's useless. I've seen too many physical body cultivators. I've also seen those who are stronger than Xiao Han. When they met with true Chi realm experts, all of them ended up dead. Xiao Mingqiu smiled without saying a word. Some of the experts present began to whisper and re-evaluate Xiao Han's battle strength. Xiao Han returned to the death group. He sat next to Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu. Brother Xiao, so you're a physical body cultivator. Your body is as strong as the sea, and you have hundreds of thousands of cauldrons of pure strength. Amazing, truly amazing. Fatty Zhu gave him a thumbs up. Mo Qingtong gently brushed her waterfall-like hair and said with a faint smile. Congratulations to Brother Xiao for your victory. However, Brother Xiao still has a trump card, right? Ha! Xiao Han deliberately smiled foolishly. I only have this much strength, there's nothing to hide. Only a ghost would believe you. Fatty Zhu was the first to speak. At this moment, a young man sitting a few rows above Xiao Han had starlight rolling around his body. His skin was a jade-like color, flowing with a soft and smooth luster. Even under his skin, there were faintly discernible runes and the word treasure. From inside out, he emitted a domineering and proud vitality. His blood qi was not inferior to the people of the great wilderness. He sneered and said provocatively, Xiao Han, I didn't expect you to be a physical body cultivator. Very good, very good. I Zhou Feng want to fight with you in the next round. Let's see who is the strongest physical body cultivator in this southern region qualifier. It was Zhou Feng from the Starry Hall. His body was tempered by starlight and he was at the 4th level of true qi. He was one of the top 10 seeded contestants. Xiao Han ignored him. He silently watched the battle. Xiao Han knew that there were a total of 340 contestants in the death group. They would fight each other in pairs and the winner would enter the next round. In other words, after defeating Jun Wuhua, Xiao Han had become one of the 170 winners in the first round. Next, the contestants of the death group went up to the arena to fight. The gold content of this group was indeed high, and some of the more classic battles had appeared. Not long after, it was the turn of the seeded contestant, Mo Qingtong. Mo Qingtong's first opponent was a youth from the Lingshan Empire who was at the peak of the 3rd level of true qi. The youth did not choose to admit defeat directly. Instead, he wanted to fight with his life on the line. He even used a special technique to burn his true qi, hoping to defeat Mo Qingtong and create the first big upset in this qualifier. But Mo Qingtong's strength was too strong, much stronger than anyone had imagined. She just hit the silver rings on her arms and made a decadent sound, the heavenly devil sound, which instantly made her opponent hallucinate and cut off his left hand. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed like pounding garlic. The battles of the other seeded contestants of the death group also went on without any suspense. All of them killed their opponents in seconds. They did not even have the chance to show their real combat strength. Their opponents were too weak. No, to be precise, they were too strong. The son of Dayo pointed with one finger and countless flames appeared in the void, burning his opponent to ashes. Xia Feng of Mingjian Villa shot out a sword qi from his right index finger. It distorted the space and easily shattered his opponent's true qi, forcing him to admit defeat willingly. Zhou Feng of Starry Hall used the same fighting style as Xiao Han. He threw his opponent out of the arena with pure physical strength. Qin Zhu, the 9-fingered zither devil, plucked the strings slightly and played a note. The beautiful note was like a sledgehammer, powerful and heavy, hammering his opponent into minced meat. The young woman, Ji Rushui, took out the wordless heavenly book and struck down a rock array. Not only did it trap her opponent, but the boulders also tumbled and destroyed her opponent's true qi. She almost died from the bombardment of the rocks. Fatty Zhu's opponent was a sect disciple at the 4th level of true qi. This fatty's fighting style was very wretched. His meatball-like body was as agile as an ape, rolling and jumping all over the arena to avoid his opponent's attacks. Suddenly, an obscure pressure came down from the sky above the arena. The next moment, a huge sword that was 60 feet long and several feet wide fell from the sky. Like a guillotine, it crushed his opponent into a bloody mist, leaving no bones behind. This made Fatty Zhu the strongest dark horse of the death group. Even the mighty figures in the void hurriedly re-evaluated Fatty Zhu's combat strength. After Fatty Zhu won, he returned to his seat with a silly smile. Brother Zhu, so you're actually so fierce? The more Xiao Han looked, the more he felt that this Fatty Zhu was wretched. Furthermore, he had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. In fact, his combat strength was extremely shocking. His attacks were also incomparably ruthless, not giving his opponent a way out. He directly crushed them with the huge sword. Brother Xiao, this fatty is just trying to make a living. If I meet Brother Xiao in the next round, I hope that Brother Xiao will show mercy and give this fatty a way out. Fatty Zhu laughed like a stupid pig. The first round of the death group competition had ended, producing 170 victors. After the next round there would be 85 victors. This would continue until there were 3 spots for the main competition. Without a doubt, the more the death group competition progressed, the more likely it was that there would be a classic battle between the seeded contestants. It was the turn of the other groups. Thousands of people swarmed onto the arena. Xiao Han saw Lu Feng, who had been beaten up by him, being defeated by a bladesman in this round. His left arm was chopped off and blood was flowing out. In this round, Xiao Yunrong's opponent was relatively difficult to deal with. She used her sword intent to win without any mishaps and entered the next round. Hui Yang's opponent was still relatively weak. After a few rounds, Hui Yang won and also entered the next round. Soon it was the turn of the death group competition again. In this round, the first to fight was still Xiao Han. And Xiao Han's opponent. Medicine King Valley's current strongest genius, Si Kongji. This Si Kongji was also not to be underestimated, bright and enchanting. He could refine 6 of the top 10 secret medicines of Medicine King Valley. He could be said to be a genius. Some of them could instantly increase one's combat strength, stimulate one's potential in all aspects, and transcend the mortal realm. Xiao Han against Si Kongji. There was a commotion in the audience seats. In the Pure Rain sect camp, Dong Fangqin and Fang Ling looked at each other. Junior brother Xiao Han finally encountered a strong opponent. This Si Kongji is only a little weaker than the seeded contestants. In Medicine King Valley he is regarded as a genius. It's nothing. In short, he will encounter a strong opponent. He can't keep fighting the weak. Sooner or later just watch the competition. Let's see how junior brother Xiao Han deals with it. In the void stands. Jir is going to fight. An old man with white hair and a youthful face, with skin as tender as a baby's, purple clouds rolling above his head, and runes flashing in his eyes, smiled proudly. Wu, I'm sorry, the young man under your sect, Xiao Han, is going to fail and be eliminated by Jir. However, Jir has always disliked killing, so Xiao Han can live and won't die in the arena. Haha, old man Gongsun, it's still unknown who will win. Wu smiled faintly and immediately said, Old man Gongsun, I Wu am here to propose a marriage for you. Xiao Han has some emotional entanglements with the 2 female disciples of Medicine King Valley. After this preliminaries, let the 2 female disciples marry into the Pure Rain sect, and be with Xiao Han. The old man was stunned, and then immediately waved his hand. Let's talk about it after this battle. Sect leader Wu, after this battle, Xiao Han will lose and lose face. What right does he have to propose marriage to the female disciples of Medicine King Valley? The Emperor of Great Sun said sarcastically. A piece of trash who fights by swallowing pills? Junior brother Xiao Han doesn't care about them, Xiao Mingchu said lazily. What genius? In the end, I'm afraid he will die from taking pills. In the arena, Xiao Han and Si Kongji faced off. Si Kongji was wearing a light yellow robe, and his face was like jade. He was very handsome and there was a look of arrogance in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Han sideways and his tone sounded like he was giving alms. You are Xiao Han of the Pure Rain sect? What is your relationship with Qingtong? Do you know how rude you are? How dare you sit next to Qingtong so casually? This makes me very angry, do you know? I, Si Kongji, have always been kind and don't like to kill people. But this matter is enough for me to kill you. I have to say, I don't like you. Haha. Xiao Han laughed awkwardly. You might be stronger than the one just now. However, you better put away your sense of superiority. I also want to say something. I also don't like the look of you. You're like a pile of stinky dog shit. To be continued. Chapter 141. Xiao Han and Si Kongji had yet to fight, but they were already bickering with each other. It seemed like they would not stop until one of them was dead. Trash. You think you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Jun Wu Hua? Ridiculous. Let me show you what a true genius looks like. Si Kongji was completely overbearing. In his body, there were 37 true meridians shining brightly like stars. At this moment, rays of light shot out. Strangely, there was actually smoke rolling within the rays of light. This smoke emitted a strong medicinal smell that could not be dispersed. It rose into the sky like smoke signals. Soon the entire arena was covered by the smoke. It was a light yellow medicinal smoke and the smell was very strange. Ancient and cryptic words appeared in the yellow smoke, as if describing some kind of medicinal theory. A pill furnace the size of a few acres slowly rose from Si Kongji's head. Si Kongji's voice became very noble and cold, as if he had everything under control. The first secret medicine is called tortoise snake entanglement. Once a little bit of the medicinal smoke seeps into the pores of the skin, the whole body will be entangled and unable to move. Xiao Han experienced the beauty of this medicine. Xiao Han stood in the yellow medicinal smoke, not moving an inch. On the spectator stand, amazing! I finally understand why Si Kongji is called the strongest young genius in the Valley of Medicine Masters. This is not to say that he is very good at concocting medicine, but he is able to find a way to combine all kinds of secret medicines with his qi, making it impossible to defend against. If one is not careful, they will fall into his trap. My body suddenly became very heavy, as if it was tightly entangled and strangled by something. I can't move, like a piece of meat on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Xiao Han secretly savored. The next moment, boom! Releasing the power of the flesh shell. 60%. Golden rays of light spread out from Xiao Han's body, and the sound of Sanskrit could be heard. Bang! Xiao Han's body moved slightly, and the powerful flesh shell made a loud sound, as if a mountain was collapsing. The indestructible golden body rolled, evaporating and dispelling all the medicine on his body. Insignificant skill. Xiao Han roared and pounced on Si Kongji. He's not affected by the tortoise snake entanglement? Si Kongji was shocked, but there wasn't much panic in his voice, showing the demeanor of an expert. The second secret medicine, spirit movement powder. In an instant, Si Kongji's movement speed rose explosively. With his hands behind his back, he drifted about the arena like a cloud, formless and impossible to capture. He strolled leisurely, admiring the moon and flowers. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Han used the pure strength of his body to run unhindered, chasing after Si Kongji all over the stage. However, Si Kongji's godly movement powder had an explosive increase in speed, causing Xiao Han to miss a few times. His violent strength smashed into the air, creating sonic booms, but he couldn't hit Si Kongji. Yes, Xiao Han, let's end this. Si Kongji was calm and composed. His whole body was surrounded by the fragrance of medicine as he said slowly. The third secret medicine, the Dragon Tiger Elephant Strength Pill, increases strength. The fourth secret medicine, the Blazing Sun Immortal Burning Pill, adds fire damage to attacks. Great palm of metal bones. A palm the size of a few acres appeared on top of Si Kongji's head. The 5 fingers of the palm were as heavy as a towering mountain, and its strength could topple mountains and overturn seas. Furthermore, the palm was burning with true fire that could burn mountains and boil seas. In the void, spectators stand. Interesting. A true qi cultivation technique that isn't that powerful in itself, but with the use of a secret medicine, it increases its strength and adds fire damage. This is equivalent to raising the quality of this true qi cultivation technique. It multiplies its power. There seems to be no more suspense in this match. Si Kongji will win. The only thing to watch is whether Xiao Han will lose and not die, and escape with his life. An old man with an aura as vast as the sea, his eyes flashing with the light of the moon, said confidently. Sect leader Wu, quickly get your disciple to admit defeat and beg for mercy. That way he can live. Otherwise he will die from Jier's great palm of metal bones. The valley leader of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Old Man Gong's son, stroked his beard and smiled, looking extremely pleased. The Emperor of Japan let out a cold laugh. No matter how good his shell is, what's the use? When he meets a true expert, won't he just stretch out his neck and wait to be killed? King Wu laughed but did not say anything. In the arena. Boom. Si Kongji used the great palm of metal bones and slammed it towards Xiao Han. The great palm of metal bones that had been enhanced by 2 secret medicines could literally sweep through the 3,000 worlds, covering the sky and collapsing the ancient times. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Xiao Han used the pure strength of his shell and his indestructible golden body to take the hit. He was forced to retreat continuously, and the golden light around his body dimmed. The strength is really great. I used my shell and indestructible golden body to block it, but I almost couldn't block it. With every step Xiao Han took, a huge pit appeared under his feet, and dust rose to the sky. Si Kongji's heart surged with a very subtle sense of satisfaction, as if he had Xiao Han's life in his hands. He continuously activated the great palm of metal bones and slammed it down on Xiao Han. Let's see how many hits he can take. No matter how strong his shell is, it must be destroyed. Xiao Han did not take the second hit. It was too late, but it was too fast. Shio. The 28 acupoints on Xiao Han's body were instantly unsealed, and streams of icy light shot out. In an instant, the entire arena was frozen as if it was an ice house. Pieces of ice crystals fell down, and a thick layer of ice immediately formed on the arena. A hornless dragon that was over a dozen feet long appeared. Xiao Han stepped on the hornless dragon and shuttled around the arena. He turned into a white light and dodged the pursuit of the great palm of metal bones. Exclamations of surprise immediately rang out from the spectator stands. Xiao Han, this kid is also amazing. I originally thought that he only focused on refining his shell, but who would have thought that his true chi cultivation is also not bad. He opened 28 acupoints and reached the 3rd level of true chi. This duel is truly exciting. In the Pure Rain sect's camp. Hornless Dragon Profound Ice True Chi? I didn't expect junior brother Xiao Han to successfully cultivate this true chi. But that's not right. Junior brother Xiao Han originally cultivated the Spirit Tortoise True Chi, which can conceal his own aura and seal his acupoints. But now he did not disperse the Spirit Tortoise True Chi. Why? Why did he successfully cultivate the Hornless Dragon Profound Ice True Chi? Cultivating 2 types of true chi at the same time. But his acupoints did not break because of the collision of the 2 types of true chi. Fong Ling was also shocked. Looks like junior brother Xiao Han's trump card is not as simple as we thought. On the void viewing platform. The head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Old Man Gong's son, suddenly froze as if a fetus had died in the womb. Old Man Wu and Xiao Mingchu looked at each other and smiled. The heavenly demon Old Man nodded repeatedly. Interesting, true body dual cultivation. A rare true body dual cultivation. It's not that simple. The other powerful beings said in unison. This kid Xiao Han is definitely not a simple true body dual cultivation. He actually cultivated 2 types of true chi. He is not afraid of the collision of the 2 types of true chi. He can use both types of true chi with ease, like a fish in water. The Emperor of Japan's face darkened, his heart filled with hatred. This kid Xiao Han has too many secrets. Not only does he have the secrets of the demon race, but he is also able to cultivate 2 types of true chi at the same time. We must capture this kid and interrogate him. In the arena. The 5th secret medicine, Powder of Indestructible Defense. Increased defense. Si Kongji's entire body was filled with medicinal chi, using a defensive secret medicine to defend against the falling snowflakes and the freezing cold air. At this moment, Xiao Han stood on the dragon's head, his entire aura suddenly changed. The Emperor's chi fragments that were produced after the Emperor's force was shattered emitted waves of powerful aura, completely strengthening Xiao Han's body. Although these chi fragments did not evolve into any true chi techniques, they were still able to allow Xiao Han to use the first few stances of the Emperor's divine fist, and it was even more exquisite than before. Xiao Han's aura became like that of a king, looking down on all life, almost as if he was the only one in the world. The entire arena was in a whirlwind. The Emperor's conquest directly tore through the air, causing all living things to crawl in all directions. Hong. Xiao Han jumped down from the dragon's head, and with a movement of his body, he had already caught up to Si Kongji, who was drifting around the arena. Peng. A slap landed. The pure strength of his flesh caused the space within a radius of tens of feet to shrink and collapse. There was even the sound of an elephant's trumpeting. Puchi. The secret medicine Powder of Indestructible Defense, on the surface of Si Kongji's body, began to crack inch by inch. Peng. Xiao Han's hands continued to strike. The cracks on the light barrier became deeper and deeper. It was a shocking sight. Finally, Puchi. The light barrier shattered. Xiao Han slapped Si Kongji's face, causing all his teeth to shatter. His entire body was sent flying, rolling non-stop. Xiao Han took a step forward, grabbed Si Kongji's falling body with both hands, and threw him towards the ground. Si Kongji's entire body was completely embedded into the ground, creating a deep human-shaped pit. Dust and debris flew everywhere. In the spectator stands, many people stood up and stared at Xiao Han, dumbfounded, with their eyes wide open. Even in the group of death, many people stood up. Brother Xiao really hid his strength well. That fist technique just now, that aura, TSK, dominating the world, nothing more than that. Fatty Zhu swallowed his saliva. Fatty better not fight against Brother Xiao, otherwise, it's hard to say. Mo Qingtong smiled lightly. He said in a low voice, Brother Xiao, is this your full strength? I'm afraid it's more than that. A few of the seated players frowned slightly when they looked at Xiao Han. However, Zhou Feng, who had been tempered by the stars, shook his head slightly. Indeed, you have many trump cards and hundreds of tricks, but if this is all you have, then it's not enough. It can only be said that it's a little tricky. But it's not a problem to kill him. On the void spectator stand. What, he actually actually cultivated such a fist technique? Old Man Gong, son of the Medicine King Valley, was both shocked and angry. Sect leader Wu, this fist technique doesn't seem to belong to your pure cloud sect. This. Xiao Han had his own fortuitous encounter. Wu Yu smiled lightly. Then he spoke again. Old Man Gong's son, Xiao Han, showed mercy and did not kill Si Kongji directly. Then I've heard Xiao Han mention the two outer sect female disciples of the Medicine King Valley. One is called Lan Shirong, the other is called Jing Yanxue. Marry Xiao Han. You really know how to choose. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue are known as two of the four great beauties of the Medicine King Valley. Old Man Gong's son's face was ashen as he glared at Wu Yu. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue have already been betrothed to Crown Prince Emo Zhen as concubines. Sect leader Wu, stop your wishful thinking. At this moment, the Emperor of the Fire Beacon Empire laughed coldly. Wu Yu looked deeply at the Emperor of the Fire Beacon Empire. Emo Chen, do you want your country to perish? A sharp gaze that could sweep through everything burst out from the jet-black eyes. Wu Yu, you dare to threaten me? The Emperor's face turned pale. A few experts quickly came out to mediate. It's fine. If Xiao Han can meet Crown Prince Emo Zhen in this preliminary round, then Xiao Han will naturally know what to do. Wu Yu retracted his sharp aura and smiled lightly. Haha, brother Wu, look at you. After so many years, your temper still hasn't changed. The Heavenly Devil old man chuckled. Xiao Mingchu laughed. Senior Heavenly Devil, sect leader has been very kind in recent years. Otherwise there would be people lying on the ground just now. I believe that. The Heavenly Devil old man agreed. The Emperor of the Fire Beacon Empire was furious. Don't be too proud. If Xiao Han meets Emo Zhen, he will definitely die. Alright, stop arguing. An old man with a strong aura waved his hand. Xiao Han's battle strength is close to that of the top 10 seeded contestants. He cultivates in both true and physical body, cultivating two types of true qi at the same time. He also cultivates in a fist technique that focuses on power and not on technique. All of this is recorded. Let's observe a few more rounds and see how much potential this youth has. A few old men took out pen and paper at the same time and carefully recorded. Obviously, Xiao Han's performance today had gained their attention. To be continued. Chapter 142. After defeating Si Kongji, Xiao Han became the first contestant in the group of death to enter the top 85. Of course, there was still a long way to go before reaching the top 3. Moreover, the more he progressed, the more ferocious his opponents would be. He might even encounter a seated contestant. Xiao Han did not feel complacent at all and returned to his seat calmly. As soon as he returned to his seat, Xiao Han saw many contestants in the group of death looking at him with deep fear. However, a few seated contestants were still somewhat disdainful. Crown Prince Huolai looked at Xiao Han with a sinister smile, as if he was looking at a plump prey. Super Sword Cultivator Xia Feng closed his eyes to rest and nurture his sword intent, as if he did not care about anything. Even Emo Zhen looked at Xiao Han with a provocative and stupid gaze. Xiao Han glanced around, ignored everyone's attention and sat down calmly. Moreover, Xiao Han no longer concealed himself. He released 60% of his flesh shell strength and aura. His entire body was covered in golden light and his 28 true acupoints were shining brightly. Brother Xiao, you are indeed powerful, a dark horse in the group of death. Fatty Zhu said with a fawning tone, Brother Xiao, you've defeated the Medicine King Valley's Si Kongji. You've completely risen to fame. Brother Zhu is the biggest dark horse in the group of death, right? Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. You flatter me, you flatter me. I am far inferior to Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, you still have some trump cards, right? Fatty Zhu's eyes flickered. I don't. I have already exposed all my cards. Xiao Han shrugged. Really? Fatty Zhu asked cautiously. Xiao Han did not say anything more to Fatty Zhu. The competition of the group of death continued. The contestants who could advance to the second round of the group of death were indeed extraordinary. In the second round, Mo Qingtong encountered a formidable opponent. It was a young swordsman from the 8 Desolate Palace. He was at the 4th level of true qi and had comprehended the blade intent that could only be encountered by chance. The attention this battle received was far greater than the battle between Xiao Han and Si Kongji. The young bladesman from the 8 Desolate Palace had an extremely sharp aura. His blade aura was like a ferocious dragon. Every slash of his blade tore through the sky. The golden blade aura caused the ground to crack and even the air to crack. The The saber chi contained strands of saber intent that surpassed the speed of sound by several times. Could even kill ghosts and immortals. Xiao Han watched the battle with rapt attention. Let's see how Mo Qingtong deals with the saber artist's domineering saber momentum. Because Xiao Han was also a swordsman, he might encounter Mo Qingtong. At that time, the scene might be like the duel between this sabersman and Mo Qingtong. However, the battle between the bladesman and Mo Qingtong soon ended. Mo Qingtong displayed the heavenly devil great world. The entire arena fell into complete darkness and silence. The air in all directions withered, and all the saber lights twisted and deformed. Even the ethereal saber intent changed its trajectory, flying back at the bladesman. The swordsman felt like he was trapped in a nightmare. He had no ability to resist at all. His right arm was pierced by his own sword intent. His sword fell to the ground and he fell to his knees, wailing loudly. Many illusions actually appeared in his mind, and his emotions collapsed. He was defeated. Mo Qingtong defeated a bladesman at the 4th level of true chi who had comprehended the saber intent in an instant. In an instant, Mo Qingtong was in the limelight and almost became the #1 figure in the preliminaries. She was too strong. Even the mighty figures in the void were full of praise for Mo Qingtong. This is the heavenly devil great world? It's terrifying. As a swordsman who has comprehended the saber essence, his willpower is very strong, and it is impossible for him to be disturbed by external forces. However, the great demonic world has actually distorted the swordsman's willpower, and even his mind has been defeated. Xiao Han frowned deeply. If I encounter Mo Qingtong, how should I deal with her? Of course, Xiao Han believed that if he used illusory movement and sky demon investiture together, he might be able to contend with Mo Qingtong's heavenly devil great world. But that was his last trump card. He couldn't use it easily under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Otherwise, the Almighty in the void might find trouble with him. However, the shock and amazement created by Mo Qingtong was soon overshadowed by Mingjianvilla's Xia Feng. In this round, Xia Feng's opponent was Qin Zhu. 9-fingered zither devil Qin Zhu. One of the top 10 seeded contestants. The duel between Xia Feng and Qin Zhu could be said to be the most important duel in this preliminaries so far. A direct conversation between the two seeded contestants. The atmosphere suddenly became heated. In the spectator stands their blood was boiling. Even the Almighty in the void stared with their eyes wide open. Qin Zhu was indeed one of the top 10 seeded contestants. He played a divine tune with his 9 fingers. The rhythm and true chi combined to create a 300-foot-tall ancient giant. This giant was like a peerless demon king. He stepped on demonic clouds, his head was above the vault of heaven. His hands were like hooks, tearing the vault of heaven apart. However, Xiafeng only needed one strike to shatter the giant demon. Xiafeng drew his sword. His temperament suddenly changed. He turned into a sharp, unsheathed sword, about to pierce the vault of heaven and kill the immortals. 81 long rivers of sword chi surged above his head. It was the heavenly flying immortal. In almost a breath's time, Xia Feng slashed out thousands of swords. Each sword was faster and fiercer than the one before. Each sword was in harmony with the heavenly Tao. Each sword was the work of the gods. Each sword was the ultimate release of Qi. One slash against 1,000 swords and the 1,000 swords were like one sword. Xia Feng cut through the giant demon like a butcher dismembering an ox. The next moment, Qin Zhu's true Qi turned into Xia Feng's sword intent, turning Qin Zhu into dust. Not even a scrap was left. Xia Feng sheathed his sword. There was a smile on his face. It was like the smile of a sword god. The audience was dead silent. It was like a graveyard. They were both seated contestants, but Qin Zhu was killed by Xia Feng. This enchantress of Mingjian Villa had slept for a full 4 years. When she woke up, she was a genius swordsman. Now her name had completely shaken the mountains and rivers. The arrogant crown prince Hualai's eyes were filled with fear. He hoped that he would not meet Xia Feng early. Otherwise it would be a battle of life and death. Xiao Han observed the expressions of the seated contestants in the death group. Mo Qingtong was slightly moved and Zhou Feng swallowed his saliva. Only the young woman, Ji Rushui, seemed to be immersed in her own world. Her gentle face was filled with sorrow. Fatty Zhu was beside Xiao Han. His face was pale. This round of the group of death had ended. 85 advanced contestants were born. The wretched Fatty Zhu, like in the previous round, swung his giant sword while dodging his opponent's attack. He crushed his opponent into a bloody mist and advanced to the next round. The tournament entered a short rest period. A large number of waiters rushed into the arena, serving delicacies and pastries to the contestants and spectators. Two young women carried trays and walked to Xiao Han's side. They offered the delicious pastries and fragrant tea with both hands. Xiao Han accepted the food and thanked them. One of the young women bowed to Xiao Han. This young hero is Xiao Han of the Pure Rain sect. Young hero Xiao? Yes, I am Xiao Han. Xiao Han nodded. That's right. The young woman moved her mouth to Xiao Han's ear and whispered, Sect Master Wu asked me to pass a message to young hero Xiao. Your proposal to Medicine King Valley's Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue has been obstructed by the Fire Beacon Empire's royal family. Sect Master Wu said that if young hero Xiao meets Fire Beacon Empire's Crown Prince Mo Zhen, please kill or cripple him. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. At this time, the other maids also took the opportunity to pass on some private messages to the contestants. Crown Prince Mo Zhen, His Majesty Mo Qin said that if you meet Pure Rain Sect's Xiao Han, please kill him. Do not show mercy. One of the maids passed on the message to Crown Prince Mo Zhen. Young hero Hualai, Your Excellency the Emperor of Japan, I have a message for you. If you meet the Pure Cloud Sect's Xiao Han, during the duel, you are to interrogate him about certain matters. A servant girl passed the message to the Crown Prince. The maid retreated. Xiao Han turned back to look at Crown Prince Mo Zhen. Xiao Han, you still want to touch Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue? These two female disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, this Crown Prince has seen them before. They are indeed beauties that can cause the downfall of a nation. Since you want to get your hands on them, then this Crown Prince has no choice but to bring them into my harem as concubines. But it doesn't matter. After all this time you will definitely die. Crown Prince Mo Zhen looked at Xiao Han coldly. I also hope that in the next round, we will be able to meet on the arena. Xiao Han said indifferently. Killing intent surged in his heart. After a short break, many of the participants and spectators had tasted the delicious pastries, and the competition continued. It was now the turn of the other groups. For the other groups, Xiao Han focused on the other seated participants, as well as Xiao Yunrong and Huolan, whom he knew. Several seeded contestants won their matches without any surprises and advanced to the next round. Xiao Yunrong encountered a strong opponent. They fought fiercely for 100 moves. In the end, Xiao Yunrong cut a sword mark on her opponent's left cheek with her sword intent. Blood dripped from the wound. Xiao Yunrong won and entered the top 40 of her group. However, Xiao Yunrong had used all her skills and was almost exhausted. It was a Pyrrhic victory, and it was hard to say whether she could advance to the next round. Next was Huolan. Her situation was almost the same as Xiao Yunrong's. Huolan also won by a narrow margin. Moreover, Huolan managed to get the victory by exchanging injuries with her opponent and entered the top 40 of her group. When she retreated from the duel, she was vomiting blood and many were worried. Xiao Han also broke into a cold sweat for her. Soon it was the turn of the death group again. Now, there were 85 participants left in the death group and they were going to fight in pairs. However, there was an odd number, so a free participant was drawn first. Xia Feng of Mingjian Villa was drawn as a free participant. This made almost all the participants in the death group breathe a long sigh of relief. The first to fight in the death group was still Xiao Han. His opponent for this round was randomly selected. It turned out to be a seeded player, Zhou Feng of Starry Hall. This time the audience was in an uproar. After defeating Si Kongji, the peerless genius of Medicine King Valley, Xiao Han was known as a dark horse in the death group. His strength was evaluated as close to a seeded player, but still a little behind. As long as he did not encounter a seeded player, it was still very likely to compete for a place in the main competition. However, he encountered a seeded player in the match for the top 42 out of the 85, Zhou Feng. The sound of discussion rose and fell in succession in the audience seats. Cloud Sect Camp, oh no. Junior brother Xiao Han encountered one of the top 10 seeded players in advance. Dong Fangqin's face changed slightly. Let's wait and see. It's not completely hopeless. Fang Ling's face did not look too good. I have to say junior brother Xiao Han's luck is slightly bad. Meeting a seeded player so early, even if he can win, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. It will consume too much of his chi and essence, which is very disadvantageous for the following tough battles. Void spectators stand. Ah. Sect leader Wu Xiaohan's path ends here. The Sun Emperor laughed, but there was some regret. It's a pity that Xiao Han encountered Zhou Feng and not my disciple Huolai. However, Zhou Feng is also a bloodthirsty person. He will not let Xiao Han have an easy time. Lord Wu smiled faintly and did not speak. Xiao Mingchu's eyes revealed an expression of contemplation. An old man with a strong aura, his eyes flashing with light and runes. This battle is destined to be very exciting. Xiao Han's flesh is tyrannical, and he is a physical dual cultivator. As for Zhou Feng, he uses starlight to temper his body, and is almost immortal. He is known as the #1 physical dual cultivator in the Blazing Sun Empire. Furthermore, Zhou Feng is also a physical dual cultivator, and his chi is at the 4th level. Once the refining star demon slaying blade is used, both ghosts and gods will be destroyed. In many ways, Xiao Han is very similar to Zhou Feng. This battle is very interesting. Everyone watch the battle. Ha! This old man can't wait. Both of them entered the arena. Entering the arena. It's time to fight. Another old man stroked his beard and laughed. To be continued. Chapter 143. Xiao Han and Zhou Feng stood opposite each other on the stage. Prepare for battle. The entire Sunset Mountain quietened down. Many powerful beings on the viewing platform raised their heads and looked forward to the battle. Xiao Han steadily released 60% of his body's power and opened his 28 true meridians. He quietly watched Zhou Feng. Xiao Han naturally knew that Zhou Feng was the strongest opponent he had met in the preliminaries so far. Zhou Feng was one of the top 10 seeded contestants. These 10 seeded contestants were not given by him, nor were they boasted by some busybody. They were the result of the evaluation of many powerful beings. They were very valuable. At this moment, Zhou Feng was not in a hurry to make a move. He quietly looked at Xiao Han, calm and unruffled, as if he was studying his prey. It even felt like a cat toying with a mouse. In fact, although Zhou Feng's body was strong, his temperament was not fierce. On the contrary, he was very elegant and at ease. His skin was like jade, shining brightly. There were specks of starlight overflowing on the surface of his skin. He was like a light source, emitting bright starlight. If one looked carefully, they could even see the blood vessels and bones under his skin. He was like a transparent person, flawless and untainted. His blood vessels were surging with a sky full of stars, and his bones were as noble as a precious bone. There were faint runes and the word treasure intertwining. On top of Zhou Feng's head, there was a pattern of a starry night. The starlight was hazy, the stars were clear like water, and the golden stars were shining. He was only in his 20s. Even Xiao Han had to admit that he was an outstanding person. The 36 flashing true meridians in his body told the world that he was not only a body cultivator, but also a demon at the 4th level of true chi. Xiao Han. Zhou Feng smiled. Look, everyone is paying attention to the battle between us. Do you know why this is? Because you are like me. You are really like me. Ha! Xiao Han was stunned. We are both body cultivators and we have both open true meridians. We are both true body cultivators. Zhou Feng smiled confidently as if he had everything under control. It was as if he was standing on a high ground and commenting on something. When I see you, it is like I see my own shadow. But a shadow is still a shadow. I was born on a starry night. When I was still a baby, my body could automatically absorb starlight to temper my body. The Almighty of the Starry Hall told me that I was born with a starry physique. Out of 10 billion people, there might not even be one with a starry physique. But I am. Therefore, when I was 7 years old, I was invulnerable to swords and spears, 100 poisons and 100 diseases. Zhou Feng spoke frankly with assurance. Hua! Countless spectators cheered one after another. They knew that Zhou Feng was not boasting or exaggerating. He was merely stating a fact. Many of the grand cultivators in the spectator stands nodded silently after hearing Zhou Feng's words. Xiao Han, that's why I said that your body is not as strong as mine. That's because you've cultivated a body refining technique while I'm born with a star constitution. As for true chi, you're at level 3 while I'm at level 4. Zhou Feng shrugged. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? Xiao Han pondered for a moment, then laughed heartily. It was like the moment when the sun pierced through the dark clouds, clearing away the darkness and revealing the true light. You said so much just to destroy my fighting spirit. But it was no use. At least it was no use to me. I was born a lowly person and was only a living target. 2 years ago, I was even chased by the endless demon heroes. But I've walked step by step to where I am today. It's not easy to fight against geniuses like you. I think there's nothing that can erase my fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Genius? Zhou Feng, you are indeed a genius. But there are trillions of people in the true martial continent. There is no lack of geniuses. What's the use of being a genius? The one who can fight to the end is the winner. Geniuses are meant to be stepped on. Zhou Feng, put away your sense of superiority. Today I will break your bones. I will slap your face. The whole place was silent. On the spectator stands, Wu Li could not help but laugh. The heavenly devil old man also nodded repeatedly. Good. You're really stubborn. Then I will be the one to smash your bones. Zhou Feng was furious after being scolded by Xiao Han. His aura rose steadily. Rays of starlight burst out from his skin. His body grew taller inch by inch. His blood qi was violent and blazing. Soon, Zhou Feng's body grew to over 2 meters tall at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stars were attached to his body, shining brightly. The starlight on his body grew brighter and brighter, causing the rest of the arena to be pitch black. It was as if he was the only source of light. Xiao Han, I will use the power of my flesh to smash you. Zhou Feng took a step forward, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Bang! Suddenly, a golden light surged out from the dark arena. The golden light was scorching hot, its radiance illuminating the world. Xiao Han also took a step forward. Under the activation of the indestructible golden body, a solemn Sanskrit chant resounded around him. The two of them were like two huge beasts clashing. The whole spectator stands were boiling with excitement. The battle had yet to begin, but the aura of both sides had already reached a peak. The participants of the death group were also staring at the arena without blinking, afraid of missing any details. Shatter. Zhou Feng finally unleashed a punch. This was a pure punch. There was nothing fancy about it, nor was there any technique. However, it was like a flying meteor. The surface of the fist was covered in resplendent starlight. This punch exploded, causing the stars to tremble. Terrifying sounds of stars disintegrating could be heard from all directions, reverberating unceasingly. Bang! Xiao Han also unleashed a punch. This punch was no small matter. Similarly, it was an eruption of pure strength, akin to the trampling of 10,000 elephants. Puchi. The two of them collided head-on with their fists. The arenas in all directions were exploding. Xiao Han retreated 5 steps. With every step he retreated, a ghastly hole appeared. As for Zhou Feng, he did not retreat a single step. It was obvious that Zhou Feng had the upper hand in a battle of pure strength between the two body cultivators. He was indeed worthy of being the #1 body cultivator in the Blazing Sun Empire. As for the current Xiao Han, as he retreated, his mind was making the most accurate calculations. This star physique is indeed too powerful. It might not be any weaker than the younger generation of the powerful barbarian tribes in the Great Desolate. I have gone through 100 times gravity training in the ancient village. In addition to my indestructible golden body, I was at a complete disadvantage when I used 60% of my strength to fight against Zhou Feng. That one punch caused my internal organs to tumble, my bones to crack, and my skin to crack. His pure strength should be equivalent to 80% of the strength of my flesh shell. Of course, I can't guarantee that he didn't conceal his strength like me. Of course, Xiao Han had only released 60% of his flesh shell strength. Thus, he was unable to activate the indestructible golden body to its limit. He was also unable to reflect 10% of Zhou Feng's attack back. However, after Xiao Han was slightly injured from that punch, the indestructible golden body immediately nourished his injured body and absorbed a portion of the strength from Zhou Feng's punch to nourish Xiao Han's flesh shell. This allowed Xiao Han to produce a new strength. Just one punch actually increased Xiao Han's strength by 1,000 ding. This is great. This Zhou Feng is simply the best candidate for me to refine my body. Ordinary opponents with insufficient strength would not be able to help me refine my body. This Zhou Feng TSK. This is him. He can be said to be perfect. Xiao Han completely sealed the newly increased strength and only released 60% of his flesh shell strength. He took the initiative to rush forward. Again? This kid's blood and chi are really vigorous like a wild beast. I used 90% of my strength in that punch just now, but it still did not shatter him. However, his strength has already been suppressed by me. Zhou Feng knew the strength of Xiao Han's flesh shell like the back of his hand. Bang! With another punch, Zhou Feng pushed Xiao Han back. Again. Xiao Han wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were scarlet red. Like a scoundrel, he rushed towards Zhou Feng again. Bang! Another punch pushed him back. However, Xiao Han only retreated. He was obviously injured, but he was able to quickly nourish his injured body and recover his vitality and combat strength. It was as if he could not be defeated. Again. Your strength is not enough to shatter me. It's just like tickling me. Xiao Han rushed towards Zhou Feng again. Reckless. Force me to use my full strength. Fine. One punch to shatter. Zhou Feng was also enraged. He took a step forward and punched with his right fist. This punch created a giant tornado that surged and surged like a giant dragon. It had a terrifying intent that could break the space and touch the group of immortals. Puchi. Xiao Han was pushed back more than 10 steps. The golden light around his body was almost scattered. Blood spurted out from his mouth. He squatted down and supported himself with both hands. This is his full strength. It hurts me, but it's very satisfying. With this level of strength, my body tempering is getting smoother and more comfortable. The audience seats. Are you kidding me? Xiao Han was beaten up as soon as he came up. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. Isn't the disparity in strength too big? In fact, I should have predicted this result before this duel. If Xiao Han doesn't admit defeat, even an Iron Man will be beaten to death if this continues. Pure Rain Sect's camp. Junior brother Fong, what do you think? Dong Fangqin looked at Fong Ling. Fong Ling's face revealed a look of reminiscence. After a few breaths, he murmured, I remember something. When junior brother Xiao Han just entered the outer sect, he was fighting with an outer sect disciple. At that time it was just a child's play fight. But I just happened to pass by and saw junior brother Xiao Han being sent flying again and again by that outer sanctum disciple. But in the end, junior brother Xiao Han seemed to become more and more spirited and vigorous as he fought. I wonder if it will be the same today. The void spectators stand. Ha ha ha. The Emperor of Beacon Fire Empire laughed loudly. He was in a very good mood. Good fight. Good fight. I hope to see Xiao Han beaten to death by Zhou Feng's fists. Smash all his bones. That's more satisfying. The Great Re-Emperor and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade looked at each other and smiled. Xiaoming Chu frowned. Sect Master, junior brother Xiao Han's flesh power is obviously not limited to this. I'm very clear about this. But I am very curious. Why does he keep suppressing it and only release 60% of his flesh power? He would rather be beaten here. What does this mean? Wooly smiled. Let's continue watching. I can feel that Xiao Han's life force is hidden. It seems that he has something up his sleeves. He is not being beaten for nothing. His body refining technique seems to be very mystical. On the stage. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Feng used all his strength and punched Xiao Han's body dozens of times like a sandbag. Xiao Han was sent flying and a huge pit was formed on the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air. The audience was dead silent. The contestant seats of the death group. This is too terrifying. Fatty Zhu swallowed his saliva repeatedly. Mo Qing Tong snorted coldly. Zhou Feng is nothing special. How is it terrifying? No, I am talking about Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao simply cannot be beaten to death. Fatty Zhu's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Fortunately, I did not encounter Brother Xiao. Otherwise, if we continue playing like this, even if Brother Xiao doesn't die, I will die of exhaustion. Damn it. Zhou Feng walked step by step towards the deep pit that buried Xiao Han. His eyes were filled with hatred. He is actually so resistant. Forget it, his body must have already been shattered. I'll use the Starlight Saber Chi to kill him. At this moment, boom. A powerful golden light erupted from the deep pit that buried Xiao Han and soared into the sky. This golden light contained an indescribable life force and power. It was majestic. Amidst the endless divine golden light, Xiao Han slowly walked out. He shook off the dust and stones on his hair and his body emitted a light that shone through the ages. The strength and aura of his entire body rose steadily. Thank you for helping me temper my body. Now it's my turn to hit you, right? Xiao Han's gaze was like that of a demon god as he stared at Zhou Feng. A huge aura was emitted, enveloping the entire arena. Xiao Han, who was bathed in the golden light and the Sanskrit chanting, suddenly became taller in the eyes of many people. He covered the sky and covered the earth, giving people a feeling that he was invincible like a towering mountain. 90% strength. Xiao Han's mind stirred slightly. Boom, 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 boom. Endless tornadoes burst out from the pores of Xiao Han's body. Whirlpools appeared everywhere. The rubble on the arena was blown up and instantly turned into dust. Now the strength of my flesh shell has been tempered and has increased to about 800,000 ding. It has increased by 100,000 ding. 90% strength is enough to completely defeat Zhou Feng. It's like abusing pigs and dogs. Xiao Han laughed sinisterly. In the void viewing platform, damn it. This kid hid the strength of his flesh shell. An old man slammed the table and could not help but curse. He hid it too deeply. Damn it, damn it, damn it. To be continued. Chapter 144. The situation suddenly changed. The battle between the two powerful body cultivators was full of ups and downs. Originally, Xiao Han was being suppressed and did not have the ability to fight back. However, after Zhou Feng used up enough of his energy and stamina, Xiao Han actually counterattacked. At this moment, Xiao Han's aura was not the least bit dispirited or dispirited. Instead, it was at its peak. More of his flesh shell strength was released, giving Zhou Feng an overwhelming advantage. On the void viewing platform. Unbelievable. Xiao Han, this little guy, was actually tempering his body. He borrowed Zhou Feng's strength to temper and sharpen his own strength. Moreover, he purposely hid the strength of his flesh shell from the beginning, waiting for Zhou Feng's aura to weaken and his stamina to gradually run out. Then he suddenly attacked and turned the tables. An old man with a strong aura exclaimed, "This young man Xiao Han is worthy of attention. He is always quiet, but he amazes the world with a single brilliant feat." The problem is Xiao Han was punched dozens of times by Zhou Feng, but nothing happened to him. This is too much of a punching bag. Many grand cultivators turned to look at the Crow King. Wuyu took a sip of tea and said with a faint smile, "This disciple of mine was born as a living target and is often beaten up. I think you will get used to it after a while." "What a monster." The heavenly devil old man laughed. On the stage, Xiao Han walked step by step towards Zhou Feng. Every step he took emitted a terrifying sound that was like the rumbling of thunder. Wherever he went, a boundless golden light would envelop that place. Every strand of golden light was like an enormous golden dragon, and talisman markings and the word treasure bloomed like flower buds. Now Xiao Han had increased the strength of his flesh shell to 800,000 cauldrons. He released 90% of his strength, which was 720,000 cauldrons. As for Zhou Feng at his peak, the strength of his flesh shell was less than 700,000 cauldrons. After beating up Xiao Han, he had lost less than 50% of his strength. The difference in strength was obvious. Moreover, Xiao Han had already firmly controlled the rhythm of the battle. It would be difficult for Zhou Feng to turn the tables. However, Zhou Feng had been a genius since he was young. He had developed the habits and mentality of a genius. A genius had a temper and pride. It was impossible for him to admit defeat. He could not even accept his current disadvantage. "Xiao Han, you are despicable," Zhou Feng shouted. "However, it's impossible for a despicable person like you to defeat me. Go to hell." Star refining demon-slaying saber. Xiu, the 36 acupoints in Zhou Feng's body spewed out boundless starlight. The stars surged and condensed into a starlight saber chi. It swept across the world and directly swept towards Xiao Han. Like a rainbow piercing through the sky, it contained millions of starlight rays, almost forming a huge formation. This was the Stellar Hall's ultimate killing technique. The moment this star-refining devil-slaying blade was unleashed, its might would not be any weaker than Zhou Feng's flesh shell. Zhou Feng slashed out hatefully. It was a desperate struggle, and it even seemed like a counterattack before death. It was definitely not a small matter and was absolutely stunning. This slash caused the outcome of the battle to once again be in suspense. No one dared to say that Xiao Han or Zhou Feng would win. In the void stands, there's still suspense. The great emperor of Japan growled. Xiao Han might not be able to take this attack. In the arena. Amazing. Seated players weren't just for show. In that case, unleash the full power of the flesh shell. Xiao Han's aura rose once again. The power of the flesh shell was pushed to the limit. Break. Facing this star-refining devil-slaying blade, Xiao Han did not dodge. He unleashed his full power and punched out. Boom! This punch seemed to have destroyed a pillar that supported the heavens. The sky immediately crumbled and collapsed. The fist wind was like a mountain, the fist intent was like the heavens, and the fist was as heavy as the earth. This punch seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. The power was so majestic that it did not seem like it was released by a human. It was more like the furious attack of an ancient giant. It was like a legend, like an epic. Puchi. The starlight saber chi was completely shattered into disorderly starlight fragments, and it sprayed all over the arena like mercury pouring onto the ground. The ground was filled with starlight. He actually still has some strength left. This is too abnormal. His strength has increased by another 10%. How deep is he hiding it? Someone in the audience shouted. In the blink of an eye, after Xiao Han destroyed the Starlight Saber Chi, he had already shattered the air and rushed towards Zhou Feng. Xiao Han naturally would not give Zhou Feng the chance to use the star-refining devil-slaying blade a second time. Xiao Han closed in. A punch was thrown out. Courting death. Zhou Feng growled. In a split second he was forced to throw out a punch. Bang! Their fists collided. A terrifying thing happened. Puchi. 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 Zhou Feng's clothes were shattered into pieces by Xiao Han's fist wind. Immediately after, numerous cracks appeared on his jade-like skin. Beneath the transparent skin, the spotless and untainted precious bones also instantly produced spiderweb-like cracks that spread in all directions. The clear and terrifying sound of bones shattering rang out like firecrackers. Every bone in Zhou Feng's body was shattered. His skin was also torn, revealing crisscrossing cracks. Bang! He flew out like a broken sack and fell to the ground. His nerves twitched non-stop. His star-treasured physique could be considered as completely and utterly ruined. Fortunately, Xiao Han did not kill him and did not injure Zhou Feng's head. Otherwise, how could Zhou Feng still be alive? However, even if he was saved, he would still be a half-crippled person. After shattering all of Zhou Feng's bones and skin, Xiao Han silently retreated from the stage. The entire Sunset Mountain fell into a momentary silence, but very quickly, it was filled with whispers and discussions. This match was too exciting. The suspense was maintained until the last moment. Looking at the process of the match, the quality did not lose to the match where Xia Feng instantly killed Qin Zhu. Zhou Feng is known as the #1 body cultivator in the Blazing Sun Empire, but he was actually suppressed by Xiao Han in terms of flesh. In the end, he used brute force to win cleanly. That sound of bones shattering, it was really terrifying. On the void viewing platform, "How strong is Xiao Han's flesh shell?" asked an old man with golden hair and beard. His face was full of admiration and praise. From the looks of it, Xiao Han can be ranked among the top 10 seeded contestants. He is the biggest dark horse in the Southern Region qualifiers. No one has any objections, right? Many of the old-timers nodded solemnly. To be able to fight to such an extent in the death group and stand out, this youngster Xiao Han is definitely a first-class genius. If he were to compete in the prosperous Eastern region, he would not be at a disadvantage. Our Southern region needs this kind of enchanting face. Brother Wu, I really do not wish to see Qing Tong encounter Xiao Han. The heavenly devil old man said seriously. His blood chi is so strong, I wonder if Qing Tong's heavenly devil great world can trap him. It's best if they don't meet. The great Emperor was flustered and exasperated. Good, very good. It seems that only my disciple Hualai can kill Xiao Han. On the seats of the death group. So, Brother Xiao, Fatty Zhu said while trembling. Did you drink the blood of a real great desolate divine beast when you were young? Otherwise, no, it's impossible for you to have such strong blood chi and power. I know. Are you the prince of some ancient country in the depths of the great desolate? Stop fooling around, Brother Zhu. Xiao Han said with a faint smile. Also, Brother Xiao, don't tell me you're still holding back the power of your flesh? Fatty Zhu stared at Xiao Han. Mo Qing Tong also looked at Xiao Han. I didn't hold back. I've already done my best. Xiao Han said seriously. Who believes you? Fatty Zhu and Mo Qing Tong said at the same time. I've really done my best and didn't hold anything back. Do you think that I can defeat a seated contestant while holding back? I've already done my best and used all my trump cards. Didn't you see how badly I was beaten before? Xiao Han said with a bitter face. Brother Xiao, so you're the same as Fatty Zhu pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Mo Qing Tong pouted her mouth charmingly and said in a low voice, Brother Xiao, I'm willing to use 10 true Qi divine arts to exchange for your body refining technique. I wonder if Brother Xiao is willing? Not exchanging. Xiao Han directly refused. On the other side, Crown Prince Hualai looked at Xiao Han with a solemn gaze. He crossed his arms and sneered at Xia Feng. Brother Xia, you're a genius with godly sword skills. But if you encounter a barbarian like Xiao Han, I'm afraid you won't be able to gain any advantage, right? Xia Feng did not answer. He closed his eyes and nurtured his sword essence. Brother Xia, are you afraid? Crown Prince Hualai sneered. Shut up. Xia Feng finally opened his eyes. Sword Kingdom, Sword Forest, Sword Tomb, Sword Pool, 10,000 swords return to origin, world bow. Sword Chi is different from other true Chi. Sword Chi specializes in breaking the body. No matter how strong the body is, it will be broken by one sword. If I encounter Xiao Han, I'll break his defense with one sword and take his life with the second. I won't use the third sword. Although he did not say it loudly, many contestants in the death group heard it clearly. Xiao Feng was as strong as a sword god. Thus, his words were very persuasive. Brother Xiao Feng said he'll kill you with 2 swords. This tone, it's too arrogant. Fatty Zhu whispered. Xiao Feng is indeed very strong. Xiao Han did not deny it. There was no sadness or joy on his face. The competition continued. Xiao Han was the first contestant in the death group to advance to the top 43. No, seriously speaking, Xiao Feng, who had a bye, was the first to advance. Xiao Han was the second. Now, Xiao Han was nourishing his true qi while emptying his mind and watching the other matches in a relaxed manner. A few seated contestants still advanced without any mishap. Fatty Zhu, this wretched guy, still used the same move. He directly took out a huge sword and crushed his opponent, smoothly advancing. The huge sword that Fatty Zhu summoned is not formed from true qi. It's more like a magic treasure. Xiao Han was also secretly observing Fatty Zhu's battle. He felt that Fatty Zhu was at least not weaker than Zhou Feng. Alright, Fatty Zhu used his innate qi to communicate with a certain space in the void and suddenly summoned a huge sword magic treasure. This is very powerful because the power of the summoned huge sword magic treasure is already far stronger than his own innate qi. It's even several times stronger. This round of the death group's matches had all ended. There were 43 victors. In the next round, 22 victors would be decided. Of course, there would also be a bye, advancing without a fight. It was time for the other groups to compete. Now, other than the death group, the other 99 groups had begun to compete for the top 40 to 20 spots. In the previous battle, Yun Rong and Hui Yang were almost exhausted. I wonder if they can enter the top 20. Xiao Han thought. Not long after, Xiao Han saw Xiao Yunrong walk out with her sword. She was fighting against a level 4 True Qi Bladesman. To be continued. Chapter 145. Xiao Yunrong, who had a narrow victory in the last round, was calm and composed. Her whole body was glowing, and her sword qi was like a rainbow. There was no sign of weakness at all. Xiao Han was stunned. Then Xiao Han realized that Xiao Yunrong must have taken some precious medicine to heal and restore true qi, so that she could adjust her whole body to the best state in a short time. It seems that Mingjian Villa values Yunrong very much. In order to let Yunrong get a place in the main competition, they must have given her a lot of precious medicine. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Xiao Yunrong was one of Xiao Han's few friends, and she was Ah Chao's cousin. Therefore, Xiao Han subconsciously hoped that she could get a place in the main competition. After a fight, Xiao Yunrong released her sword essence and defeated her opponent. Advanced to the top 20 in her group. There was no seated contestant in Xiao Yunrong's group. Therefore, she was very likely to stand out from this group and get a precious place in the main competition. Next, Xiao Han watched Huo Fan's battle. In the last round, Xiao Yunrong had a narrow victory, but Huo Fan had an even more narrow victory. She almost vomited blood as she left the stage. But this round, Huo Fan not only recovered from her injuries, but her whole body was covered with a layer of purple qi, and her clear eyes were filled with a layer of determination. The quality of her true qi had been improved, and so had her battle strength. With a throw of her right hand, her true qi surged and turned into 5 mountains. In the blink of an eye, the towering mountains crushed her opponent. Huo Fan also advanced to the top 20. However, when she left the stage, there was not much joy in her eyes. Instead, her eyes were filled with tears and she looked very sad. How did Huo Fan's battle strength suddenly soar? At least double. Xiao Han was uncertain. She must have taken some kind of precious medicine, but she was heartbroken after winning. Why is that? Mo Qingtong said softly. Brother Xiao, that woman is also a successor disciple of your Pure Rain sect, right? They had met once before. Her whole body is covered with purple qi, and the quality of her true qi has been improved, and her battle strength has doubled. If Qingtong guessed correctly, she should have taken some kind of powerful medicine that can completely overdraw her life potential in a few days, and make her battle strength soar. But the side effect is very big and usually, it will shorten her lifespan. The weaker the foundation, the greater the harm of taking this medicine. With that, Mo Qingtong frowned. Let's see how angry that big sister is. She has paid a huge price. She might only have 10 to 20 years left to live. What? Xiao Han's body shook violently. Senior Sister Huo, why is she doing this? Senior apprentice sister Hua Gang was at True Qi stage 4, so living for a few hundred years was not a problem at all. She actually overdrew her life. She only has 10 to 20 years of life left. How could she be so determined? In the qualifiers, participants were allowed to consume all kinds of precious medicines. However, treasured medicines that could increase one's battle prowess all had terrifying side effects. At the very least, his lifespan would be reduced, and at the very worst, his body might even explode on the spot. Therefore, it was almost impossible for competitors to choose this type of medicine. After all, even if they relied on precious medicines to obtain a spot in the main competition, once they entered the main competition, they would still be cannon fodder. One had to know that the main competition was definitely crueler and more difficult than the preliminaries, and the death rate was very high. Since they did not have the ability to obtain a spot in the main competition, then they might as well withdraw from this year's Devil Hero qualifiers. Protecting themselves was the best choice. For someone like Hua Shou, who relied on precious medicines in a suicidal manner to advance, it was completely drinking poison to quench thirst and digging one's own grave. This sister must have some unknown secrets and difficulties, otherwise she would not do this. It seems that she has made up her mind to enter the main competition. Brother Xiao, don't you feel the deep sorrow and desire to die from her body? Using her life as the price to become a devil hero, this is so sad. Mo Qingtong sighed faintly. Previously, I felt that senior apprentice sister Hua Shou's desire for a spot in the main competition was very strong, but I did not expect that she would be willing to die. There must be a big problem in this. Due to the rules, Xiao Han could not leave his seat to look for Hua Shou, but after the qualifiers were over, he would definitely look for Hua Shou and ask her clearly. At the void spectator stand. What? Sect Master, senior apprentice sister Hua Shou actually consumed a powerful precious medicine. She overdrew her life force. Xiao Mingchu's face was filled with horror. Now, senior apprentice sister Hua has at most 10 years left to live. After 10 years she will die. This is too unbelievable. What secret is she hiding? Wu Yu frowned and quickly said, after the qualifiers are over, find senior apprentice sister Hua Shou, ask her clearly and find a way to save her. We cannot let her die in 10 years. With that, Wu Yu looked deeply at the Valley Master, Old Man Gong's son, and thought to himself, the Valley of the Medicine Masters might have a panacea that could restore Hua Shou's life force. If the Valley of the Medicine Masters did not have it, they could only seek help from the Yaoxia Tower and enter some ancient country or secret territory to look for it. Right, it was said that the Valley of the Medicine Masters also had an ancient medicine that could stimulate one's life force in exchange for explosive combat power, the Medicine King Longevity Pill. It was known as the Valley of the Medicine Masters' heirloom treasure, and it was not known if they had refined an antidote for it. The competitions of the other groups had all ended. The top 20 had all been decided. The top 3 of each group, the 3 spots for the main competition, were about to be revealed. Now it was the turn of the death group. There were 43 contestants left in the death group, and now they would draw lots to fight and eliminate half of them. First, they would draw lots for the contestant who would not be in this round. Fatty Zhu had been favored by the goddess of luck, and had actually drawn a bye. He had entered the next round without fighting. Ah! Fatty's luck is out of this world. Ah! This was a person's character. Brother Xiao, Fatty has entered the top 22. Ah! Fatty Zhu was jumping up and down in joy, so pleased that he grabbed Xiao Han's shoulders and shook him. Brother Xiao, Fatty's luck has really exploded. Brother Zhu, luck is also a type of strength. Calm down, Xiao Han urged. Don't be too happy and complacent, or else extreme joy will lead to sorrow. Extreme joy my ass, what sorrow my ass. Fatty is just lucky. Fatty Zhu danced with joy. Idiot. The next round will be 11 out of 22, and there will no longer be any buys. It's very likely that he will die in the next round. Crown Prince Hualai laughed sinisterly. Next, the opponents were drawn. According to the order, the first to fight was still Xiao Han. An opponent was randomly drawn. The remaining contestants in the death group were mostly on high alert, afraid of encountering Xiao Han. After all, even the seated contestant Zhou Feng was crippled by Xiao Han. In truth, Xiao Han was already a seated contestant. Other than a few extremely powerful contestants in the death group, no one else was willing to fight against a beast in human form like Xiao Han. Only Xia Feng and Crown Prince Hualai had eyes filled with anticipation. As for the young married woman Ji Rushui, she had an indifferent attitude. It was as if no matter who she drew, it was all the same to her. Beacon Fire Empire's Pure Rain Sects Xiao Han vs Crown Prince Emo Zhen of the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family. Xiao Han's opponent had finally appeared, and it was actually Emo Zhen. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar and discussions were heard everywhere. The new seeded contestant Xiao Han has drawn Crown Prince Emo Zhen. This is a good draw. A very good draw. Yes, Crown Prince Emo Zhen's strength is still a notch or two compared to the top 10 seeded contestants. Xiao Han could even kill Zhou Feng against Crown Prince Emo Zhen. Victory is basically in his grasp. It's not basically, it's definitely a win. There's not much suspense. Xiao Han's mental fortitude is extremely strong, and he will not make a mistake. In the death panel seats. Damn it. This brat has drawn another weak one. Crown Prince Huolai grinned. Count him lucky. Xia Feng sat back down, slightly disappointed. Xiao Han turned to look at Crown Prince Emo Zhen. He saw that the corners of Crown Prince Emo Zhen's eyes were twitching, and the corners of his mouth were twitching, forming a very strange expression. He looked at Xiao Han. Good. Good. Xiao Han, I've finally drawn you. Very good. You are the #1 wanted criminal of the Beacon Fire Empire. You kidnapped Emo Hen, killed General Nangong Yi and committed a heinous crime. Today this Crown Prince will personally execute you. Don't you love the outer disciples of the Medicine King Valley, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong? That's great. In that case this Crown Prince will not kill you. I will only cripple you, and then in front of you I will make love to those two beauties. Ah. Crown Prince Emo Zhen let out a bone-chilling laugh, and with a slight movement of his body, he leaped into the arena. Xiao Han, come on. Fight with this Crown Prince. This guy's strength is at most a little stronger than Si Kongji of the Medicine King Valley. He is far from Zhou Feng. Where does his confidence and arrogance come from? Xiao Han was slightly surprised, but he was not afraid. His spirit was pure and untainted, and his fighting spirit surged. He tore through the air and leaped into the arena. On the void viewing platform. There is not much suspense in this round, an old man said decisively. Kikik, kikik, the emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire, Emo Chen, made a sound like an owl's. He was trying his best to control his emotions, and his expression was very strange. Perhaps our Prince Emo Zhen will bring everyone an unexpected surprise. Ha ha ha. Emo Zhen chuckled. Wu Yu and Xiao Mingchu looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt. At this time, Wu Yu glanced around and saw the Valley Lord of the Medicine King Valley, Elder Gongsun, and Emo Chen exchange a glance. A thought flashed across Wu Yu's mind. Could it be, in the arena? Emo Zhen was dressed in an imperial robe. Streams of dragon qi circled around his body, giving him a majestic and imposing aura. Xiao Han stood casually and looked at Emo Zhen. Xiao Han. I guess you think you can defeat me for sure. Ha! How childish. Emo Zhen had opened 39 acupoints in his body, and his cultivation level was at the peak of level 4. Moreover, 2 completely different types of true qi divine skills were enshrouded in his acupoints, waiting to devour his opponent. However, no matter what, he should not be too much of a threat to Xiao Han. The people in the audience were very confused when they saw Emo Zhen's fearless expression. Some even thought that Emo Zhen's brain had been damaged by fear. Xiao Han, you defeated one of the top 10 seeded contestants, Zhou Feng. You are famous and talented. Then, if this Crown Prince defeats you and climbs up by stepping on your head, my name will definitely shake the world. As soon as Emo Zhen finished speaking, he spread out his right hand, and an earthy yellow pill appeared in his palm. It was about the size of a longan and looked very old. It exuded an ancient aura that was filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was actually an ancient medicine. Within the aura of this ancient medicine, there was a kind of light that was like water, like a song of time. It was very desolate and filled with the vicissitudes of time. Xiao Han. You forced this Crown Prince to consume this peerless ancient medicine. You will die a worthy death. Emo Zhen's face was filled with a perverted smile. He swallowed the pill in one gulp. Medicine King life-breaking pill. Boom. An ancient and majestic aura that was both epic and mythical rushed out from Emo Zhen's body. His 39 acupoints expanded in an instant. His aura rose steadily, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Countless ancient bird characters, ancient seal characters, and ancient hieroglyphs bloomed and enveloped Emo Zhen. Hoo, a violent gale swept across the entire arena. Xiao Han. This Crown Prince will torture you to death. Emo Zhen's entire body grew to more than 2 meters tall. His voice had also changed, becoming as loud as a great bell, spreading in all directions. His eyes were like a devil's. The entire arena was dead silent. One could even hear a pin drop. To be continued. Chapter 146. As it turned out, the reason why Crown Prince Emotion was not afraid of Xiao Han, who had defeated the seated contestant, Zhou Feng, was because he had an ancient medicine, the Medicine King life-breaking pill. This caused Crown Prince Emotion's aura to rise steadily until it was almost violent. The 39 acupoints in his body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Expand. Double. Triple. Quadruple. The expanded acupoints began to crazily channel ancient true qi into them, causing each acupoint to be filled with supreme true qi. Of course, this was not the original true qi that Crown Prince Emotion had cultivated. It was the true qi contained within the ancient medicine. However, this ancient and mighty true qi could be used by Crown Prince Emotion. Expanded acupoints. Emotion's acupoints have expanded by several times. This is the expanded acupoint realm that eldest senior brother mentioned. The first 5 stages of the true qi realm were nothing special. However, once one reached the 6th stage, there would be an earth-shattering change, breaking through the cocoon and transforming into a butterfly. The 6th stage of the true qi realm is also known as the expanded acupoint realm, expanding the capacity of the acupoints. This Emotion relied on an ancient medicine to forcefully expand his acupoints, increasing his battle prowess by countless times. However, there should be a terrifying side effect, right? Xiao Han adjusted his condition and stared at Emotion without blinking. The power of his flesh shell was fully unleashed, and all 28 acupoints were emitting divine light. As for Emotion, he was like a crazed devil. The aura around him had reached a frightening level. A huge amount of true qi was circulating in his body, like a star shining down on the heavens and a river flowing on the earth. This is too good. A rumbling voice came from Crown Prince Emotion's body. It was no longer his voice, but the voice of a devil from the 9 levels of hell. It caused the heavens and earth to tremble. This Crown Prince feels that the world is so small, and this Crown Prince is so powerful. The feeling of possessing power is too wonderful. Crown Prince Emotion's sinister face revealed an expression of enjoyment as he closed his eyes. Xiao Han. Now, in this Crown Prince's eyes, you are nothing more than an ant or an aphid. You are too weak. This Crown Prince can crush you with just my aura. Bang. Crown Prince Emotion clenched his fist slightly, causing an explosion in the air. There was even a small mushroom cloud rising into the air. Traces of destruction could be seen in all directions. However, Crown Prince Emotion was not in a hurry to act. He seemed to be adapting to the great power that the ancient medicine brought him. The effects of the Medicine King life-breaking pill lasted for a full day and night. This Crown Prince can make use of this ancient medicine to fight my way to the top of the group of death. In the seats of the death group. No way. Fatty Zhu's eyes widened. Emotion actually swallowed a pill. Brother Xiao is in trouble? Emo Qing Tong muttered to himself with a dignified look in his eyes. The acupoints have expanded. The amount of true qi has increased by many folds, and the level of spirit has also changed. However, the medicinal properties of this ancient medicine are too violent, enough to make Emotion's oil completely run out. After the medicinal effects have dissipated, he might even die from being squeezed dry. Xia Feng and Huolai's eyes flashed with a hint of caution. It was clear that Emotion, who had taken the ancient medicine, was very difficult to deal with. Even they had a headache. Only the young woman, Ji Rushui, remained as calm as still water, immersed in her own little world the entire time. It was very sad. On the void viewing platform. Old man Gong's son, it seems that you have given the Valley of Medicine Master's heirloom to the royal family of the Beacon Fire Empire. Wu Yu looked at the Valley Lord Gong's son indifferently. What a loyal dog. The Valley of Medicine Masters has completely become a dog of the empire. Sect leader Wu, your mouth is good. Old man Gong's son glared at Wu Yu. The Valley of Medicine Masters is only cooperating with the royal family of the Beacon Fire Empire. A wise man submits to the circumstances. Sect leader Wu, although your cultivation is strong and you have a good ranking on the Demon Warrior ranking board, you have reorganized the Pure Cloud sect. You are just mediocre. What right do you have to criticize the Valley of Medicine Masters? Sect leader Wu, your proud disciple, Xiao Han, will be defeated by Emotion without any suspense. What else do you have to say? Emperor Emo Chen was beside himself with joy. Mo Zhen used the ancient medicine and forcefully expanded his acupoints. This is no different from digging his own grave. Based on Mo Zhen's foundation, after the medicinal effects wear off, he will die within 7 days. Wu Yu sneered. Ha ha ha. Emperor Mo Zhen laughed mockingly. Cough cough. Sect leader Wu, this medicine was obtained from an ancient treasure when the demon warrior of the Valley of Medicine Masters explored a secret realm. After that, after dozens of generations of outstanding medicine masters of the Valley of Medicine Masters, the side effects have become very small after thousands of years. Furthermore, the world does not know that when the ancestors of the Valley of Medicine Masters obtained this ancient medicine, they also found a corresponding antidote. Thus, cough cough, sect leader Wu need not worry about Prince Mo Zhen. He will not die from exhaustion. After that, he will just need to spend some resources to recuperate his vitality. My Beacon Fire Empire has been passed down for countless years, our foundation is still there. We will not let Prince Mo Zhen die. Ah. Sect leader Wu, you better prepare for the funeral of your disciple, Xiao Han. Ah. Emperor Mo Zhen was beaming with joy. The Emperor of Japan and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade exchanged glances, their faces were filled with relief. Xiao Mingchu, prepare to kill Qing Lin Demon King on my behalf. The value of Qing Lin Demon King Crystal is naturally much more valuable than the North Mystic Demon King Crystal. Ha ha ha. The Emperor of Japan laughed unrestrainedly. Enough, everyone stop arguing. One of the old antiques interfered with an unyielding attitude. Watch the battle carefully. Mo Zhen using the ancient medicine to expand his meridians and increase his combat power is not against the rules. Now let's see if Xiao Han can defeat Mo Zhen after he takes the medicine. Of course it will be difficult. The crowd quietened down. Sect leader Mo Zhen has forcefully expanded his meridians. Although his aura and methods are not as strong as the 6th-stage True Qi realm, it is still not to be underestimated. It can greatly increase the quality of his True Qi cultivation technique. His attack power is not as simple as doubling. Xiao Mingchu, who had always been calm and lazy, was now filled with worry. No matter. Let's watch first. Emperor Wu had completely quietened down, watching Xiao Han on the stage. He used a voice that only he could hear and said, Xiao Han, in order to become a qualified and outstanding demon hero, you must experience all sorts of life and death situations, accomplish all sorts of impossible things, turn defeat into victory, defy the heavens, and go through all sorts of baptisms. I hope you can get through this. On the stage, Mo Zhen's meridians were still expanding. His aura continued to increase, to the point that it produced a terrifying aura that could overturn yin and yang. He laughed maniacally, looking down at Xiao Han, as though he could trample on Xiao Han anytime he wanted. As for Xiao Han, he was also thinking and evaluating quickly. I'm not sure if I can defeat him if I use all my strength. The problem now is that his True Qi volume has increased, and the quality of his True Qi cultivation technique has also increased. It will be difficult to deal with him. The 2 demon race secret techniques cannot be used easily. As for the Emperor of Heaven's Divine Fist, there is a move in the Emperor of Heaven's Divine Fist called Dragon's Wrath that can increase one's strength. But this move, Dragon's Wrath, burns True Qi. Thus, it increases the energy contained in the True Qi. For example, the True Qi contained in my 28 meridians is equivalent to tens of thousands of ding of pure strength. Using the Dragon's Wrath will double this amount of strength. It seems to have nothing to do with my physical strength. In the past, my physical strength was far weaker than the True Qi contained in my meridians. Thus, after using the Dragon's Wrath, the strength of my physical body will be drained. Now that the strength of my physical body is above the True Qi, I believe that if I burn my True Qi again and use the Dragon's Wrath, the strength of my physical body will no longer be drained. However, I must not double the strength of my physical body. When Xiao Han met Zhou Feng, he used Zhou Feng's strength to refine his physical body, increasing the strength of his physical body to 800,000 ding. It had temporarily reached a limit. In other words, Xiao Han's bones, internal organs, meridians, and cells could withstand 800,000 ding of strength. If he wanted to withstand more strength, he would have to accumulate and expand his foundation. He would have to constantly visualize the indestructible golden body or wait for the follow-up actions of the indestructible golden body. Thus, even if the Dragon's Wrath could increase the strength of his physical body, Xiao Han did not dare to use it. Xiao Han's flesh shell strength of a few 100,000 ding, if it were to double and reach a few million ding, with his current flesh shell foundation, it would definitely explode. Should I use my saber technique and saber intent? Xiao Han was evaluating his trump card. At this moment, a sudden flash of light shot into Xiao Han's mind. It quickly took shape. In the next moment, Xiao Han relaxed his body and emptied his mind. The 28 meridians in his meridians shone with endless dazzling light. In the audience stand, Xiao Han's meridians are wide open. It seems like he is preparing some kind of true Qi divine art to fight against Emotion. Could it be that he still has some secret true Qi divine art? Something is wrong. Xiao Han might have made a strategic mistake. He has 3 levels of true Qi and 28 meridians. Furthermore, he did not expand his meridians. In terms of true Qi realm, Xiao Han's realm is below average in this year's Southern Region qualifier. He is relying on the strength of his physical body and not his true Qi. On the other hand, after consuming the ancient medicine, Mo Zhen's meridians expanded by several times. The quantity and quality of his true Qi rose steadily. Xiao Han is using his own true Qi to fight against Mo Zhen's true Qi. It's like using an egg to hit a stone. This is definitely a strategic mistake. Xiao Han should have abandoned his insignificant true Qi and used his physical body to fight against Mo Zhen. Perhaps he might have had a chance to survive. With Xiao Han's true Qi realm, even if he has any true Qi divine art, he won't be able to unleash its full power. Because his foundation is too weak. That's right. Powerful killing Jin Qi big moves required the foundation of the realm to be able to bring out the battle power. A true Qi 3rd level can't be considered a foundation. In the Pure Rain sect's camp, junior brother Fang Ling, junior brother Xiao Han is comprehending his meridians and true Qi. Dong Fangqin's pupils contracted slightly. Could it be that he wants to break through his meridians? Fang Ling asserted. Junior brother Xiao Han wants to make use of Mo Zhen's pressure to break through his 29th meridian and break through to the 4th level of true Qi. Right now Mo Zhen's aura is extremely powerful. It's giving junior brother Xiao Han a terrifying pressure. Under such pressure, it's indeed possible for his meridians to burst. But, even if junior brother Xiao Han reaches the 4th level of true Qi, it won't be of any help to this battle, right? It's impossible for junior brother Xiao Han to defeat Mo Zhen with his true Qi. After all, Mo Zhen has already used the ancient medicine to expand his meridians. Furthermore, it's impossible for junior brother Xiao Han to reach the 5th or 6th level of true Qi realm by bursting his meridians, right? I also don't understand junior brother Xiao Han's thoughts. But he's never a reckless person. Let's continue watching. Fang Ling knitted his brows. On the stage, all right. It's over. Your physical body is very hard. Let's try to break a part of your bones first. Mo Zhen let out a sinister smile. Boom. His true Qi swept out like the ocean, reaching a height of several tens of feet. This true Qi was a light blue color, and it contained the artistic conception of the sea. The densely packed words of the sea race covered the entire stage. Mo Zhen's expression was solemn and respectful. He put his palms together. In an instant, the true Qi of the ocean turned into a giant palm. It was surrounded by countless ocean storms and a giant whale. The pressure was boundless. Boundless ocean, giant palm of raging waves. PFFF, a true Qi giant palm imprint that could destroy everything in all directions pressed down on Xiao Han's head. Essence Qi was shattered in all directions, creating a chaotic scene. Everywhere was filled with the sound of crashing waves and crashing waves. It was as if the heavens were enraged. This is a true Qi divine art's ultimate killing technique. Its strength is comparable to my physical body or even much stronger. I can't take it head on. Xiao Han made his judgment immediately. He let out a muffled roar and unleashed the power of his powerful and blazing physical body. His physical body was like a treasure tool. Not only was his strength violent, his speed and explosive force were also extraordinary. Crack! His physical body broke through the air and dodged to the side. Bang! The area where Xiao Han was originally standing on was pierced through by the giant palm. Haha, hide, let me see how long you can hide. This is like swatting a fly. Ha, fun. Mo Zhen was not in a hurry to kill Xiao Han. He wanted to have some fun. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. After all, the effect of the ancient medicine could last for a day and a night, giving him a lot of time. He was enjoying the power at this moment. He was afraid that he would accidentally destroy Xiao Han. That would be the end of the game. Bang. Another giant handprint slapped down on Xiao Han. Waves rolled and true Qi overflowed in all directions. Almost every wisp of true Qi turned into a destructive tornado, destroying heaven and earth. Xiao Han was still dodging. Buzz! Under the seemingly invincible pressure from Mo Zhen, Xiao Han's 29th true meridian began to throb. It was beginning to loosen. I must try to break through the 29th true meridian. This way there will be a martial art-like cocoon exploding. Among them, I will also have the chance to learn the last move of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Xiao Han dodged again and again. At least half of his attention was focused on his true meridian. He used the pressure from Mo Zhen to forcefully break through his meridian. In the illusory true meridian, the true chi fragments produced by the Son of Heaven's great power were as dazzling as gems and stars. They contained a powerful and blazing aura, like a sovereign descending upon the world. However, Xiao Han did not have the cultivation method of the last move of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Therefore he could not make these precious true chi fragments materialize and regenerate. After Xiao Han advanced to the true chi realm, he was able to break the seal when he opened the 9th and 19th true meridian, creating a martial art-like cocoon. Now, if he could break through the 29th true meridian, he would be able to gain something. If the Son of Heaven's great power was completely activated, the strongest attack of the Son of Heaven's divine fist would be unleashed. In order to activate the Son of Heaven's true chi, he had to learn the last move of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Boom! Xiao Han dodged Mo Zhen's true chi giant palm again. He shouted in his heart, "Open the 29th true meridian for me. Quickly break through it." At this moment the entire arena was already in shambles. Xiao Han and Mo Zhen had no choice but to hover in the air as they continued their battle. "Xiao Han, you have nowhere to hide. All the bones in your body will shatter for this crown prince." Mo Zhen had already forced Xiao Han into a corner and sent out a palm strike. Boom! Xiao Han dodged more than half of the palm strike. However, a finger that was as large as a pillar still swept towards Xiao Han. "Break for me." Xiao Han gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. Ka 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 ka. Hundreds of thousands of cauldrons of force directly landed on the little finger of the true chi giant palm that was as clear as a sapphire. The entire true chi giant palm was densely covered in cracks. As for Xiao Han, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The golden light that covered Xiao Han's body dimmed significantly. The strength of his flesh shell had weakened. In the audience stand. Xiao Han is amazing. With the strength of his flesh shell, he almost shattered Mo Zhen's true chi giant palm. Oh, Xiao Han is also injured. On the stage. Not bad. As expected of the strongest flesh shell. It almost shattered my true chi giant palm. However, it's still lacking a little. Let's see how long you can last. Crown Prince Mo Zhen sent out another palm strike at lightning speed. Bang! Xiao Han rose up and sent out a punch. Strong winds blew and clouds surged. More cracks appeared on the true chi giant palm. However, Xiao Han's injuries were even more severe. He somersaulted a few times in the air and was sent flying, spitting out blood non-stop. He had already expended 30% of his physical strength. His indestructible golden body was also showing signs of weakening. However, pooh! The sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon burst out from within Xiao Han's body. The 29th acupoint had awakened. Pooh! Another crisp sound rang out. The 30th acupoint had been broken. Xiao Han's acupoints had exploded consecutively. So much so that the 31st acupoint, the biggest barrier between the 3rd and 4th level true chi, had also loosened. In the audience stand. In the sect camp. Junior brother Xiao Han's acupoint has exploded. He has reached the peak of the 3rd level true chi. The 30th acupoint has been opened. I wonder if he can break through the 31st acupoint and reach the 4th level true chi. Dong Fangqin immediately stood up. To be continued. Chapter 147. Under the pressure from Crown Prince Mo Zhen, Xiao Han successfully opened the 29th and 30th acupoint, reaching the peak of 3rd level true chi. There was only a thin line separating him from 4th level true chi. At the same time, Xiao Han's heart began to throb. The traces of martial arts on the broken seals were triggered. Balls of misty cocoons of light couldn't be contained. They gushed out and surrounded Xiao Han. It was a spectacular scene. Indestructible golden body. 61st to 70th movement. 9 revolutions divine art. 3rd revolution. Son of Heaven's divine fist 7th style. Son of Heaven's dragon transformation. Xiao Han floated in the air, his entire body glowing with golden light. He looked at Crown Prince Emotion while quickly reading the outline and profound meaning of the seventh style of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. However, something strange happened. Crown Prince Emotion retracted his true chi palm. He floated in the air quietly, not moving an inch. His face had an evil grin like a cat toying with a mouse. His eyes were brewing a sinister plan. In the next moment, Crown Prince Emotion's true chi palm started to melt. He had actually melted the true chi of the boundless ocean, giant palm of raging waves. He was dispersing his cultivation. Kikik, kikik, Crown Prince Emotion dissolved the true chi technique. His throat let out a goo-goo laughter like an owl. In the spectator's stand. What? Emotion is dispersing his cultivation? Is there something wrong with this? Dispersing the Jinchi divine art that you've worked so hard to cultivate during the battle? Look at Xiaohan. He seemed to have opened 2 acupoints just now. Why is he not moving? What is he doing? These two are behaving strangely. It's hard to predict. In the void spectator stand, some of the old antiques exchanged glances. Emotion is dispersing his true chi technique. He's dispersing a true chi palm technique that is as violent as the sea. Everyone should be able to guess why he's doing this, right? It's simple. Due to Emotion's unique physique, he could cultivate 2 completely different cultivation techniques. Thus, he was not worried about his body exploding. However, cultivating 2 true chi techniques had its advantages and disadvantages. The downside was that cultivating both techniques at the same time would not allow one to reach the peak of mastery. Yes, the same amount of Jinchi was split between 2 Jinchi divine arts, obtaining a portion each. It seemed like there were many changes, but it was a little like biting off more than one could chew. Sometimes it's better to focus on one cultivation method. Just now, Emotion activated the true energy giant palm in an attempt to kill Xiaohan. However, Xiaohan's flesh shell is too strong. Not only was it not killed by Emotion, it even shattered the true energy giant palm. Xiaohan was merely injured. As a result, Emotion decided to dispel the true chi giant palm print technique, extracting a portion of the true chi and infusing it into another true chi god technique. This true chi god technique was perfected. Focus on one. In this case, Emotion, who has consumed the ancient medicine, will be able to unleash an attack that is at least twice as powerful as before. More than double. I can feel that Emotion's other true energy divine art is much more powerful than the true energy giant palm. The quality is much higher than before. On the arena. As expected, Emotion dispersed the true energy giant palm print, turning it into strands of pure true chi. The strands of true chi were infused into Emotion's 39 acupoints and absorbed by the other true energy divine art. The other true energy divine art began to expand and grow. Ancient runes and the word treasure appeared and surrounded Emotion. These ancient runes were twisted and turned like dragons. Endless divine light was absorbed into Emotion's body like a whale swallowing seawater. Each acupoint was forcefully converted into nourishment for the other true energy divine art. This caused the other true energy divine art to grow stronger and closer to perfection. Streams of chi began to surge out from Crown Prince Emotion's body, rolling like a coiling dragon. The roars of tigers and dragons could be faintly heard from his body. An extremely dangerous and terrifying pressure began to emanate from Crown Prince Emotion's body. Go. Xiaohan, your flesh shell is indeed indestructible. Even the true energy giant palm print of this prince could not shatter you. Then this prince will disperse this cultivation technique and merge it with another cultivation technique. Fuse them all into another cultivation technique. This way, killing you would be as easy as killing a pig or a dog. Moreover, this cultivation technique is not to be underestimated. If I focus on it, I will be able to fight my way into the final round and obtain the first place in the death group. Xiaohan, you will soon be able to witness this true energy divine art that can sweep across the world. It will be a worthy death for you to die under this divine art. 111, Xiaohan remained motionless like Emotion. His mind automatically visualized the 61st to 70th movement of the immortal golden body. His body, which had been injured by Prince Emotion's earth-shattering palm of genuine chi, was slowly recovering. At the same time, Xiaohan finally understood the secret of the last movement of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Son of Heaven's dragon transformation. The first 6 movements of the Son of Heaven's divine fist and the comprehension of the Son of Heaven's divine fist are all shattered into pieces of true chi. Then I will nourish these true chi spirit stones, making these true chi fragments as dazzling as gems and stars. Finally, I will transform these precious true chi fragments into a dragon. Supreme True Dragon. This is the secret of the Son of Heaven's dragon transformation. From now on, the Son of Heaven's divine fist is manifested with the true dragon chi, sweeping through the 3,000 worlds, dominating the world. In the past, Xiaohan Son of Heaven's divine fist was manifested with the spirit turtle true chi and the hornless dragon true chi. However, these true chi were not the original true chi of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Only after mastering the Son of Heaven's dragon transformation would the Son of Heaven's divine fist be bestowed with life, possessing the original true chi. That true chi could be called dragon chi. In Xiaohan's illusory true acupoint, the dazzling true chi fragments gradually formed into a dragon's tail, body, and scales. The ancient and mighty lines and muscles. Of course, Xiaohan used the spirit turtle true chi to completely seal these chi away so that no one would notice anything wrong. The situation on the stage was very strange. Xiaohan and Crown Prince Imo were facing each other. Neither of them wanted to make the first move. Time ticked by. At the audience stand. I know. Crown Prince Imo is using all his true chi to strengthen a true chi divine skill. He has condensed all the true chi in his body into a cultivation technique so that the next time he attacks, he will be able to crush Xiaohan without giving him any chance to resist. Heavens! Crown Prince Imo is actually willing to disperse the true chi giant palm that he has painstakingly cultivated. Then, his other true chi divine skill must be one that can sweep through the 9 provinces and suppress the heavens. I understand now. Now, everyone finally understood Crown Prince Imo meticulous plan. But why is Xiaohan not attacking first? Why is he trying to ruin Crown Prince Imogen's plan? He can't break through. After Crown Prince Imogen consumed the ancient medicine, his true acupoint has expanded, and his aura is too violent. His true chi is astonishing. If Xiaohan attacks rashly, he will definitely be suppressed. Yes, Crown Prince Imogen has developed a strong aura and is in control of the rhythm of the battle. Now Xiaohan is in a very passive position. I wonder if he has a chance to turn the tables. It will be very difficult. At the audience stand of Cloud Sect. This is bad. Crown Prince Imogen's aura was getting stronger and stronger. That cultivation technique has traces and aura of the ancient dragon. It is approaching perfection. Dong Fangqin stood up and could no longer sit down. The situation was too tense and it was very disadvantageous to Xiaohan. In fact, all the true disciples of Cloud Sect who were watching the battle stood up and were worried for Xiaohan. It is an extremely powerful true chi divine skill. Before he consumed the medicine, Imogen's foundation was too weak. He couldn't display this divine art to the highest level. But now, his true chi was abundant enough to control this divine art as he wished. Junior brother Xiaohan is in danger. It seems that I have to use the secret skill of the demon race to have the capital to fight against him. Fang Ling's face was covered with frost. At the void stand. An old man watched Crown Prince Imogen perform the divine skill and nodded slightly. Imo Chin of Beacon Fire Empire, is your son Imogen cultivating a dragon-shaped true chi divine skill? Senior is really knowledgeable. This is a divine skill passed down by the former emperor of our Beacon Fire Empire, the Coiling Dragon Great Chi. The Mo clan is a royal clan that has lasted for thousands of generations. They possess the bloodline of the dragon and are the sovereign of the 9-5. This Coiling Dragon Great Chi requires the cultivation of the 6th level of true chi to be perfect. My son Imogen has consumed the ancient medicine. Although his aura is far from the 6th level of true chi, he can barely display the power of the Coiling Dragon Great Chi. In an instant, Xiaohan will be crushed into a mist of blood, leaving nothing behind. How can a mortal compete with the Imperial Dragon Chi? No matter how hard his flesh shell is, he is still immortal. Reckless barbarian. Emperor Imochen was very smug. And the Coiling Dragon Great Chi is indeed a divine skill that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. True chi turned into a dragon, tearing the heavens and devouring all things. Another old man nodded in agreement. At this moment Xiao Mingqiu could no longer sit still. He stood up and paced back and forth anxiously with a frown on his face. The black-robed old man stared at Xiaohan without blinking, a pensive look in his eyes. The heavenly devil old man flicked his fingernails. This young man Xiaohan should have some trump cards. On the stage, boom. Finally. Prince Imogen's aura became flawless, and a domineering aura that looked down on all things burst out. His eyes revealed the appearance of an emperor. His feet stepped on the 7 stars, and his eyes flashed with the image of mountains and rivers, disappearing continuously. "It's over. Xiaohan, this is the end for you." Emojian's tone was as if he was the supreme judge of life and death. In the next moment, roar, a dragon's roar came from Emojian's body. It was the roar of an ancient dragon, majestic and boundless. Puchi, a huge creature sprang out from Prince Emojian's body. It was a dragon over 30 zhang long. Its body was bronze in color. It had scales and horns. Every single one of its scales glowed like precious jewels, flowing with an unparalleled majesty. Its eyes looked down on the common people, and a terrifying ancient aura burst out from it. Roar! The huge dragon coiled in the air above the stage, radiating a thick dragon's might. The air became oppressive and it made people's hearts tremble. An ordinary person would definitely prostrate before such a dragon's might. If their cultivation was slightly weaker, they might even be crushed. The huge dragon's breath formed a dragon's breath. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, the void was left with large black holes. Heaven and earth yuan qi was forcibly sucked into these terrifying holes. As for Prince Emojian, his entire body was like the eye of a hurricane. The hurricane caused his hair to flutter, and he was like a source of light, emitting a sacred light. The aura of an emperor on his body rose steadily, causing his eyes to look like the moon and stars, reflecting the snow. There was not a single part of him that did not exude a peerless elegance. His life had reached its most intense, the most vibrant, and the pinnacle of his life. Glory. Of course, this glory was created by the ancient medicine, and it was as short as a meteor. After the medicine dissipated, he would return to his original state. In the seating area of the death group. Now, almost all of the contestants stood up one after another. Xiaohan is going to die. Prince Huolai appeared to be very regretful. It's a pity that he won't die by my hands. Brother Xiao is a genius. I never thought that he would be defeated by someone using an ancient medicine. I'm sure that at this moment, Brother Zhao's heart is filled with unwillingness, right? Fatty Zhu said in a very regretful tone. Brother Zhao's aura is not the slightest bit dispirited. He does not show any signs of fear and is as cold as still water. He has the demeanor of an expert. Could it be that Brother Xiao has another trump card? Emo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. On the stage. Xiaohan. Kneel. Prince Emojian roared. At the same time, the huge dragon also let out a dragon roar that resounded through the heaven and earth. The terrifying dragon's might caused many of the spectators on the stage to shrink back. The aura is too terrifying. This is the Emperor's dragon qi. Mortals will tremble. The arena has a light screen that is reinforced by a supreme being. Even so, we can still vaguely feel the pressure from the dragon's might, let alone Xiaohan who is on the arena. At this moment, I'm afraid that Xiaohan's mind and willpower have completely collapsed. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly Xiaohan raised his head and burst into laughter. The heavens really want Emojian to die. He actually developed a dragon qi cultivation technique. Ah. The Son of Heaven's transformation is the most orthodox dragon qi cultivation technique. Can develop into a real dragon. The huge dragon that Emojian transformed into is not a true dragon at all. The so-called dragon's might is nothing in front of my Son of Heaven's grand aura. I've only opened 30 true acupoints. Even if I cultivate the last move of the Son of Heaven's divine fist and can transform my true qi into a dragon, I still shouldn't be able to fight against Emojian who has taken the ancient medicine and expanded his acupoints. However, he actually developed a dragon qi divine technique. My Son of Heaven's transformation specializes in breaking all kinds of false dragon qi. If he dispels this dragon qi and focuses on the true qi giant palm divine technique, I won't be his match. But now, Emojian, the one who should kneel is you. I'll let you see what a true dragon is. What a true dragon is, the Son of Heaven. Xiaohan's body moved slightly. True dragon, come out. Boom. An ancient and mottled aura that was filled with the dust of history burst out from Xiaohan's body. In the next moment, a yellow true dragon more than 10 zhang long, emerged from Xiaohan's body. This yellow true dragon's body shape and contours were perfect and noble. There was not a single flaw or weakness to be found. Its entire body was flawless. Every single scale emitted the aura of a monarch descending upon the world. When the yellow true dragon moved slightly, the sky would be filled with endless rays of light, auspicious clouds and auspicious qi connecting the north, south, east and west. Flowers would fall from the sky and the wind would be gentle. When it opened its mouth and let out a roar, the orthodox dragon's might would radiate outwards. It was so powerful that it could devour mountains and rivers, and destroy all living things. Dragons were creatures that belonged to the ancient myths and legends. Everyone present, including the almighty experts in the viewing platform, had never seen a real dragon before. Therefore, the so-called dragon was just a figment of everyone's imagination. Right now, both Xiao Han and Emo Zhen released their Jinchi dragons at the same time. With just a glance, everyone could tell that Xiao Han's Jinchi dragon was a true dragon. In comparison, Emo Zhen's dragon was like a small loach in a pond. It was neither fish nor fowl. This is a true dragon. More than 10 almighties in the void spectator stands screamed in unison. On the stage, puff, 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 puff. The dragon chi created by Emo Zhen, the emperor's aura, began to crumble. 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 The dragon formed by the great coiling dragon true chi was showing signs of crumbling. Emo Zhen, why aren't you kneeling down? Xiao Han let out a sinister laugh. Using your dragon chi cultivation technique in front of me is simply courting death. What kind of emperor are you? Trash. Under the shroud of the emperor's aura, a bright yellow true chi imperial robe appeared on Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like the stars. He was imposing and thousands of moons floated around him. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han beautiful. Wu, who could no longer maintain his composure and stood up. To be continued. Chapter 148. After Xiao Han had completed the last move of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, the Son of Heaven transforming dragon, his true meridians were filled with the Son of Heaven's true chi, the dragon chi. The true chi turned into a true dragon and soared into the sky. The Son of Heaven's great power gushed out, and the entire arena was showing signs of collapse. Thousands of moons floated in the sky, and watery clouds surged 3,000 feet high. The Son of Heaven's great power created by Crown Prince Emo Zhen deflated like a balloon. True dragon chi broke through pseudo-dragon chi. The dragon formed from Prince Emo Zhen's Jin chi was more than 300 zhang long, but under the sweep of Xiao Han's Jin chi, the dragon was quickly dismembered. Roar! The true dragon's body moved slightly, and it let out a disdainful roar. Puchi! Puchi! The huge dragon that was more than 300 feet long finally exploded, scattering into turbulent flows of true energy that scattered in all directions. What? My great coiling dragon true chi was suppressed and bound, and finally destroyed. Prince Emo Zhen was still in a state of shock. He reached out with his right hand to retrieve the scattered true chi. There's no chance. Xiao Han sneered, and with a slight movement of his body, he executed the Imperial Chariot Expedition. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Crown Prince Emo Zhen. Son of Heaven's divine fist, first style. Descend from the heavens. He punched out. Xiao Han's aura rose like that of an emperor, and the common people bowed down to him. He displayed the power of the Son of Heaven to the fullest. The blessing of the true dragon made this move perfect, and it reached its peak. Within the wind generated by his fist, there were illusions of life and death. Dragon scales, beards, dragon heads, dragon tails, canopies, rivers, the sun, the moon, and all living beings, they multiplied endlessly. It was accompanied by the chanting of tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands of people prayed for blessings, tens of thousands of people worshipped, and tens of thousands of people expressed their great wishes. The aura and power of this punch rose to the most intense and brilliant extreme. Bang! Crown Prince Emo Zhen's body trembled from the impact. Son of Heaven's divine fist, fifth style, death of the monarch. He punched again. The emperor wanted his subject dead, and the strong Tao of the emperor and subject caused Crown Prince Emo Zhen to instantly become a traitor who was punished and punished by the emperor. He was beaten until he knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his face. He kowtowed repeatedly and spat out a mouthful of blood. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I deserve it. The dignified prince of the Beacon Fire Empire actually knelt to Xiao Han and called him a sinner. Bang, 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 bang. Xiao Han unleashed a flurry of punches onto Crown Prince Emo Zhen. He was beaten until his entire body was smashed. His tendons were broken and his bones were fractured. Blood spurted out like a well and mushroom clouds exploded from his body. His bones were shattered and his liver and intestines were torn apart. Bang, 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 bang. In the end, Crown Prince Emo Zhen was brutally beaten until his life was extinguished. He was completely dead. All the true energy in his body turned into ownerless true energy. It soared into the sky and exploded, causing the glazed light screen that enveloped the arena to sway and flicker. Piles of supreme-grade true chi spirit stones, scrolls, artifacts, and elixirs burst out from Crown Prince Emogen's true acupoint and scattered all over the ground. With a thought, Xiaohan stored all these items into his true acupuncture point. Soon after, he took a deep look at the viewing platform in the empty space, before silently withdrawing from the arena. The audience was completely silent. Even the entire death group's seating area was in complete silence. Xiaohan had directly destroyed Crown Prince Emogen's coiling dragon true chi and killed him. The image of a demon god was deeply imprinted in the minds of the audience. Xiaohan retracted his aura and quietly returned to his seat. His temperament was very calm and steady. After mastering the last move of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, the Son of Heaven's dragon transformation, Xiaohan had thoroughly mastered the entire set of fist techniques. It had also thoroughly cultivated the temperament of an expert. Every move he made had the trace of an emperor. I've entered the top 22 of the group of death. I'm getting closer and closer to the final 3. Just a few more rounds and I'll be able to obtain a spot in the main competition. Xiaohan nodded slightly. Moreover, Xiaohan could be said to have gained a lot from this preliminary round. During the fights on the arena, he had undergone several transformations, improving his cultivation realm and combat strength, breaking through the bottleneck in his cultivation. This was the result that Xiaohan wanted. Brother Xiao, you can still win like this? This fatty is convinced by you. I'm completely convinced. Fatty Zhu's fat face trembled as he said. Emo Qingtong also looked at Xiaohan. Brother Xiao, you were able to defeat Emo Zhen who had taken the ancient medicine. This is simply shocking. Furthermore, you did it when Emo Zhen's aura was at its strongest. Between life and death you managed to turn defeat into victory. It's too wonderful. Now, if Qingtong were to meet Brother Xiao, she wouldn't dare to say that she could win. Brother Xiao is already one of the strongest among the seeded contestants. Furthermore, Qingtong felt that Brother Xiao still has a trump card that you haven't used yet. Brother Xiao, you are truly unfathomable. I can't see through you. I'm just lucky. It just so happens that I've comprehended a cultivation technique that can restrain Emo Zhen. Emo Zhen kept saying that he wanted to suppress me. Even an ant would jump and resist, let alone me. It's just a fluke. Xiaohan repeatedly declined modestly. I've already used all my strength. I don't have any more trump cards. The following matches are going to be very difficult. Brother Xiao, you always say that you have used all your trump cards but you always have a new trump card. You are very dishonest, very dishonest. Fatty Zhu winked and said. Crown Prince Huolai sat down. The corner of his eyes twitched. He gave Xiaohan a deep look and sneered. It's just that my cultivation technique can restrain that idiot Emo Zhen. Emo Zhen indeed brought this upon himself. If he didn't disperse that true Qi Palm imprint of the sea, it's still unknown who would be the winner. Xia Feng also sat back and closed his eyes, nurturing his sword intent. Xia Feng, can you still confidently say that you can kill Xiaohan with 2 sword strikes? I'm afraid you can't, right? Crown Prince Huolai provoked. Xia Feng pondered for a moment and said very seriously. Right now, I need 3 sword strikes to kill this person. 1 sword strike to break his momentum, 1 sword strike to break his defense and 1 sword strike to kill. The other matches in the group of death continued. On the viewing platform in the void. Roar. Emperor Emo Qin had completely gone mad. His eyes were about to pop out and he roared as if he was grieving for the death of his parents. He actually beat my son to death. This is disgraceful. This is truly disgraceful. 9 familial extermination. We will execute his 9 familial extermination. In this world we will not coexist with him. Emo Qin on the stage, life and death are determined by fate. If Xiaohan didn't comprehend the technique to break the great coiling dragon true chi, I'm afraid the one who died now would be Xiaohan, right? You should know your place. Wu Mu said indifferently. Wu Mu. Emo Qin was flustered. This little aphid, what are you jumping about for? The heavenly devil old man's face revealed a displeased expression. He glared at Emo Qin, releasing a dense demonic aura. In an instant, Emo Qin became silent. His face revealed a confused expression of confusion and shock. All right, Emo Qin, sit down. Don't make a fuss and don't try to take revenge on Xiaohan. Otherwise I'll suppress you as well. An old man with an aura as deep as the sea glanced at Emperor Emo Qin. This world never sympathizes with the weak. Imo-chin, you are also a hero, so you should understand this. Don't pretend anymore. Be quiet. Imo-chin immediately softened and sat down, his eyes staring blankly. At this time, the group of old fogies began to whisper to each other. This young man Xiaohan is indeed strong. His mental fortitude is as solid as a boulder, and he can turn defeat into victory in the face of death. He had the potential to become a hero. No, to be honest, he has the potential to become an outstanding hero. With a talent like Xiaohan, he would definitely stand out in the previous hex contest. But this time it was hard to say. He still had to go through the cruel test of the main competition. In fact, most of the seeded players in the southern region preliminaries are very strong. From this, it can be seen that this hex hero preliminaries are unparalleled. The strength of the young people who can rise in this hex trial has directly surpassed some of the hex heroes. I think they can directly compete for a place on the hex list. Our human race is getting more and more prosperous. One day the demon clan would be exterminated. Let these mountains and rivers become a pure land and a paradise. Alright, let's continue watching the match. It seems that junior brother Xiaohan's battle strength is still far beyond my expectations. Xiao Mingqiu sat down again and leaned back on the chair, resuming his lazy and relaxed state. He looked at the Son of Heaven from the corner of his eyes. Son of Heaven, it didn't go as you wished. Junior brother Xiaohan killed Imo-zhen. It was really exciting. The muscles on the Son of Heaven's face kept twitching, and his face was gloomy. It's nothing. It's just good luck. There is a situation where the cultivation techniques are mutually restrained. It's not a direct suppression in battle strength. The best is yet to come. The matches of the group of death continued. After the close combat, the seeded players did not suffer any unexpected setbacks, and all of them advanced to the next round. Including Fatty Zhu, who had a bye, the 22 people of the group of death had all advanced. Next were 22-11, 11-6, and 6-3. There are 3 more matches. Xiaohan was clear in his heart. Who else will I meet? Hee brother Xiao, who do you want to meet the most right now? Fatty Zhu came over and tried to find a topic to talk about. Of course it's brother Zhu. Xiaohan smiled. Don't joke around, brother Xiao. If you say that, Fatty will be under a lot of pressure. Fatty Zhu said bitterly. Alright brother Zhu, you play by yourself. I'm going to cultivate. Xiaohan ignored Fatty Zhu and closed his eyes to rest. He visualized the 61-70 movements of the indestructible golden body. After mastering these 10 movements, when attacked by an enemy, he would be able to reflect 20% of the enemy's attack's power back. It was no small matter. At the same time, Xiaohan was also cultivating the 3rd revolution of the 9 revolutions divine technique, trying to open the 3rd batch of virtual true acupoints. Once he succeeded, Xiaohan would be able to cultivate 4 types of true qi divine techniques at the same time. Soon, the flames of war rose again and the matches of the other groups took turns. Almost all of them were matches of the 20-10 stage. Xiaohan was also cultivating while watching the battle with his eyes open. Xiao Yunrong defeated her opponent again and successfully entered the top 10 of her group. As for Hoi Yang, who had consumed a precious medicine and overdraft his life potential to increase his battle strength, he naturally entered the top 10 of her group. The top 10 of the other 99 groups had also been decided. The qualifiers gradually came to an end. At the same time, it was also equivalent to entering the sect. Once again it was the death group's turn. The 22 contestants no longer drew a blank. They directly fought in pairs to determine the top 11. According to the order, the first to fight was still Xiaohan. The 22 contestants of the death group all stood up, crossed their arms and looked at the void stand. The atmosphere in the audience seats became tense again. In the seats of the sect, there are still 3 rounds left. For junior brother Xiaohan, among the 21 opponents, the most difficult to deal with are undoubtedly Xia Feng, Crown Prince Huolai, Mo Qingtong and Ji Rushui. As for the rest of the opponents, with junior brother Xiaohan's current battle strength, he can easily crush them and win. Dong Fangqin clenched his fists. Let's see junior brother Xiaohan's luck. Junior brother Xiaohan fought against Si Kongji, Zhou Feng, and Imo-zhen, who had consumed the ancient medicine. Almost all of them were battles between the strong, seeking victory in the midst of danger. It can be said that junior brother Xiaohan's luck has always been not very good. I hope the last 3 rounds will turn for the better. Fang Ling nodded silently. In the void stand, Wu Hao, Xiao Mingqiu, the emperor of Dayang, Imo-chin, and some old antiques were also a little nervous. I hope Xiao Han will draw a stronger opponent. The Emperor of Dayang revealed a sinister smile. Now ordinary opponents can't stop him. We must draw a strong opponent. It's best if he draws my disciple or other seated contestants. Don't worry. The Dragon Bone Saint Blade smiled. There are still 3 rounds. Xiao Han won't be able to pass so easily. Even if he was lucky enough to pass 2 rounds consecutively. In the final round, 6-3, he will definitely have to face an existence that can kill him. At this moment, the random draw ended. The first match of the Death Group, Xiao Han of the Fire Beacon Empire's Cloud Sect versus Xia Feng of the Mingjian Villa. Wow, the audience was boiling. Xia Feng. Xiao Han actually drew Xia Feng. The legendary sword god possessed him. With a heaven-defying sword, he killed the seated contestant Jianghu in 1 strike. This was the worst draw. Chapter 149. In the last 3 rounds of the Group of Death, Xiao Han actually drew Xiafeng. The genius of Mingjian Villa, who had dreamt for 4 years and became a peerless swordsman after waking up. The entire audience was shocked. Originally, Xiao Han's performance was amazing. He defeated all his opponents and advanced to the next round with irresistible force. He was regarded as the #1 dark horse of the Southern Region preliminaries. If he was lucky, it was even possible for him to get a place in the Group of Death. But he met Xiafeng. Xiafeng was too relaxed in the previous rounds. No matter who he faced, he could defeat them with 1 strike. It was impossible for him to use a second strike. Even the seated player, Jianghu, only used 1 strike. His sharpness was unparalleled, and he could easily defeat any opponent while he was talking and laughing. 1 man and 1 sword, it was very extraordinary. Even when he used his sword, there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This smile had been named by the audience as the smile of the sword god. In the audience stand. In the great sect camp. This is too unlucky. Why did he have to pick Xiafeng? Dong Fangqin was going crazy. Junior brother Fang Ling, you are a sword cultivator. You are more accurate than me. Tell me, what are the chances of junior brother Xiao Han winning this round? Fang Ling's expression was extremely serious and his face was almost covered with frost. Sword cultivators have higher attack power than martial artists of the same level of true Qi realm. Seriously speaking, sword cultivators are not that scary. What's scary is the sword cultivator who has comprehended the sword intent. What's more, the sword cultivator who has comprehended the sword intent at the middle stage. This battle is very bad. Junior brother Xiao Han's flesh shell is very strong, but sword Qi and saber Qi specialize in breaking the defense of the flesh shell. Especially the sword will, condensing all the true Qi and spirit into a single point, cutting through the void, obliterating everything. Xiafeng's sword intent has reached the middle stage. Dong Fangqin's voice trembled. I'm sure that he has comprehended the sword intent at the middle stage. He has a huge amount of spirit power and has reached the swordless realm where everything can be a sword. Moreover, his intent is advancing at the same time. Junior brother Fang Ling, what is the meaning of advancing at the same time? When the will arrives, the sword arrives. In other words, when he wants to kill someone, his sword has already pierced the enemy's body. The corners of Fang Ling's eyes twitched a few times. In terms of sword intent, Xiafeng is already slightly better than me. Could it be that junior brother Xiao Han has no chance of winning at all? Dong Fangqin felt his heart sink again and again, almost falling to the bottom. If you use illusory movement, you might be able to dodge Xiafeng's sword, Fang Ling said concisely. Beixian demon monarch's movements are illusory? There's no other way? The fist technique that junior brother Xiao Han comprehended just now had the aura of a true dragon and the power of the Son of Heaven. Could it be that he couldn't block it? Sword Qi can break through all kinds of great forces. Fang Ling shook his head. Let's see how junior brother Xiao Han deals with this. In the void viewing platform. Alright. That's great. The Emperor of Japan laughed in relief. Xiao Han is able to continuously increase his battle prowess in battle. That's not bad. From an objective point of view, he had to admit that he was bewitching. But it's all over now. Against Xia Feng, Xiao Han has no chance to struggle. He can only die. Ah! Heaven's Net has a long way to go. Emo Chen bellowed. Xiao Han has lost his mind and killed my son. And right now he will be killed by Xia Feng. The cycle of karma and retribution. Shimin Piao Shui, the villa lord of Mingjian Villa, spoke up. Luo Luo had been sitting quietly without saying a word. 3 swords. Xia Feng killed Xiao Han in 3 swords. 3 swords are enough. Villa Lord Shimin, aren't you being too full of yourself? Xiao Mingchu said with dissatisfaction. Xia Feng is the future sword god, and Xiao Han is a genius among mortals. But a god is a god and a human is just a human. The difference between a human and a god, I'm already overestimating Xiao Han by saying 3 swords. Shimin Piao Shui closed his eyes and did not speak anymore. Everyone, why does my disciple Xiao Han have to face strong opponents in every round? What's the reason? Wu Yu could no longer maintain his composure and looked at the group of old antiques. Sect leader Wu, please calm down. The previous duels between the contestants were all random. It wasn't something we old fellows did behind the scenes. A sharp-beaked old man with an aura like that of an ancient ferocious bird explained with a faint smile. Wu Yu was extremely dissatisfied. All right, brother Wu, don't argue, the Sky Devil old man consoled him. Let's continue watching. Maybe Xiao Han will be able to survive another desperate situation. I can feel that this youth has an endless number of trump cards, and it's hard to see through him. Maybe there will be a surprise in this round. Wu Li shook his head lightly, but his agitated emotions quickly calmed down. Sect leader, what do you think? Xiao Mingchu looked at Wu Yu nervously. In fact, I don't want Xiao Han to face Xia Feng and Ji Rushui, Wu Yu said in a low voice. In fact, Ji Rushui would be better than Xia Feng. Xia Feng's sword intent is terrifying, and once he makes a move he will take his opponent's life. In the group of death, most of the remaining contestants looked at Xiao Han with gloating eyes. Only Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu showed some worry in their eyes. The young woman Ji Rushui finally focused on the match. She looked at Xia Feng, then at Xiao Han, and her gentle eyes revealed an expression of contemplation and evaluation. Go to the ring, Xiao Han. Xia Feng nodded slightly to Xiao Han, then turned into a sword light and shot into the ring with his hands behind his back. Many of Xia Feng's fans in the audience immediately burst into thunderous cheers. Because Xia Feng was a sword cultivator, his temperament was very ethereal and elegant, and his robe was as white as snow, so he won the favor and worship of many female spectators. Many of them were excited, their faces burning, and their fists clenched as they cheered for Xia Feng. Xia Feng stood proudly in the ring like a lonely crane, with a cyan steel sword on his back. One man and one sword, lawless and unrestrained. Xiao Han did not show any signs of emotional and willpower collapse. He also moved and flashed into the ring. Brother Xiao, be careful, Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu warned at the same time. In the ring, the two stood facing each other. Xia Feng stood there. His body was tall and straight, and his clothes were as white as snow. He looked like a statue that had been standing there since the beginning of time. His temperament was ethereal and arrogant, and he seemed to have an innate desire. A desire of a peerless swordsman standing on the peak, feeling lonely at the top. He had not drawn his sword yet, but his momentum was like a sharp sword, about to pierce through the sky. Around his body, there were illusions of rustling leaves and falling petals. Under the influence of his sword intent, heaven and earth were dim, and the moon and stars were dim. Between heaven and earth, a kind of dusk suddenly appeared, like dusk. Dusk of the gods. Xiao Han, you should have gone further, Xia Feng said. Unfortunately, you met me. In fact, I admire your potential and your calmness during the battle. But we met and one of us is destined to fall. The difference between our realms is not big, but you have no chance because sword cultivators are the profession with the strongest attack power. Some people say that the defense of sword cultivators is very weak, but the strongest sword cultivator, why do they need to defend? He spoke with fervor and assurance, pointing out the country. Hey, you are the same as that Zhou Feng, always long-winded and talking a lot of nonsense. You tried to disintegrate my will and spirit, but it was useless. Xiao Han smiled. It is said that sword cultivators are good at finding the enemy's weakness and killing them with one strike. You want to use a psychological attack to make me reveal a flaw in my heart, right? Then you will be disappointed. Although I have some fortuitous encounters, my battle strength is based on my own saber, spear, fist, and kick. And you, Xia Feng, it is said that after sleeping for 4 years, you rose to the sky in one step, from a trash to a first-class demon of the Sword Villa. The origin of your cultivation is very mysterious. I've always believed that only those who have tempered themselves in life and death situations are the most reliable, and not someone like you who suddenly made a name for yourself. Enough. Shut up. Xia Feng's expression changed slightly, and the next moment, his right hand directly grabbed the hilt of the sword. You are worthy of drawing my sword, So what if you are a sword cultivator? Die for me. Suddenly Xiao Han made his move. His body moved, tearing through the air, crushing towards Xia Feng. His right fist gathered hundreds of thousands of cauldrons of strength, and he was about to throw a punch. At this moment, every pore of Xia Feng's body released a supreme sword qi. This sword qi cut through the air, space and time. It actually distorted the light on the stage. The whole stage seemed to be shrouded in darkness. My five senses seem to have been cut off by this sword. His sword intent seems to have affected my spirit. Xiao Han felt that the whole world had lost its vitality, and everything was withering, falling into eternal darkness. In the audience stand. Why did the stage turn dark? In the void stand. Xia Feng's sword intent is too high. The sword intent of the middle stage is indeed unfathomable, and it even seems to ignore the rules of the heavenly Tao. Lawless. The sword intent cut off Xiao Han's five senses. This is the terrifying power of the middle stage sword intent. On the stage. Break for me, spirit. My spirit isn't weak either. Xiao Han channeled his spirit forcefully and slowly, his eyes were about to tear through the darkness of the world. At this moment, a ray of sword light pierced through the air. This ray of sword light was breathtaking, as gorgeous and magnificent as fireworks. It was sharp and murderous, like a flying immortal from the heavens, and a ray of sword light froze 19 prefectures. This sword was so fast that people's minds could not keep up with it. It was like a nightmare. The intent came together. He wanted to kill you and his sword had already pierced your body. This sword caused the whole stage to regain its brightness, but all the light was like a background in front of this sword. Xia Feng held the sword in his hand, and many people in the audience stand saw the smile at the corner of Xia Feng's mouth. The smile of the sword god. The audience could not help but shout in their hearts. Moreover, many swordsmen in the audience were asking themselves, can I resist this sword? In the seats of the Pure Rain sect. In a split second, a thought appeared in Dong Fangqin and Fang Ling's minds. With this sword, Xiaofeng was already qualified to be a demon hero. There was no need to take any assessment anymore. On the stage, just when Xiaofeng was about to pierce through Xiao Han's body, Xiao Han's mind finally recovered. At the moment of life and death, the inextinguishable golden body surged out, sparkling and dazzling. Densely packed bone texts blossomed. Zen sounds were heard everywhere. Pooh! This sword slashed into the golden light of the inextinguishable golden body, and the monstrous sword qi directly crushed the inextinguishable golden body. Such a strong sword intent. This sword qi contains the middle stage sword intent, quenching the void, condensing the attack into one point, and it can penetrate my inextinguishable golden body. In fact, my indestructible golden body would be able to block any other true qi attack, but sword intent is unpredictable and hard to block. Even if it's the small success stage sword intent, it should not be able to make me so embarrassed. Unfortunately, this guy has the middle stage sword intent. These thoughts flashed across Xiao Han's mind in less than half a breath. Although the inextinguishable golden body could not completely block this sword, it still won a little time for Xiao Han to survive. He quickly retreated, but Xiaofeng slashed again and again, and the second sword was like maggots in a tarsal bone. Xiao Han took out the true dragon and the Emperor's power. However, the Emperor's power was also cut open. Momentum was originally nothingness, yet sword intent could penetrate nothingness. Without thinking, Xiao Han directly released the hornless dragon, and then released the spirit turtle True Qi, and an ancient turtle shell appeared in front of him. These movements dazzled everyone's eyes. Clang, clang. The sword intent pierced through the hornless dragon and the turtle shell. At this time, Xiao Han had already left the range of the sword intent. Xiaofeng stood still with his sword and did not chase after him. Xiao Han took back the Emperor's True Qi, the hornless dragon True Qi, and the spirit turtle True Qi. The two of them stood opposite each other, more than 100 feet apart, looking at each other. Not bad. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves and you actually managed to block 4 of my attacks. That is enough to make you famous. Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with pride, for attacks still couldn't kill you. You are an anomaly. That is enough to be proud. Unfortunately, even if you encountered Prince Huolai, you wouldn't have been forced into such a miserable state. Unfortunately, I am a swordsman. If you were also a swordsman or a saber user, you wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. What a pity. What a pity. Really? Xiao Han adjusted his breathing. The next moment, clang. A saber jumped out of Xiao Han's true meridian and was held in his hand. A large area of the air was immediately cut into a jagged shape by the invisible saber intent. Xiao Han held the saber and his aura surged. The saber intent that was like the evil dragon kept increasing, unstoppable. Clang, clang, clang. Chapter 150. With the saber in his hand, Xiao Han's aura suddenly changed. The shocking saber chi surged and surged out like a great river. It formed a twisted and violent wave above Xiao Han's head, hiding a tyrannical and unparalleled battle intent. Xiao Han's eyes became as cold as still water as he stared at Xia Feng. His eyes also reflected the sharpness of the saber intent. The qualities of a saber user were completely revealed from Xiao Han. His thinking ability was raised to the peak. His state of mind was as clear as the sun. Oh! Xia Feng was startled for a moment. Then he squinted his eyes and a look of enjoyment and intoxication appeared on his face. Good. Very good. He hid himself well. He created a false impression from the beginning and made people think that he is a body cultivator. But in fact his real trump card is the saber. A saber user who has comprehended the saber intent. This is getting more and more interesting. This year's Southern Region preliminaries made me feel very bored and dry. Now there is finally a decent saber user. A swordsman and a saber user are natural enemies. Xiao Han, you have brought me a pleasant surprise. Do you know what is my favorite thing to do? Xia Feng opened his eyes and the sword chi in his eyes was like a tide. His gaze alone could kill people. I love killing saber users. Defeating saber with a sword is the happiest thing in my life. In this world, from the ancient times until now, sabers are not as good as swords. Xia Feng's sword aura was also rising and shooting up to the sky. The heavenly sword pierced through the clouds and only I am supreme. The entire arena was completely filled with saber aura and sword aura. Apprehension. Paranoia. This battle had become the most intense battle of the Southern Region preliminaries so far. A battle of the peak. At the spectator stand. The spectators were stunned by this sudden and unexpected turn of events. Soon after, discussions and clamoring noises rose and fell one after another. Xiao Han is a saber user. This is so unexpected. I can't feel any aura of a saber user from him. But with the saber in his hand, his aura suddenly became sharp. He is undoubtedly a peerless saber user. In terms of ability, Xiao Han can be considered to be the best in the Southern Territory qualifiers this time. It's as if he's always holding something back. I can't see through him at all. A bladesman versus a swordsman. This will always be the most exciting duel. It will be so shocking that it will explode one's eyes. Furthermore, when a bladesman and a swordsman met, they would go all out. They would not rest until one of them died. Sabers and swords are like water and fire. But in terms of momentum, Xiao Feng clearly has the upper hand. Xia Feng's sword intent had already reached the middle stage. I wonder what level Xiao Han's saber intent has reached. In the seats of the Pure Cloud sect. I didn't expect junior brother Xiao Han's saber technique to be so sharp. He could finally compete with Xiao Feng in terms of aura. I won't be as embarrassed as I was just now. Dong Fangqin's eyes lit up with hope again. Fang Ling's expression also changed slightly as he immediately spoke in a low voice. Initial mastery saber intent versus middle mastery sword intent. This, junior brother Fang Ling, you also possess the rare sword intent. He had fought with countless swordsmen. What do you think? Dong Fangqin quickly asked. Saber intent and sword intent are illusory and very difficult to comprehend. However, after comprehending saber intent and sword intent from nothing, it's even more difficult to consolidate and deepen their state. Don't think that there's a fine line between initial mastery and middle mastery, but it's a huge chasm. This threshold is no less than the difference between physical body realm and true energy realm. And the difference between middle mastery and great mastery is no exaggeration to describe it as a mortal and an immortal. Fang Ling said in a serious tone. It was very difficult to comprehend saber intent and sword intent from nothing. Once comprehended, the difference between initial mastery and middle mastery was like the difference between physical body realm and true energy realm. The difference between middle mastery and great mastery was like the difference between a mortal and an immortal. In other words, junior brother Xiao Han still doesn't have much of a chance? He can only resist for a while and will still lose in the end? Dong Fangqin's heart tightened again. Seriously speaking, junior brother Xiao Han's saber intent is at initial mastery and is advancing towards middle mastery. If he can break through the barrier of heaven and man under the pressure of Xiafeng's sword intent and ascend to middle mastery, he might be able to turn the tables. Otherwise, he can only rely on the demon clan's secret technique to win by surprise. Ascending from initial mastery to middle mastery? Junior brother Fongling, based on your experience, how confident are you? 1 in 1,000. On the void viewing platform. Brother Wu, look, I told you that Xiao Han still has a trump card. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient. Interesting, his saber intent is very mature, it doesn't look like he just comprehended it. This kid, even I couldn't tell that he is a swordsman. The heavenly devil old man shook his head. Wu's emotions calmed down a little. Xiao Mingqiu also heaved a sigh of relief, but he still didn't dare to completely relax his tense heart. The situation now is very dangerous. Both sides have used their saber intent and sword intent, so there's a 99% chance that they will go all out. Under the influence of qi, either the saber intent will crush the sword intent, or the sword intent will destroy the saber intent. It's hard to have a third result. Between these two, one of them will die. The Emperor of the Sun smiled. Of course, I'm more optimistic about Xiafeng. Even a fool knows that middle mastery sword intent can easily crush initial mastery saber intent. That's true. The Dragon Bone Saint Saber agreed. Initial mastery and middle mastery are worlds apart. Mingjian Mountain Villa Lord Shimen Piaoxue felt Xiao Han's saber intent. He opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Xiao Han on the stage. Then he closed his eyes again and said indifferently. Still very immature. A blond middle-aged swordsman with blue eyes said, his saber intent ancient and profound, there was a world of sabers in his eyes. If this young man Xiao Han becomes my disciple, he will definitely become a first-class swordsman in a few years. It's not impossible for him to get a rank on the monster hero ranking. After a pause, he looked at a few old antiques. Everyone, can we give up this match? Xiafeng and Xiao Han were both rare geniuses. In fact, their combat strength and talent have already surpassed many low-level monster heroes. Now, when two tigers fight, one of them will definitely be injured. The confrontation between saber intent and sword intent will result in mutual destruction. It's no small matter. If we lose one of them, it'll be an irreparable loss for the entire southern region. The old antiques looked at each other, their eyes shining with contemplative and conflicted expressions. An old antique said in a low voice, how about, we stop the match? The southern region can't compare to the eastern region and the great wilderness. There are many young geniuses over there, it doesn't matter if some of them die. Our southern region will have one less dead. I can't bear to see either Xiao Han or Xiafeng die. They'll both be excellent monster heroes in the future and have the potential to kill monster kings. The old antiques nodded. At the same time, they looked at a bald old man. The bald old man said in a deep voice, his aura experienced the vicissitudes of life. There was light in his eyes. If we stop the match now, it'll be very disadvantageous for their future development. They've already released their battle intent, we can't stop it now. Two geniuses, leave one of them alive. Instead of getting two mediocre geniuses, it's better to get one of them who could prove the Tao in the future. It's so cruel. The old antiques didn't dare to disobey the bald old man. We've always been like this. There's nothing cruel about it. It's the rule of the game. The bald old man was very indifferent. On the arena, Xiao Han and Xiafeng didn't move at all. They didn't draw their sabers or swords to attack each other. They were both increasing their auras. The duel between a saber artist and a swordsman was very interesting. It didn't mean that they had to fight each other at close range to kill each other. It was as if such a clash of auras was even more dangerous than the previous one. Xiafeng's sword momentum was very violent. It was like a great river that could split the shore, rolling up wave after wave of huge waves. For a moment, it turned into thousands of silver snakes, rolling all over the sky. Each silver snake was filled with the terrible sword intent that could move mountains, fill seas, and destroy the void. It could tear the sky and cut everything in its way. This made Xiafeng look even more extraordinary. There seemed to be many ancient sword kingdoms hidden deep in his eyes. His aura was flawless, full and smooth. With a slight movement of his body, it was as if he was about to ascend to the heavens. Moreover, Xiafeng's sword aura was in harmony with the heavenly Tao in nature. In the end, his sword aura was so strong that it gradually became one with the heavenly Tao, making his sword like the sky. There was no trace of it. It was high and mighty. Moreover, it secretly contained a feeling that it was above the heavenly Tao. My Tao of sword is not inherited from Mingjian Villa. I cultivate the heavenly sword, using the sky as my sword. If you go against me, you will go against the heavenly Tao, Xiaofeng said proudly. Then I'll go against the heavenly Tao. Xiaohan was also activating his saber aura. However, under the interference of Xiaofeng's heavenly sword aura, Xiaohan's saber aura seemed very weak, like the sun setting in the west. It couldn't become stronger. This caused Xiaohan to be at a disadvantage. In terms of power, it could be said that Xiaohan was being suppressed. All of a sudden, boom! In Xiaohan's 30 true meridians, light and clouds bloomed. The Emperor's aura swept out, covering the sky and earth. The dazzling Emperor's true chi gushed out and turned into a true dragon, circling above Xiaohan's head. The Emperor's aura combined with Xiaohan's saber aura, creating a domineering aura of the Emperor with a saber. The confrontation between the saber aura and the sword aura had somewhat evened out Xiaohan's disadvantage. Oh, the aura is rising? The saber aura has some domineering intent of the Tao of monarch and minister. You want my sword aura to submit? Haha, the Emperor's saber aura is still not enough to defy the heavenly Tao. Alright, let's end this. Xiaohan, your saber aura must have reached its peak. Then you should have no complaints if I kill you now. Moreover, it will also allow me to experience the greatest pleasure. The corner of Xiaofeng's mouth curved into a smile. It was a very mysterious smile. As if it didn't belong to the mortal world. It was the sword god's smile. Xiaofeng was about to make his move. The next moment, boom, Xiaofeng finally made his move. The sword came with the power of the heavens. It was as if a large piece of the sky was pressing down on Xiaohan. This sword was the heavens. The heavenly sword. This sword broke all the rules of the mortal world and re-established the rules of this sword. Moreover, this sword contained the sword intent of the middle stage which could freeze and kill people's thoughts. Anyone's thoughts would stop, and they would be at the mercy of the sword. And they were willing to do it because humans could not defeat the heavens, let alone go against the heavens. The first thought that came to the minds of many of the heroes in the audience seats was, I can't block this sword. At most they could see if they could survive, but they couldn't block it. The minds of the weaker audience members could not keep up with this sword at all. Xiaohan on the arena. It's too fast. The speed of this sword is faster than the speed of my saber. Xiaofeng's thought process is also faster than mine. I can only barely catch a trace of this sword. I'm going all out. Saber intent. Kill him for me. 7 fragment saber technique. Broken jade technique. Broken sky technique. Clang. Under the sword intent that was as scorching as the sea and as powerful as the sky, Xiaohan could only catch a trace of it, and then he found a chance to attack. He didn't hold back any of his saber intent and 7 fragment saber technique anymore. A ripple swept across the air, and a violent and domineering saber intent came out like an evil dragon. A large area of space in the arena was rolling and spreading apart. Under the effect of 7 fragment saber technique, the space was cut into pieces by the saber light, and the jade-like cracks spread everywhere. Moreover, the broken sky technique kept confining and shattering the space, destroying the sword intent. This was also the pinnacle of Xiaohan's saber Tao. His essence, chi spirit and saber intent were all released. Puqi. The saber intent and the sword intent completely collided. They strangled each other. In less than a breath's time, the saber intent was completely suppressed by the sword intent. Puff, Xiaohan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his saber intent weakened. His mind was as fast as lightning and he withdrew his saber intent. Golden light bloomed from his body, and he was going to crush Xiaofeng with the power of his body. All kinds of methods were used. In fact, Xiaohan's ultimate attack was to buy himself some time, and then he could kill Xiaofeng in close combat. Because Xiaohan knew that his saber intent could never compete with Xiaofeng's sword intent in the middle phase. Only by getting close to Xiaofeng and using his powerful body to fight with him was the only way to defeat him. In a split second, Xiaohan's saber intent was defeated, and he was already pouncing on Xiaofeng. All the strength in his flesh shell surged out. Golden spears and armored horses bobbed up and down. Whirlpools appeared in all directions and mushroom clouds exploded everywhere. Behind him, there was even the roar of a primordial beast. He was like a savage beast in human form as he charged forward. Ha ha ha. Xiaofeng laughed wildly, puny saber intent. All right, break. Boom. An arc that transcended all worldly beauty encompassed the 4 seas, annihilating the heavens as it swept past. This arc contained the heavenly Tao, nature, power of the heavens, sword Tao, sword Qi, sword God, sword intent, sword art. It was almost invincible. In the darkness, there seemed to be the pious chanting of countless sword Xiu. The speed of this sword completely surpassed the speed of Xiao Han's thinking. So, before the saber intent that Xiao Han was about to withdraw, it was intercepted and destroyed by the sword intent. Puff. An obscure breaking sound came. Xiao Han's saber intent was shattered by the sword intent. The saber intent transformed into mottled fragments that scattered and fluttered in the air, like pieces of magnificent gemstones that had been shattered. Puff. Xiao Han's mind went blank and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body that was charging at Xiaofeng suddenly stopped, and he fell backward, his face as pale as a piece of paper. King, the single saber in Xiao Han's hand was shattered into pieces, and his saber intent was being pushed back as if it was buried. Bang! Xiao Han fell heavily on the ground. Ha ha ha! Xiao Han, your saber intent has been shattered by me. Even if I spare your life today, you will never be able to cultivate saber Tao in the future. Moreover, once the saber intent is shattered, it can never be restored. And there will be an irreparable flaw in your soul. From now on, your battle intent will be obliterated, and you will become a coward and you will never dare to fight with others. Ah! Xiaofeng roared to the sky. He was very proud. In the audience seats, all the audience stood up. The saber intent is shattered. Oh my God! Xiao Han's saber intent was directly crushed by Xiaofeng's sword intent. In the seats of the Pure Rain sect. Oh no! Junior brother Xiao Han's saber intent has been shattered into pieces. Dong Fangqin jumped up. This is bad. When saber intent and sword intent collide, this is the most frightening result, directly crushing each other. This is a huge blow to junior brother Xiao Han. In the future, it is very likely that he will not be able to advance in martial Tao, or even be destroyed without advancing. Fang Ling's face turned pale. In the void platform, Xiao Han has been crippled. Completely crippled. The great sun's son laughed sinisterly. Reduced to a cripple. The blonde-haired and blue-eyed swordsman's eyes revealed a crazy look of regret. What a pity. The saber intent is not just shattered but it is completely shattered. Xiaofeng's sword intent is too strong, it shattered the young Xiao Han's saber intent without leaving a trace. Sect Master Junior Brother Xiao Han is still defeated. Xiao Mingqiu stood up, his eyes were like torches. The most important thing now is to save Junior Brother Xiao Han's life. Forget it, let him admit defeat. The Peerless Tang Sect. Chapter 151. In the Arena. Bim. The arena was dead silent, like a graveyard or a ghost town. It was indeed a graveyard. A peerless blade intent that buried a blade user. Xiao Han was lying on the arena, his body trembling. His mind was blank. His thoughts were almost destroyed by Xiaofeng's sword. The blade intent of a blade user was derived from the spirit and soul. When the blade intent was crushed, even the spirit would be damaged. He might even become an idiot. My blade intent has been crushed, my head hurts. Xiao Han's heart was filled with palpitations and unwillingness. But this defeat was unavoidable. Xiaofeng was at the middle stage of the sword intent, while Xiao Han was at the lower stage of the blade intent. The difference between the lower stage and the middle stage was like the difference between the physical body realm and the true Qi realm. A physical body realm cultivator fighting against a true Qi realm cultivator, the result was self-evident. The difference was too big. Moreover, sword cultivators were very extreme. Their attack power could be said to be the best, but their defense was almost negligible. They completely used offense as defense. Sword intent could break through momentum and flesh defense. The fragmented saber intent spreading in the arena finally turned to dust. There was no trace of the blade intent left in the arena. All that was left was the powerful sword intent. Xiaofeng stood proudly on the arena with his sword back in its sheath. He put his hands behind his back and looked down at Xiao Han with arrogance and disdain. It was the attitude of a winner. Did you hear that? The moment the blade intent was crushed, that beautiful sound, it really fascinated me. Xiaofeng's face showed an infatuated expression. That sound was like the sound of a fairy, intoxicating. Xiao Han, at this moment you are like a dead dog. There must be a lot of secrets on you. If it was someone else, they would definitely want something from you. But I, Xiaofeng, will not. I, Xiaofeng, focus on my sword and treat everything else as dirt. I will let you die peacefully. You can think of this as a charity. You should feel honored. The entire Sunset Mountain was dead silent. Everyone looked at the arena with complicated expressions. Some were regretful, some were gloating, some were feeling sorry, and some were frightened, in the death group. The rest of the contestants were all standing, looking steadily at the arena. Oh no. Brother Zhao's saber intent was crushed into fine powder. This is a huge blow to him. It is very likely that he will never be able to recover from this setback and will eventually sink into depravity. No. Xiaofeng will take this opportunity to kill Brother Zhao. What should I do? Brother Zhao's temper is quite good, he shouldn't die here. Fatty Zhu had a nervous look on his face. The next moment, he raised his head to look in the direction of the void grandstand and yelled in a loud voice. Lord Father, please plead for Brother Zhao so that he doesn't die under Xiaofeng's sword. Mo Qingtong was also chanting. Some musical notes bloomed in the air and were sent to the void grandstand. This time, even if he doesn't die, he'll be a cripple. Crown Prince Hualai crossed his arms and looked deeply at Xiaofeng. How should I deal with Xiaofeng? It's very troublesome. Of course, it's best if I don't meet this abnormal fellow. In the seats of the Pure Cloud sect. Second senior brother, third senior brother, what do we do now? The group of true disciples of Cloud sect was panicking. Charge into the arena. Get junior brother Xiaohan out. Dong Fangqin said sternly. Everyone don't act rashly. This arena is reinforced by a powerful expert, we can't charge in. Let's see how sect head and big senior brother deal with it. Fang Ling quickly advised. If you rashly disrupt the hex selection tournament, you will be punished. Everyone don't be rash. Sect head and big senior brother both cherish Xiaohan's talent and will definitely not sit by and do nothing. Void grandstand. Wu Yu and Heaven Devil Old Man Xiao Mingchu stood up at almost the same time. Elder Duan, my sect's disciple Xiaohan's blade intent has been shattered and he no longer has the strength to fight. Let him admit defeat and I will take him away. Withdraw from this year's hex selection tournament. 5 years later we will make a comeback. Wu Yu looked at the bald old man. Sect head Wu. The bald old man frowned slightly. Young Xiaohan's blade intent has been shattered. Even with your means you can't help him recover and regain his blade intent. Moreover, there will be a huge flaw in his heart. 5 years later, I'm afraid he will no longer have the ability to participate in the next hex selection tournament. No matter. In short, Xiaohan can't die here. Absolutely not. Wu Yu's eyes were already a little fierce and there was a fierce murderous intent rolling. Heaven Devil Old Man also stared at the bald old man without blinking. Surname Duan, can you give me some face? A middle-aged fat man with a vast aura also stood up. Just now, my little fatty spoke up and wanted to plead for Xiaohan. Elder Duan, let this kid go, he is already lost anyway. There's no need to kill him. The bald old man laughed involuntarily. Why are you guys being so aggressive? Whether to let Xiaohan go or not, that's Xiaofeng's business. What does it have to do with me? Enough, I will plead for you guys. The Great Sun Emperor and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade looked at each other. The Great Sun Emperor sneered. No matter, it's better for this kid to be alive. There are many secrets that need to be interrogated from him. A supreme voice filled with boundless divine might transmitted from the void to the arena stage. Enough, Xiaofeng, you win, don't kill Xiaohan. Xiaofeng followed the voice and looked at the void viewing platform. He curled his lips and flicked his fingernails. I can let this piece of trash go, but I need him to admit defeat and beg me. Only then can he live. Xiaohan, beg me. I can consider not killing you. Xiaofeng looked at Xiaohan, his face full of mockery. And at this moment, Xiaohan, just when Xiaohan's blade intent was completely shattered, and not a single trace of it could be found in Xiaohan's heart, there was a throbbing. Wung wung wung. A ball of light flew out and quietly opened up in front of Xiaohan, like a scroll of painting. 7 Fragment Blade Techniques 3rd Style. Fragmented will form. These were the mnemonics, diagrams and Upanishads of the fragmenting style. This fragmented will form, when Xiaohan first entered the True Qi realm, he already obtained the cultivation method. But at that time Xiaohan couldn't understand the essence of it. He couldn't understand the profound meaning. Moreover, he didn't dare to shatter his own blade easily. At this moment, Xiaohan's blade intent disappeared, and under the cultivation method of fragmented will form, a few lines of small words appeared. Break and establish, rebirth of blade intent. Break and establish, invincible in the world. What? Break and establish? Xiaohan's mind was shocked. The next moment, Wang, a ray of light directly entered Xiaohan's soul. This fragmented will form, the entire cocoon of light directly entered Xiao Han's injured soul. Rumble. Rumble. As soon as Xiao Han came into contact with this thought, in an instant, 100,000 traces of Blade Dao appeared in his soul. Endless profound meaning of Blade Dao. Comprehension of Blade Dao. In an instant, Xiao Han was enlightened. He was reborn. That decaying and painful soul, essence, qi and spirit began to be reborn. It was as if, in Xiao Han's soul, a bright light appeared, illuminating the dark night, allowing him to clearly see the path of development in the future. He had grasped the true meaning and profound meaning of the Supreme Blade Dao. Break and establish? Break and establish? I get it. I Xiao Han get it. An epiphany. In Xiao Han's almost empty eyes, the immortal blade light condensed again. Hurry up and beg for mercy. Xiaofeng enjoyed the fruit of victory, looking down at Xiao Han, and laughing at him to his heart's content. The audience once again burst into a flurry of discussions. How pitiful. Xiao Han is so pitiful. He was a genius among geniuses, and at least among the younger generation of the Southern Domain, he was one of the best. But now he has a bleak ending. He has no dignity, he has to kneel down and beg for mercy to live. It really makes one sigh with regret. Such a genius was born at the wrong time. But he just had to participate in this year's most terrifying and powerful devil hero trial in history. If it was in the past, he would have become a devil hero long ago. It's nothing. The winner is king and the loser is a bandit. Xiaofeng is stronger than him, so he has the right to humiliate and trample on him. At this moment, clang, clang, clang. In the deathly silent arena, the sound of swords actually rang out from all directions. Following that, speckles of mottled saber lights appeared like shattered gems and floated in the air, causing the arena to be as resplendent as the night sky. Is it the broken blade intent? What's going on? The entire audience fell into silence again. Everyone stared at the arena with wide eyes. In the void stand. What's going on? How come the entire arena is filled with fragmented saber intents? An old antique cried out in horror. This? The bald old man was confused and his voice trembled. Could it be? Wait. Let me see again, let me see more carefully. This is? Xiaofeng was also confused. Suddenly Xiao Han stood up from the ground. He stood up again. Clang! The saber intent fragments floating in the arena resonated with each other. At the same time, kang, 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 in the spectator seats all the martial artists with blades, no matter if it was a single blade, a willow leaf blade, a ghost head blade, a thick back thin blade, a strange curved blade, all of their blades were automatically unsheathed and flew towards the arena. What's going on? My saber? Why did I lose control of my blade? As if summoned by some unseen force, my God! What was going on? Boom! In the arena, all the shattered saber intents were instantly absorbed by Xiao Han's soul. Bang! A vast and mighty aura erupted from Xiao Han's body. The peerless saber qi, which was many times stronger than before, burst forth from every pore on Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's face lit up with the light of enlightenment. His aura continued to rise. His surroundings were filled with the hum of sabers. Xiao Han's gaze also became fierce and domineering, as if he could see through everything. He was showing off his abilities. Puff, 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 puff. Streaks of saber qi exploded in the sky like a blooming divine light. In an instant, a huge array of saber lights appeared in the sky. Saber gods, saber emperors, and saber artists walked in it. The saber qi swept across tens of thousands of miles, slaughtering the heavens, destroying the ages, and destroying the universe. Clang. Another single blade jumped out from Xiao Han's true meridian and was held in his hand. Bang, 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 bang. With the saber in his hand, a mysterious aura exploded out, causing the many saber-shaped weapons floating outside the arena to explode into pieces. A destructive saber intent rushed out from Xiao Han's body like a peerless dragon coming into being. The saber intent could split the galaxy. In the arena, the saber aura and the sword aura instantly fought against each other. It was no longer the same as before when the saber technique was weak and bitterly suppressed, looking like it was on the verge of death. Xiaofeng, you want me to kneel before you? *CKU. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with the desire to fight. I, Xiao Han, have been reborn with the saber intent. From now on, I will break swords like cutting bamboo. In the void spectator stand, the saber intent has been reborn. broken and reborn, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, reaching the middle stage of the saber intent. This is something that only happens once in 10,000 years. I can't believe it happened to Xiao Han. The bald old man said hysterically. This man is a monster. A monster. The number one genius of the southern region. The number one genius through and through. Junior brother Xiao Han's saber intent has reached the middle stage. Xiao Mingchu said in a trembling voice. Ah. Ah. The crow laughed wildly. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.